and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP-TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP-TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP-TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP-TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP-TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP-TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The federal government has announced new measures to eliminate examination malpractice in Wike and NECO examinations from 2026 and beyond. The Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, alongside Minister of State for Education, Professor Suweiba Saeed Ahmad, said the reforms are aimed at strengthening credibility, transparency, and public confidence in Nigeria's examination system. Key among the measures is enhanced question randomization and serialization. Although candidates will answer the same questions, the arrangements will differ for each student, reducing chances of cheating and collusion. Meanwhile, Voice of the People TV spoke with stakeholders who shared their thoughts, as the federal government says the measure are part of sustained efforts to protect the integrity of national examinations.
Some of the things have actually been in place. It's maybe not publicly documented or dead as they are trying to do now. But then, if now is the time to drive it and reinforce it, so be it. I think it's laudable because you would educate the academic levels over the years. We have seen it go up, go down, and at some time it's just at the level where you don't know whether it is up there or down there.
Academic integrity and honesty should become what we noise on the loudspeakers everywhere, and it should start from leadership as well. We should show that honesty pays, you know. So students and parents basically need to understand that you are preparing yourself for a future that you want to be proud of. If you are not prepared, the future will test that lack of preparation, and then the embarrassment you will face might be. That's why we have, you know, quacks, we have, you know, doctors, we have lawyers, we have all who are trying to cut corners because they didn't go to the rudiments and the solid foundation of the discipline, you know. So all of those things are critical. You want to build a future that can stand the test of time. It's not by cutting corners or by engaging in sharp practices that you will get there. Read your book, sit down with your book.
As this new law is set to reshape the future of public examination in Nigeria, stakeholders say its success will depend on effective implementation and strict enforcement across all examination centers. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey, and of course, we have a few conversations that we'd like to dive into this morning. We would like you to come along with us. Do follow us across social media. It's VOP TV Live. That is at VOP TV Live across social media, and on YouTube at Voice of the People Television. That's how we appear. Now let's get into the conversations for this morning. Police tear gas residents protesting Lagos eviction and demolition. And also, we will be looking at federal government deploying military retirees to secure ungoverned spaces. And that, of course, are the conversations we'll be having this morning. So, come along with us.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. There are also, apart from those major stories, there are also other interesting trending stories. I am Chukwuma Okoro and thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. My name is Jane Ogoye. Please stick with us. Now let's get into one of the other conversations Nigerians are having. The Ebonyi State Commissioner for Arts and Culture has brought out a new policy. His name is Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Honorable Stanley Ogoye. Well, he has announced a ban on free production, free movie production, shoots, and the use of artists without proper remuneration. Now that, of course, basically, this he has said is to ensure that talents are properly paid for what they offer, and also that content creators, movie producers don't take overdue advantage of young talent. He also named some artists, MC Walter and a few others that he has seen carry young talents along, take them abroad and expose them to greater platforms and the rest. And basically, well, this is a good initiative, if you ask me, to ensure that young talents are, they have a voice, they have people who ensure that they get paid. Now, I would speak from a position of one who started out acting back in the day. Sometimes people are taken advantage of because they know that you're new, you're seeking recognition, and so they take advantage of you. Sometimes they tell you, okay, we'll pay you this, but they don't pay that. And other times they tell you, look, this is free. Now, there are two sides to this. The fact that this will help curb excesses in the sector, especially where people are taken advantage of. But on the other hand, there are also young producers, young creators who don't have funding and still want to put out, little things, put out projects out there as a way of launching what they have. Now, they may not be able to pay. Now, this policy might stifle their creativity if they're unable to gather funds and pay those that they will use, especially students, all right? Those, students who get into production and the rest. Now, and also there are those who volunteer for free as a way of honing their own skills. Will they be compelled to collect money as well? So we need to ensure that the policies are properly spelled out. So one person is not prevented from, honing his own skill, getting into the creative sector, and the other is not taking advantage of somebody else. I think there's a lot that needs to be done before we can say, yes, let's swing into action and do this.
Yes, Moses, I like your position. There's a lot to be done, before we get into all of this. But I think Ebonyi State has this peculiar way of, of being in the news for the wrong reasons. When I say wrong reasons, I don't say that. I'm not trying to mean that, look, what they are trying to do is not correct or that it is not good. But it lacks foundation, basically. It lacks foundation, basically. Like this one now, how are you able to enforce it? It's about the issue of enforcement. Like free shootings and unpaid productions, When you say free shootings and unpaid production, is it that, okay, before people get into shooting, they have to come and pay the relevant agencies, or that, look, artists, before they appear on a movie, have to come and show you, look, this is how much I've been paid and all of that. I understand that we need to, build the industry so that people are not shafted in one way or the other. But it's a problem of implementation. It was in this same Ebonyi State that there was the issue of regulating house rents came up. I think that was last year. Sometime last year, they said, well, tenants, before you do this, landlords, before you do this, have to do all of that. And I think there was a lead on how much a person could charge, in a particular location and all of that. And we were like, well, industry standards, is it the role of government to regulate house rents and how much landlords are supposed to take, how much tenants are supposed to pay, and all of that? These are good things, but at this level that we are, having to talk about how to enforce rules, it's very easy to churn out rules as we see them, as we have them. In Lagos here, we tried it. Somehow it worked, because at some point, we saw the governor of Lagos State, was it Ambode then or who? On top of my head, I can't remember, but one of these governors, recent governors, No, it was Raji Fashola that said at some point you should not collect more than a year house rent from tenants. Because his argument then was that when somebody gets a new job, he doesn't get paid 2 years salary advance. So when do you expect him to get the 2 years house rent that he's going to pay you? And they said in certain locations, he can only collect 1 year. I think at that point I was a beneficiary, because when I wanted to change apartment, and my landlady then was a lawyer, and so, fortunately for me, my wife is a lawyer too. So when we got talking, and it was like, Madam, now, there's a law that says you cannot collect more than 1 year. He said, no, let's not go there. I understand. So we had to pay 1 year. But in some places, it was difficult to enforce, to implement, and what the commissioner is trying to do in Ebonyi State is going to benefit the newbies, the new starters and all of that, because we see situations where I think I met a few of them, and they complain that they spend long nights, to stay awake, do shootings and all of that, and at the end of the day, they are paid peanuts. That there's always a time of price. You have to pay your dues and all of that. It's good that this area is regulated quite well, and the fact that the commissioner said, well, mentors, mentor the young ones so that they can grow as big as they are, as they can. Because if you were not mentored, probably you will not be in the position that you are. It's a good thing if you ask me.
It's a good thing, but just like you said, the state is notorious for coming up with some very great ideas
that cannot be implemented at this point.
And most times that are ill-timed. But away from that, I don't know so much about Ebonyi State's film industry.
And I was wondering
if they have a thriving industry compared to the Asabas of this world, Owerri, and even Lagos. So I think it's a good one because for the longest time, a lot of filmmakers have exploited young people, all in the guise of giving free exposure. Just come and start. This is how we started. And at the end of the day, this finished product, these films are monetized and they make money. And you also know that in Sena clients, once a film is produced, for years, as long as that film is being maybe put up on streaming platforms, the actors get royalties. But in Nigeria, that's another discussion. But just like you said, it's a good thing, but the most important thing is implementation. Then ultimately, I like the idea of mentorship.
Yes.
At least maybe for a bit, it can help curb the whole sex for roles thing and all of that. It's a good one.
Would you think it will curb it or it will aggravate it?
Well, let's not go there.
Let's not go there. Because a lot happens in the industry.
So yes, it is. It's a good one.
Anyway, let's move away from that and get into another interesting topic. Now, the Borno State government has commenced the return of refugees from Goza local government area who fled to neighboring Cameroon, with the first batch arriving in the state after more than a decade in displacement. The returnees, numbering about 300, were received in Pulka as a part of the state's ongoing efforts to resettle residents displaced by insurgency. According to the statement, the exercise follows earlier assurances by Governor Babagana Umaru Zulum during his visit to a Cameroonian refugee camp on December 8, 2025, where he pledged to ensure the safe and dignified return of Borno citizens living in exile. The state government said the repatriation program will continue in phases in line with its commitment to restoring communities and supporting the reintegration of displaced persons across Borno State. Yes, I recall when Professor Babagana Zulum made his promise that, look, he's working. He went to Cameroon at that point, December last year, and said, look, I'm working to return the refugees there, Nigerians that were displaced in Nigeria, and return to refugee status in Cameroon. And he liaised with the Cameroonian government. He thanked them, for keeping these people and said it was time for them to come back. He started making arrangements. And I'm happy that we are witnessing all of this. Now, 300 people have returned as part of the first return of refugees back to Nigeria. But there are issues here. How about the internally displaced people in Borno State? Have they returned to their homes? These ones that are returning now, are they returning to internally displaced camps or are they returning to their homes? That is the question. I don't have that information now. But I still do know that Borno is still a flashpoint of insecurity. So if these people were, because at that point, I understand that the Cameroonian government gave them lands, seed money, and he also contributed seed money for them to do businesses at some point. So if they are doing good businesses there and living a very peaceful life away from their native land, why do you have to bring them back at this point? when insecurity is still a talking point in Borno State. We understand that at some point, people are still being kidnapped, people are still being killed by terrorists in Borno State. So why the hate to return these people? Because I had a discussion with a group of friends about this in the evening of yesterday, and they were like, well, they are trying to start bringing people preparatory to 2027, where votes will have to, matter. You discover that even in the heat of the insurgency in 2015, I think Borno State posted in excess of 2 million votes for President Muhammadu Buhari. And yes, this was the flashpoint of it's a hotspot at that point. So how did they manage to do that? So are we seeing this again? So in all of this, it's important that we know the status that we have displaced people in Nigeria who are not just in Nigeria as IDPs, but outside neighboring Cameroon who are refugees. And when you talk about Cameroon, at a point we had this joint task force between Nigeria, Chad, Niger, and Cameroon. Yeah. And what happened? These people were able to rout out the terrorists from their own countries. And where did they run to? To Nigeria, and we have all them.
Even Niger at some point had to pull back because they saw that Nigeria
was not forthcoming. The government was complicit. And so if we have a situation where during the joint task force operations, we couldn't play our own part, and Cameroon did, and for like 2 years or more, they have even harbored our own people. Why the haste to bring them back? That is one thing that we need to find out.
I think I really loved what you said, that they're bringing them back to come and join the internally displaced people. And so I'm wondering, what's the essence of bringing them back? What infrastructure?
Are they going home?
Are they going home?
Or are they coming back to
Rions?
Because I know that there are still IDP camps in Borno State.
Yeah.
So where are you taking them to?
And I'm wondering, 10 years is not a small, 10 years is a decade. So that means children have grown.
Yes.
It means that there are a lot of unfulfilled dreams. There are a lot of thwarted ideas. And then you're bringing them back home to compound the situation in here. I never could have even thought that we had refugees in Cameroon. I don't know. I never knew that. And so it was rather shocking.
And these people are stateless because at the point of birth, they were not born in Nigeria, and Cameroonian government will not give them citizenship.
So they are what? How do we describe them?
They are stateless, Wow. So probably when they come back now, you're having to
reintegrate
them into society. Children that were born in IDP camps and all of that. You can imagine, what goes on in IDP camps, even in the midst of the horror, that people pass through.
Oh, well, so let's move on to our next story. So operatives of the Nigerian Police Force, NPF, have arrested 6 suspects for allegedly hacking into a telecoms company in Nigeria to divert airtime and mobile data worth 7.7 billion. Disclosing this in a statement on Wednesday, the force spokesman, Benjamin Hundeyin, said the suspects allegedly gained unlawful access into the core systems of the telecoms company. According to him, a substantial amount of money was traced to the suspect's bank accounts. The breakthrough followed a petition by the Nigerian Telecommunications Company, which reported suspicious and unauthorized activities within its billing and payment infrastructure. Investigations revealed that internal staff login credentials had been compromised, granting threat actors unlawful access to core systems. So for me, the amount is staggering, Mr. Okoro. 7.7 billion naira. What do you think, Moses? It's a lot of money.
Yes, it is a lot of money.
And the compromises, it's worrisome. What do you think?
Yes, I think a lot. And in fact, I don't want to say it on air because it might not be very, very pleasing.
Please say it.
It's not pleasant, as a matter of fact. Because the telecom company, in as much as I don't condone crime, in as much as I don't, encourage criminality and all of that, but I think that the telecom companies, whichever of them it is, have unduly ripped off Nigerians, and in terms of the services they render, in terms of how they relate with Nigerians, downtime, drop calls, internet fluctuations, and all of that. But these young men, I don't know how. So what it tells me is that their system is even vulnerable.
That's what I wanted to say.
Their system is vulnerable for these people to hack into it, crack it open. And 7.7 billion. There was a certain telecom company. I think they billed them how much? Was it 100 billion or 100 million naira fine?
The major telecoms company, you mean? The major one?
No, there was one in particular that the federal government at some point said, because of your operations in Nigeria, because of, I'm looking for the appropriate word to use now, because of non-compliance,
Yes.
with our guidelines and all of that, you have to pay a certain 100, I think, was it 100 million or 100 billion? I can't recall, but it was huge now. And after a lot of back and forth, the National Assembly intervened, and there was a reprieve, and they paid a certain amount of money. But 7.7 billion naira is a lot of money. Beyond what the government, what the security agencies have done to ensure that they track these people, it also goes to tell us that, look, intelligence is not a problem in this country.
Oh, yes.
Our security agencies.
We keep saying this every time. Like they want to work, they
If
work.
they want to work, they work very well. They work very well. Nothing is beyond them.
Yeah.
But the issue is that the intelligence that they have within the security sector, how do they use them to protect Nigerians? That is the main issue. So we see some kind of political infiltration, some form of political compromise, Oh, because my people are involved. Okay, let's not go there. But we have information that these are the people causing problems. And we look through the numbers and see, oh, well, certain people from this particular ethnic group and this and that are involved. So let's just keep it low. Let's allow it to lie low. We'll sweep it under the rug and all of that. That is why we are having problems. If we become very truthful to ourselves, if we tell ourselves the honest truth, this country, we have the human assets, to solve any problem that we have in this country. Look at how they were able to crack some people arrested in Kano, some in Abuja, some in other parts of the country. Look at the coordination and all of that. But when it comes to, insecurity.
The bandits. We are busy giving them.
We are busy giving excuses and all of that. It's quite unfortunate.
I think even more worrisome, what we should also be bothered about is also the fact that they said that internal staff login credentials have been compromised.
No, there's always the insider
complicity.
Yeah. Like what my people will say in Igbo language, that is the rat inside told the rat outside that there is fish in the cabinet. Okay. So when these things happen, you discover that there's always insider information, insider collusion. So because there's no way they'll have just from the blues cracked that thing without information from inside.
That's true.
All right, then let's take a minute. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll be looking at headlines from the dailies.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, let's look at the headlines from the dailies. The Guardian is up first, and these are the window headlines. Senate confirms tax reform law intact. A Senate to debate Electoral Act Amendment Bill today. I'm still shocked by Yusuf's defection to APC, says Kwan Kwanso. Despite demand, 2.5 million meters may rot away as federal government discourage trade blames. Osun anoints LG officials. I beg your pardon, I take that one again. Osun appoints LG officials as Algon factions bicker over control. Police disperse protesters over demolition of structures in Makoko. And also, Sokoto airstrike reopens sovereignty debate as Akpabio, Ningi differ. Sanwo-Olu urged to intervene in Oloja steel dispute. And the bottom strip there, telcos risk $8.85 million fines over poor telephone service as NCC plans sanctions. Now, those are the headlines on the cover page of the Guardian newspaper.
And on the front page of the Punch newspaper, outrage over police crackdown on Lagos anti-demolition protesters. Police tear gas protesters at National Assembly, make arrests, activists, rights groups slam police. Desiani lavished over 4 billion naira in London luxury store, UK prosecutors. NUPRC opens 50 oil blocks for bidding. 2027, APC moves to manage defection gain, internal crisis. Gunmen abduct pregnant woman in Ondo community attack. Nigeria earns 55.5 trillion naira from crude oil sales in 2025.
Now, let's quickly run through the Nigerian Tribune with the window headlines. Osun LG crisis. Tinubu should call Oyetola to order. That's coming from Adeleke, governor of Osun State. Says court sacked APC chairman. Court sacked APC chairman lack mandate to stay on in councils. Police arrest 6 suspects over 7.75 billion naira telecom fraud. Recover 2 residential houses in Kano, 2 mini plazas, 400 laptops, 1,000 mobile phones. APC governors meet NWC, that's the National Working Committee. Endorse timetable for convention, commend ongoing e-membership. More stories from the Nigerian Tribune. Naira strengthens to record 1,400 to $1 at official market. I'll take that again for emphasis. Naira strengthens to record 1,400 naira per dollar at official market. Adekunle Ojora dies at 93. Our condolences. Now, the big story. Man laments energy cost as Peter Obi knocks Tinubu over electricity stability. More than 676.6 billion naira spent on alternate energy cost in half year of 2025. That's coming from manufacturers. Police tear gas anti-demolition protesters at Lagos Assembly Complex. Oil-rich community. Reps seek FG intervention over rift between Ondo, Ogun. Still at home, Soludo vows clamp down on more markets. Insecurity, 2 Kwara LGS declare 24-hour curfew. That's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
And that's pretty much how far we can go on newspaper headlines at this time. At 10 o'clock, we'll go deeper into those headlines, making sense of them all. In the meantime, let's dive into one of the conversation for this morning. That's police tear gas residents protesting Lagos eviction demolition. That's talking about the Makoko demolition. Well, let's x-ray this story when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. Now, residents of Makoko protesting against demolitions at the Lagos State House of Assembly complex, Alausa Ikeja, on Wednesday were dispersed by the police officers at the venue as the security operatives fired tear gas at them. The protesters had gathered at the assembly complex to demand an end to forced evictions and the demolition of homes in communities across the state. While some demonstrators displayed photographs of demolished houses and displaced families, while others held images of children and elderly persons said to have been affected by the demolitions. Chanting solidarity songs and slogans including "No justice, no peace," "Makoko is not a slum," and "Console the people," the protesters repeatedly called on Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu to halt further demolitions and engage affected communities in dialogue. But speaking to journalists at the scene, activists described the demolitions as inhumane and in violation of existing court orders restraining forced evictions in some waterfront communities. Let's take a look at the video. It's up there in the screen. Just see what went down yesterday, between the protesters and the police at Alausa. Yes, that's it from Alausa, the Lagos State seat of government, where policemen had to use tear gas, to disperse protesters who had gone to the House of Assembly complex to say, look, these demolitions are getting out of hand and we need the government to do something about it. Well, we have in the studio here with us, Maze Amobi Ihiemboro. He's a political affairs analyst and he will help us make sense of it. Good morning, Maze, and thanks for coming to VOP this morning.
Thank you very much.
Very well. And beside him, we have a seasoned journalist, Mr. Dele Fanimo. He's in the capacity of a political affairs analyst on this show. Good morning, Dele, and thanks for...
Good morning. I'm not a journalist.
Okay, a seasoned reporter.
Reporter is better.
Okay, beautiful. And from our Benin outstation, we'll be joined by Mr. Comrade Stanley Osaze. He's a public affairs analyst, member, coalition of civil society organizations. Good morning to you, Comrade Stanley Osaze. Okay, he will join us in the course of the show. And from Kaduna State, we'll be joined by Comrade Isaac Tanko, National Secretary, Middle Belt Generation Next. He's a public affairs analyst and advocate for good governance. If he's not in yet, he will join us in the course of the show. Let's come back to the studio where we have the two gentlemen here with us. Mas, let me start with you. I mean, protesters went around, they were initially around Oworonshoki, Makoko area before they now reassembled at the Alausa seat of government house in Lagos here. And they wanted to have audience with the government or whatever they went there to do, just to, express their grievances about how buildings have been demolished without consultations. They say, talk to the people, consult with the people, businesses and people have been displaced and all of that. And the next thing, boom, police came out, fired tear gas and dispersed all of these people. I would like for you to help us understand what should be the role of government. How should government handle, situations like this? You recall that there's been this back and forth, especially over Shoki. At some point, they had to even block the highway, the express, leading into Ibadan and outer Lagos and all of that. And yesterday, it was at the government house. And government, instead of coming to say, well, what are your grievances? Can we talk with you? Police, the next thing was to tear gas it. Help us understand the implication of all of this, especially in a democratic setting that we are in now.
Yeah, this action or inaction from the government depicts the level of impunity in the society. You see, government is there for the good of all. So when things like this happens, it behoves on government to, reason and then try to placate, stakeholders in the system. I do not think it is time for government to show power. It is time for government to show empathy, rather. Look at it. You can still pursue your policy, but in a much more humane manner. If the issue is that Makoko and Oroshuk area must be demolished, then it should be communicated sufficiently. Government will say they have given notice and all that. You continue to engage because the lives of people are involved. The health of the people are involved. A lot of things are at stake in this matter. So I think government, in trying to do what they think is right, should also have a human face. It is only natural. Now, if, unfortunately, I start to be corrected, I've not seen the police trying to explain what happened yesterday. In their usual characteristics, you would have seen them trying to explain, what happened. This video, there was the video I watched where one guy was shot on the leg and all that and all that. So what are we talking about? Should live bullet be used in a situation like this? We need police to explain certain things to us. Okay. It's a democratic setting, and we should not be talking one thing and doing the other thing. That is very, very unfortunate.
Okay. Well, to respond to that very quickly, I think the Commissioner of Police in Lagos did respond, and in his statement when he addressed the press, unfortunately, we don't have that report ready at this time. But when he did address the press, he said, look, no live ammunition was used, tear gas was fired just to disperse the crowd. But then that contradicts a video we saw on social media where somebody was being carried away with a gunshot wound to the leg.
I know. Okay. So what it means is that government should be a little bit more circumspect in dealing with situations like this. A lot of things are involved. It is not just the aesthetic beauty of the city that comes into the picture, but a lot more other things: livelihood, economic, reality of the time, and a lot more things. So this is where the government should begin to.
Government should be actual, especially when we have conflicting reports between what the police said and what we see, on video, or what we saw on video here. Let's bring Mr. Fanimo into this conversation. Then let me ask you, do you have a problem, with the government demolishing waterfronts to beautify them, and what's your take on that? The action of the government in ensuring that, look, these waterfronts are beautified, livelihood there, make beautiful, like in Sena climes, in places that you have traveled to outside this country. You see how waterfronts are and how beautiful they are. No? Do you have a problem with what the Lagos state government is doing?
You see, for you to properly situate an answer to this question, all you need to do is just travel on 3rd Mainland Bridge on your right and see no slums.
Okay.
Planks over water. Canoe moving from one point to the other. No toilets, no facility. So, for me, this demolition is right. Because one, you are saving lives.
Saving lives?
Okay, but
yes.
They are saying they are saving lives. And you know that this demolition is not a new thing. We've seen it happen at Jorabadia. We've seen it happen at Ilaje.
Morocco.
Every few
Morocco
years,
is what is Lekki today.
Every few years, these bulldozers arrive. Why has the Lagos state government not made like a humane resettlement plan for these guys?
You see,
so that when you demolish,
you
can limit those nuisances.
You see, for me, I have seen some of these things happen, and I have been close to government to see. Do you know that sometimes 1 year, 2 years notice will be served, and repeated consultation will be held, but these people will be recalcitrant? I've also seen a house that had been marked for demolition, and people were told to move out of that house until the day bulldozer comes. That's when they will start scampering.
But Makoko, thousands of people live there.
Let me tell you, thousands of people lived in Morocco until the then governor,
military guy.
No, Rasaki Raji.
The military guy.
Yes, came to demolish. There is a particular road in Ibadan That road is called Bashorun Road. Civil servants who are privy to that law that there should be certain setback to the main road, and that road was designed as dual carriageway way back when James Benwon was the governor. That should be around the 70s and 80s. Now, same civil servants built close to the road, define government, praying that let no governor think about this road. But a governor came, Ajimobi, and thought about it that this road should be dual carriage. He demolished. And when people started protesting, he showed them the master plan. There was no compensation paid to anybody. You see, let's be, yes, if you tell me there should be human face to this, I don't mind that. But the law is the law.
All right, then. Let me ask you this question. Yes, you painted a terrible picture of the ambience, the topography when you're on the 3rd Mainland Bridge, what you see, shanties on waterfronts, and the rest of them. Terrible picture.
And it's a place for, it's a den for criminals.
Well, that's your summation. But terrible
that I
picture,
do.
that you know. Okay, terrible picture, I must say. But then, have we stopped to question why people decided to pitch their tents by the waterfront if they had better accommodation? Do you think that those people, aside from those who fish, which basically puts them closer to their source of livelihood, which they have been taken away from forcefully, all right, would regular human beings, I don't know if you've really been there.
I've been there. I've been in Makoko.
Now, I can tell you that I have been there.
I've been there.
I have been there
on a number of occasions.
Now, when you go there, there are dumps that have formed the heap, and they build on those heap. In fact, when you step on it, it feels like you're stepping on, some sort of waterbed, and it could give way at any time. And if you speak, or if you've ever spoken to those people, you realize they're not happy where they are. They have mosquitoes to deal with. They have, other things that could
even waterborne diseases
to deal with. But if government, like my colleague asked you, shouldn't there have been some sort of provision made before they have been forcefully evicted?
You see, for me, I just said it, that I'm also in line with these call for human face when it comes to issues like this. But sometimes the recalcitrant nature, some people believe that it is their birthright to be in Makoko. They want to stay there at all costs. There are baales in Makoko, there are chiefs in Makoko who feel that once they move out of that place, their holds on their subjects would be diminished. So they want to hold on at all costs. But the point is, if a place is not safe, what if tomorrow comes and there is a major natural disaster in that place? Well, it is same on this table that we'll be discussing that government should have demolished and moved these people out of this place rather than allow this massive.
But we know the failure of government over the years. Government hasn't bothered.
I'm not holding for government. You understand? But what I'm saying is it's a two-way thing.
Okay.
It's a two-way thing.
Okay.
Government should at least, because they pay tax too, and so they have a right.
Okay.
They should also look at how they can be rehabilitated.
All right. Then.
But that movement is inevitable.
All right then. Mazi Amobi, is there a difference between forceful enforcement of environmental laws and forceful eviction? Because the government is talking about environmental laws here now. But what we saw, or what we've seen in the past days from sometime towards the end of last year up until this time, has been forceful eviction. Is there a difference?
There's a thin line. It's not pronounced. There's a thin line between the two concepts you have enunciated here. But I think that over time, if government has been very intentional and deliberate about, relocation process, you see, there are people in the society. We have the bourgeois, the proletariat, middle class, and what have you, as encapsulated by Karl Marx. And those people, these factors of people in society have differential access to wealth and power. There are people who can build their own houses. There are people who cannot build their own houses. There are people who can, at best, be tenants, as it were. There are people who cannot build their own houses. And government is meant for all. So what government should do is to identify those that have no capacity to build on the houses on their own, and then make deliberate effort to relocate them. It is a deliberate. That is why government is there, to minister unto the needs of the citizens. So once you identify vulnerable groups, you'll be able to, as it were, do something. Like now, if over the years, like government has made us to understand that it is, they have been given notices. If over 3, 4, 5 years, government has relocated them, built a structure and said, look, okay, from now, you people should move to A. What government is doing now will be eulogized. People will, give government thumbs up because they have made an intentional effort to ensure that the strata of the citizens that cannot hold on to their own are also part of the society. That is where I fault the government. But on the whole, if you look at, just like Dele said, from the 10 mainland bridge, it's an eyesore. But that does not, you see, there are things you can manage. You look at the statistics, you look at the economic survival of the people, and some other things, then you begin to see how you can narrow the gap. That is my stake. There is need for government to be able to, show empathy to the citizen, in as much as government is also pursuing their policy, which they think is...
Mazi, you raised a very important issue here, the issue of relocation. But I would like to go to Dele, because Dele seems to understand, the terrain very well. Dele, these people that we are talking about, the residents, are they natives? I mean, as in...
It's a mixture of...
It's a mixture, okay.
It's a mixture of the Aworis. Some people that migrated from the Benin Republic that are basically fishermen.
Okay.
And then you also have other tribes around that place. But predominantly, the Aworis and the Ilajes.
So that place is their native land.
They are basically adopted
they only
basically adopted the place.
It's a shoreline.
First commerce, right?
It used to be a shoreline where people trade. They bring their fish, you buy, and then they go back.
Okay.
But over time, when the settlement became larger than what it used to be, they started looking for ways of erecting permanent structures.
You know why I ask this question? If they are natives, so that we'll be able to establish if government owes them any responsibility.
Well, there is a street. If you go to Bariga, there's a street called Ilaje Street, which basically speaks to...
So they are just like the nomads that you look at.
Good. You know what I'm driving at is we want to establish the fact that, look, this is their native land, and if government has to take them away from here forcefully, then they are, by law, obliged, to provide them alternatives. That's not
the case here.
Okay.
You see, around this Bariga, Ebute Meta shoreline up to Makoko, those places were trade routes.
Okay, trade routes.
When there was no mainland bridge or Kata bridge or anything. So you move from the island with a boat to come and sell your products here, and then you go back. But over time,
my question now, direct question
it's a mix.
It's a mix. So my direct question
various tribes.
I know you're not a lawyer, but are you able to tell us if, by legal obligation, the government owes them, apart from being citizens, who deserve good life, a better life, as it were, does the government owe them any legal obligation to say, look, we need to move you from here?
Beyond what we call human face. Legally, government does not owe them anything.
Well, some will disagree with you, and I think we're trying to get one of the actors in this regard, Opeyemi Bamidele, on phone. If we can, we'll speak to him, because he's been an advocate for those who reside in Wurushiki area, which is also one of the areas affected in this. But let's get Taiwo Adewale into the conversation. Good morning to you, Taiwo. Welcome to the conversation. Taiwo Adewale joins us from Abuja. Please do unmute your microphone so we can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you. Good to have you. Good to have you.
This ongoing conversation. All right. Talking about the crucial issue currently, we can see that I think over time, the government has been kind of silent on most of the important issue in this country. The police people, they should have a better way of addressing issue that involve the public, instead of be using the force every time to be addressing people, the so-called people of our dear country. So the issue of tear gas of the people that are of the Protestants at this time in Lagos, you can see that it do so much harm than good. The people that actually know about this and those who did not even know, they were affected by what was done. I think it is a duty at this time. We are calling on the government at this time to try as much as possible to please all these issues that are ongoing. They should try to curb it in such a diplomatic manner or through negotiation. People can hear. If they do what people really want, there is no need for protesting. When people protest peacefully, governments will try as much as possible to address the personnel, right, to also give it in a peaceful manner. Instead of
thank you very much, Taiwo. Yeah,
every time.
Thank you for your contribution there. Thank you. Now let's bring this back to the studio. Well, I do hope that we will be able to connect to Barrister Asim Adams, because we're trying to get him online as well, so we get the angle of the law into all of this. But well, we still have with us Mazi Amobi Ehegburu. Now, Mazi, how does this action align with Nigeria's obligation under international human rights treaties on housing?
Before that, I want us to, downplay the issue of legal implications. Whether government, whether it is lawful or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
But please do respond to the question.
Yeah. Let's downplay the issue of legal and then look more at the human angle. Because if you delve into the legalese of what,
well, because there's a court order on some of these areas.
This issue
there are court orders saying that, look, don't proceed with demolition.
Government over time has been known not to abide by orders and whatever. It depends on where
government. Sorry, please.
Yeah, I said government over time have been known not to abide by court orders. It depends on where their bread is well buttered. They begin to look at obeying court order or not obeying court order.
So basically, the government of Nigeria doesn't care about the people.
That's what I'm saying. If you get into the legalese, it becomes difficult. The problem will be intractable and it will last for too long. That is why I am downplaying the issue of legal aspect, so that we can now come one-on-one and discuss humanity.
No, but,
that's my point.
Mazi, I understand
that's my point.
I understand your position, but the truth of the matter is that this issue cannot be dealt without the legal implications, because some people have gone to court.
No issue, every issue can be trashed out. It depends on who is involved.
Maybe those people will now go to court.
It depends on those who is involved. If you come and tell me, okay, let's talk, and I see sincerity on both sides that they are geared towards solving this problem, every person will calm down. About the international angle you are talking about, you say, okay, there are international standards, which Nigeria should also, obey. That is why I said the legal may not be able to. What legal will do is to suppress, and then the thing will come back again.
My direct question is, how does these actions by government and its agents align with Nigeria's obligation under international human rights treaties on housing? Have we flouted that in terms of
the place obviously
demolishing structures By the way, if you've spoken with the residents, a lot of them will tell you that lives were lost.
Yes.
Children died.
Absolutely.
Because this demolition was carried out at night time.
Absolutely.
And so some were still sleeping, and they were not they were unable to run out
that
of
is
their
why
housing.
Stakeholders should judge. You know, if we have
doesn't make it right that the place is a slum.
You are talking
so
about
it makes it right to demolish at night time.
Sorry.
Doesn't make it right demolition at night time just because the place is a slum.
No. You can't do that at night. Of course, it depends.
So the issue of compensation now comes in again.
Yeah, you see,
seeing that lives were lost.
If you go there, the structures are not, of good ones. I don't know how to, but they're slums.
Isn't it the role of the government to provide housing?
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. That they should have an intentional plan to relocate this.
Is it the role of government to provide housing for people?
To the vulnerable, yes.
To the vulnerable?
Yes.
Okay.
Some people can, on their own, erect their own houses. There are some people in the society who cannot. Remember that this also has political implications. Why did the government of the day not do this in their first term? There are, if you look at, the political, get the INEC to give you the quantum of votes in Makoko, you'll be amazed.
I just wanted to say, you just touched on my next question.
Yeah.
Government keeps saying illegal structures, illegal settlements, but these guys have been there for a very long time. The local government authorities recognize them. Some of them even pay levies. Some of them even vote in elections. So at what point do we consider them illegal? Is it when we need to beautify the land or beautify Lagos?
That is the point. It depends on the personal idiosyncrasy of the leadership at that time.
All right.
They decide. I have just given you a tip. Babajide Sanwo-Olu couldn't have done this in his first term.
Well, he had a lot doing at the time.
Now he can jolly well do it because nothing is at stake for him.
Well, that may not be the case, really. Well, we do have one of those who is directly affected, Mr. Opeyemi Bamidele. Good morning to you, Opeyemi. Welcome to the conversation. Now, we've been talking about compensation and non-compensation. Well, you've been here before. I think we had you here towards the end of 2025, where you talked about the plight of those residing in Oworoshoki and the conversation you've had with the Bale or the Oba of that area, and governments now coming to demolish houses. And I know that you've been in the forefront of protesting against these demolitions. Tell us quickly, please, how we got to this point where protests, took place, how you converged at the National Assembly, what transpired, because the police is even saying that, look, live ammunitions were not used, but we saw a video where some individuals complained of being shot. Is that real, or are they just trying to make the police look bad here?
Good morning to you. My name is Opeyemi Ogunlami Nobamidele. With regards to the occurrence of demolition and protests surrounding it in Lagos specifically, we've seen that it is not about development, but about land grabbing. And we need to put the facts straight that the government, as you rightly mentioned, wouldn't have done this in our first term. But while they were saying that, they already gained it, and they are saying that there is no formidable opposition that could stand their vices at election regarding towards their second term. So talking about the demolition, we've seen all over. And internationally, the government of Sanwo-Olu got $200 million to develop slums. And their own way to develop slums, to make the work known to the outside world, is to evict the less privileged, who are the major set of people that have enthroned them. So, in Oworoshoki, it is evident, and we don't need to mince word about that. It is pure land grabbing. Governor Sanwo-Olu didn't say anything, didn't say a word, and I keep repeating that. He didn't say a word with regards to Oworoshoki. Now, he could say something with regards to Makoko, because Makoko had gotten that international attention before this time. And governments will keep saying civil society is getting a lot of money, crying. According to what he said, we are crying more than the bereaved. It means he knows that these people are really bereaved. And this government, if we were to be in a military era, it would have been justified. What government wants development for cities without sitting with community members? But you just want to infuse and impose development on the people. Now, this thing kept going on, and we decided, okay, all the slums area, let them come together. Let us see what we could do. Oworonshoki, Makoko, Ajegunle, my 12. Let us form a formidable force. Speak to the government. Perhaps they will listen.
So
what they did in Oworonshoki replicated itself.
So you spoke to the government
yesterday at the National Assembly. What are you saying? You said something.
You had meetings with the government, right?
The meeting, there was no sitting. There was no meeting allowed. No conversation. They didn't allow it.
Okay, so if I understand,
we proposed meeting.
Okay, go ahead.
We proposed meeting with the government, but they twisted it.
At what point?
The only thing they could send to us. You asked?
At what point, please? At what point did you propose the meetings?
That we proposed meeting?
Yes, please.
In Oworonshoki, community members went to the House of Assembly. They wanted to meet with the State House of Assembly. The only thing they said was, go and meet your Oba. I was in the meeting. That's towards Oworonshoki. And in Makoko, the only thing we saw when we proposed meeting, they brought over the youth leader when they went for meeting. The youth leader in Makoko just started supporting after having a meeting at the House of Assembly with the governor. After taking picture with the governor, the youth leader there took side with the government. So if we, for example, someone like me will never have a meeting. If I have a meeting with the government, I will sell out. And if I don't want to sell out, I will keep quiet because of my life. There will be threat to life. Actually, there's threat to our lives already in our community. We cannot enter our community as we want. We cannot work as we want. Our lives are in danger because we are fighting for human rights. These things cannot continue like this. Now, House of Assembly yesterday, people proposed to talk to them.
Yes.
As we got there, our comrades Soweto approached and they demanded to meet people. Let's have some of our delegates enter into the building. Let's have a meeting. Let's know the way forward. They said the house was on recess and there was no one to talk to. Oh, if you are not willing for us, we will remain here. People sat down.
Okay.
After a few minutes,
would you say
tear gas, gunshots? The state police.
Were there live ammunitions? Were there live ammunitions fired yesterday?
There were live ammunitions. Yes.
So this contradicts.
And people were taken to hospitals.
Okay. Talking about reaching out to the government.
If government isn't willing, the only time we've seen so far that the state government want to approach people is during the election. You just want to tell them, and then during the election, on the electioneering day, you want to impose your candidacy. You want to force your people to vote for you. That's not what we need in Nigeria.
Okay, that's not what we need, according to you. Now, I would like to ask you, you talked about meeting with the government. When you got there yesterday, they said that the house was on recess. Are you in touch with the member of the House of Assembly that represents Oworonshoki in the Assembly? Are you in touch with him?
I would like to be very polite here. We were in touch with him. The first thing he said right from 2023 was that he knew nothing about the demolition. We moved ahead to the local government, and the next thing our local government chairman said was he knew nothing about it. Another thing. And then we kept saying a deafening silence from a governor that should be the protector of people's lives and property. That's Governor Sanwo-Olu. All of them claimed unaware.
Okay.
That was exactly the case of Oronshoki. And today, we've been seeing, at least we have uncovered 3 different estates advertising the lands of Oronshoki.
All right. You know why I asked that question? Because according to you, when you got there yesterday, they told you that the house was on recess. If you were, are you able to confirm in actuality if the house is on recess at this moment?
That was what we were told at the gates.
So, you know, why I asked you is because if you were in constant touch with the member representing you in the assembly, up until day before yesterday, he would have been able to tell you, look, the house is on recess. This exercise is not going to fly now. That's why I asked the question. So when was the last time? When was the last time you reached out to him?
This question as a reasonable Nigerian, our representatives are not for us. That's why they will not listen. We do not even have access to them. Like in Koshofe, if you call him 1 week, he will not pick up to this time.
All right, Dr. Emi, we'd like you to stay with us. Let's bring Barrister Asim Adams into the conversation and get maybe some perspective on what the law says about issues like this. Barrister Asim Adams, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. Now, let me ask you a question I asked one of the guests in the studio earlier. The actions of government now, how does it align with Nigeria's obligation under international human rights treaties on housing, provision of housing for the people, ensuring that people have a roof over their heads, and then forceful eviction?
You see, the first thing we need to know is that all sovereign nations of the world do have their municipal laws and their laws of the country, which is the constitution. So any treaty or agreement, international one that they are entering into or bilateral, is subservient to the sovereign law of the land. In the case of Nigeria, housing, whatever, UNESCO, I don't know, those bodies that, mandate give some conditions precedents. What happens in that case is that our constitution, which is the 1999 waterfronts, whether rocky land, even the land that I'm staying here right now, or the property, the land that I'm occupying here, and the one you are occupying there belongs to government. It's the 1978 Act. Obasanjo brought it as a decree. That's a discourse for another day. It says all lands belongs to government.
Does this imply that government can choose when it wants to evict occupants of the land, legal occupants or illegal, yes, as the case may be, without a provision of an alternative for those occupants?
It depends on the position of the people occupying a particular premises or land. If you, for instance, know that the land you occupy is not your property and you go there to build your houses or you erect structures, and under the laws you are not supposed to be there. There's a lane there and evict you, but the requisite notices must be given. The requisite notices is not an
What's your
automatic
definition?
eviction.
What's your definition of requisite notices? Because in the case of Makoko and Oronshoki and some of these areas that we're talking about, those who protested at the Lagos State National Assembly, at the Lagos State Assembly yesterday, a lot of them said, look, though notices were served, but the demolition took place at night time, and there's a case in court saying that, look, this demolition should be stopped. But regardless, government went ahead.
Let me just, if you just give me some minutes, I will explain.
All right, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
You know, there are two types. The government comes in there and they know that, yes, you have a title to land. The land belongs to you customarily, otherwise. You have genuine documents to that property there. The government can compulsorily acquire under our constitution. That is what the constitution says. If there is need for government to acquire that particular land for a purpose that will benefit the general public, the government can come and revoke your CFO and the title that you have. But the same constitution says that insofar as the government has the right to acquire this property from you, compulsorily, they have to pay adequate compensation to you. That is for those who have title to land.
Adequate compensation.
etc.
Adequate compensation.
There's compensation, yes. Then the other one are those who do not have any right to that particular land. They just move in, they see an expanse of land. They move in there, they build what they call batchers, for everything. They just reside there. The time will come, the government has need for that particular land because the land belongs to government. Because you do not have, legal title to stay there, you are regarded as a squatter. And a squatter under the law deserves 7 days notice.
Okay.
7 days notice as a squatter. And after that 7 days, they can serve you another 7 days notice, as the case may be. That's making it 14 days, in line with the law. And if you don't get out of the place, the government ought to also approach the court. That is my own legal opinion. The government ought to approach the court to get an order to evict the squatters or the illegal occupants on the land.
All right, then.
Now, occupants on their own can still go to court if they feel threatened. Under Section 46 of 1, if they feel that they are right, what we call proprietary rights to property is being threatened, they can approach the court. And if the court says, hold on, don't do anything or don't demolish, don't do whatever, the government of the day ought to obey that particular court order. In essence, what I'm trying to say, that the demolition that took place in Lagos, Koko anywhere at all, for me was an illegal demolition. I do not know, yes, they serve notices, but when you serve notice, the law, the Supreme Court has said that be you government, be you an individual, you want to take possession of your property that has been occupied by adverse title holders, that you cannot resort to self-help. Self-help means you cannot go there and begin to demolish without the order of court to do that. So I don't think the Lagos State government has an order of court to demolish, those properties and those structures in the areas that people are protesting today. That is sad.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Asim Adams. Let's hold our thought. Let's quickly hear from Okpeyemi Ogulami. Yes, I think I got the name wrong earlier. Okpeyemi, please. Are you still there? Okay, I was just going to ask him about compensation, because I remember last time I spoke with Okpeyemi, he talked about the chief in the area, I think the Bale or something, compensating people with about 70,000 naira for for their houses. And the question on my mind was, what can 70,000 naira do for you, really? Can he help you get another apartment? or is it just to help you feed for that day? Because I am trying to make sense of it.
Let me, harp on the narrative Okoro pushed out earlier about whether Opeyemi has been able to liaise with his representative. I think it should be the other way around. Whether the representative has been able to, liaise with the community. You see, what happens in politics is that once election has come and gone, the politicians now kind of alienate themselves from the people. So it shouldn't be Opeyemi that should be, it is the representative of that community that should build a bridge between the community and the government, as it were, explaining government side of the issue, and then explaining the community side to also the government, and begin, so there would have been a lot of sanity within the area if the representative of that area is up and doing. So we must call out our representatives. It is not, in terms of, the merriment that, you see them. It is now that the duty of the representatives should come to the fore.
Okay, Maz, I understand your point. While not trying to defend my position, why I asked that question was, prior to going to the House of Assembly, did they tell him, look, this is what we want to do? Or exactly, you understand my position. If they were to go to the House of Assembly to meet the House in plenary or what, I think it is proper for them to have, reached out to him to say,
I know.
That was my point.
He should have hands-on this on the matter. He should be on top of it. That's the point
I agree with you.
He should be on top of it. So any step they want to take, he should be in the know.
Exactly. I'm happy that you brought us back to the point of
being representing them very well.
Okay.
I see lack of proper representation, because this cannot happen without his knowledge.
Well, he said that sometimes, like 2 weeks, you are calling him on phone, they can't reach him. Apparently, that was why they didn't know.
In Senate class, in politically developed society, once you have this type of challenge, it is your representative that you call first.
Okay. And that was my question.
Yes, it is your representative. And the man should be, on top of situations, as it were. But to my mind, with the scenario playing out, I think the man has alienated himself from, the community he's representing.
All right, then. Well, we'll move away from this conversation into another. Now, the federal government deploys military retirees to secure ungoverned spaces, improve security. But let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, let's get into another conversation. The federal government has unveiled plans to deploy military veterans to help secure Nigeria's ungoverned spaces as part of strategies to strengthen national security and drive economic activities in conflict-affected areas. Now, this followed the inauguration of an 18-member committee by the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, tasked with reclaiming ungoverned spaces for economic viability and repositioning the Nigerian Legion Corps of Commissioners and Veterans. Now, speaking at the event, Musa said the deployment of veterans into ungoverned spaces would complement ongoing military operations by bringing experienced personnel into local security and development efforts, particularly in areas where state presence remains weak. According to the minister, the initiative reflects a strategic shift from an over-reliance on military offensives to a more inclusive and sustainable approach to security that tackles the socio-economic drivers of insecurity. And we still have with us to discuss this, Dele Fanimo, a public affairs commentator, Mazi Amobi Iheguru, also a public affairs commentator, and we have joining us virtually, we have Comrade Isaac Tanko, who joins us from Kaduna, and Barrister Asim Adams, still very much with us as we get into this conversation as well. But I would like to start off with Mazi Amobi Iheguru. Mazi, what do you make of this move? Veterans basically being called back to service, and some would say, yes, at least now they get engaged, and now they can make livelihood doing what they know how to do best.
Yeah, I want to look at it from this perspective. Why has it become necessary for this policy? I think it's a spin-off from, the lack of enthusiasm of our youth to get recruited into the armed forces. Because they've seen that a lot more people are no longer interested in getting recruited, in
with the problems we are facing right now in Nigeria, don't you think this is a better alternative?
No,
Seeing that these men,
yeah,
you don't need to train them anymore. They've already been trained.
I know. I'm telling you, where, the policy, took off from. Because recall, about 3-4 months ago, we were inundated with this idea of government recruiting, younger people into the armed forces. And reports, flying around is saying that that exercise is not yielding the desired effect. So little wonder why the government now turned to the veterans. I want to say that has all their pensions, emoluments, and what have you,
that's
they been sorted?
My next question,
these are
actually.
the issues, that
was the next question I was going to ask.
If they have not been sorted out, and then for them to start on a very clean slate, then this policy is dead on arrival.
All right, Dele Fanimo. Now, let me ask you that question. The issue of remuneration. We know how some of these people are treated after leaving service. Do you think they'll be loyal and committed, saying that for some of them, they've been poorly remunerated after service, and now they're being called back to service, basically? Are we going to see that commitment to serve the nation?
You see, the much I know about the military is it's a regulated environment, and it's a regimented environment. And particularly the NCOs, the non-commissioned officers, they are trained, their mind is trained towards obeying orders. And so, they would naturally, it's like you are on leave from your regular job. The moment you come back, there are certain things that comes back with you. You are re-energized. So these guys are going to work. That's one. Then two, with this, these so-called terrorists, they know that they are not likely to go away unchallenged anymore if they strike. The basic reasons why these so-called terrorists or bandits, whatever name you call them, had field days in the last 5-6 years was because these guys were disarmed. And they have them in numbers around Plateau and Plateau, Benue, Kogi, and Niger. As a matter of fact, before the 76 coup, 70%, if not more than 70% of NCOs, non-commissioned officers, were basically around that place, Langtang and all that. So that coup, that Oka coup, and then the Dimka coup decimated their ranks. Some of them were retired prematurely and all that. And they went back to their communities. These were the people that were securing those communities with arms. But when Buhari came, probably he had an agenda, I don't know. He mopped up all the arms in Plateau, Benue, Kogi, forced them to surrender their arms, even as low as Dane guns. So they became vulnerable.
Okay.
Today, if this sails through and these people are legally engaged, re-engaged back to the military, and they are armed, if you have retired soldiers, like 10 in a community, with the kind of training they have, they will fight those people. If they were meant to come and ravage that community in less than 1 hour, it will take them 5 hours. Enough time for reinforcement to come. So it's a very good idea, and I buy into it.
All right then.
Well, you know, for the longest time, we've always complained that some of these veterans have been neglected. We talk about welfare. So we have the welfare on one side, we have the pension, some of them protesting. So I'm wondering, these are people who are not even being treated well post-service, and you're bringing them back, though we can't discountenance the fact that they had some of the best trainings, and you're bringing them back to the war front when their welfare is still something.
You see, talking about welfare, you see, I am not in support of government not taking care of retirees, not even the military. Anybody that had served this country meritoriously without being dismissed from service, and at the terminal point, you leave with unblemished record, you deserve every right to your entitlements. And government should not delay it at all. And I tell you, one of the things these people fought for, which is affecting the police now, is that they fought that they should be removed from the new pension scheme.
Okay.
And government granted it. Perhaps Buhari, as a next officer in the military, a retiree, he also fast-tracked that. The police are still contending with it now. They are still on the new pension scheme, to the extent that a retired commissioner of police gets only 70,000 naira monthly as his retirement benefit. And the total sum some of them get is less than 5 million naira as payoff. So, but these people, they are enjoying that.
Okay,
the soldiers are enjoying that.
So the issue of welfare.
The issue of welfare, if there are other things that they need to get, they should use this opportunity to now that set to serve the country once more, to get some of those things.
All right, beautiful. Let's go to Barrister Asim Adams and continue with this conversation. Barrister Adams, good, thanks for staying with us. Now, we have information, I'm sure you have followed the conversation. We have information that, look, the Minister of Defense, retired General Christopher Musa, has made arrangements to bring back, veterans, retired soldiers, into the mix so that they can help fight the insecurity. Somebody listening to the chief of the Minister of Defense will easily come, or some people are of the opinion that, look, this is a tacit admission that the military itself, as presently constituted, is overwhelmed. Do you share that idea?
Of course, the Nigerian military is the only military that is not at a conventional war, but overwhelmed by insurgency, banditry, kidnapping, armed robbery, terrorism. So the military, they are overwhelmed in Nigeria, and there's no need for us to hammer on that. Most nations of the world have similar problems. But what they do is like what the Minister for Defense has done now,
okay,
to bring in those people they call veterans. In some countries, they call them the reserves. You know, the reserves are those who were military officers, but they are not active right now. And they have the dexterity of the military training, and they are very, very capable in handling arms, having been to war fronts, having undergone military training for decades. But either one or two reasons, they have to retire from the force. So they still have that requisite experience. The good thing about bringing veterans is that you do not need to retrain them again much because they have been trained. You know, so it's a good idea deploying veterans, you know, to add to the stock of the Nigerian military capabilities and the numerical strength.
Okay, all right.
Of Nigerian military.
Now, Barrister Adams, if you admit that, look, the Nigerian army is overwhelmed, and we have a situation where you also approve of the fact that the Minister of Defense is bringing in his reserve list, you know, the reservists and all of that into the fray. Now, how would that speak to the fact that, look, at some point, Nigerians hear, oh, when the military is about to overcome the terrorists and insurgents and all of that, there's some kind of political implication in the mix. We hear somebody says, no, pull back and all of that. So these military veterans that we are bringing, what difference will it make? Are they coming in with some kind of, you know, a shield that takes them away from having to obey the military high command when the brigade commander or who says pull back? Are they not also obliged, you know, by the service code to obey their military commanders, who, by the way, some people believe have been politicized? That is why, according to them, we are not winning this war. So help us situate all of this within the political mix.
The point we are mixing here, we are missing the point, is that yes, there's a central command for the military. And what Nigeria ought to have done by now is to have what they call a war cabinet. Because Nigeria is fighting a war. It might not be that conventional war, but the war of terrorism, banditry, kidnapping is a very serious war. We ought to have a war command or cabinet under a strong military command like the Minister of Defense and the CNC, Nigeria. The problem, or what we are missing here, is this. And I want to send this message to the Minister of Defense. Bringing back veterans to govern the governed spaces may not tackle the issue of insecurity. It may not stem, you know, the issue of banditry, terrorism, etc. Except you add some other conditions to this.
And what
to
are
make
those
it
conditions?
effective. Number one.
Good.
Yes, number one, intelligence gathering. There must be intelligence gathering. Community policing. The people must be involved. Unemployment is at the heart of this thing too. Then you find out that there are no government presence in many of the areas that this banditry or whatever take place. What I mean by government presence, like Kajuru, how many police stations do you have there? The nearest military barrack to that place is about 400 kilometers away. If you have community policing, etc., you find that information will be passed through immediately, and before you know, they nip these things in the bud. And the other factor, because of time, is punitive measures must be, you know, adopted. When you arrest a bandit or a terrorist, don't treat him with kids' gloves. Don't even give him the alternative of rehabilitation. Don't even give him the alternative of saying you want to de-radicalize. How do you de-radicalize somebody? So there must be punitive measures. The maximum punitive measure should be for those terrorists arrested, either by execution or by life imprisonment in solitary cells or whatever. Not this thing the government is doing that when they arrest, they bring in politics to say the state government say they want to grant amnesty to people who came out from the forest, and they believe that is going to end insurgency and the banditry. No. So all these key points, together with deployment of veterans into the government spaces, will now form a module for them to work. Let me give you an example. We all travel by road in this studio. If you are traveling between Lagos to Benin City, you will see wide expanse of land, running to thousands of plots. Those areas inside the forest, there is no activity there. There is no government activity, no individual activity, etc. as the case may be. Those areas should be turned into farmlands. The area should be turned into farmlands. And if you have farmlands and you have presence of human, community, government there, if invaders come into that forest, within the next 2 minutes, the information will go around to security forces that some strange people has entered into the forest around or we don't know exactly where they are from. So government must do an all-encompassing, solution to this, not just bringing veterans. If you bring in the veterans, I support bringing the veterans, yes. But if you bring in the veterans, and the veterans are handicapped, one way or another, they're able to perform, it's going to be another problem. And also make sure that the veterans you are bringing, let the veterans work in the communities they know. Don't go and bring an Hausa Fulani from Sokoto to Edo State or to Niger Delta. He does not know the terrain here. How can he work? How can you take a Niger Delta man from Port Harcourt, from Sagama? You send him to the desert in Sokoto to go and fight bandits. It's not going to work because he does not know the terrain. He does not even have the equipment for him to do that. So there are those who are more equipped, like the Tuaregs. They should be the ones. So deployment.
All right then. Well, unfortunately, we've lost connection to Barrister Asim Adams there. The network has taken him out, but we hope to reconnect with him and get his concluding thoughts on this conversation. Well, let's go to Isaac Tanko, who is in Abuja. Isaac, well, what are your thoughts, your broad view on, a lot has been touched on already, but what's your broad view on the involvement of veterans to guard our ungoverned spaces, seeing that a lot of them were thankful that they left the military with their lives, and now they're being brought back to serve the fatherland. What do you, if this goes through, do you think this will be effective in fighting insecurity? Will they be willing?
Well, good morning and thank you for having me this morning, and good morning our viewers. I'm from Kaduna, not Abuja.
Thank you for that correction. Thank you very much, Isaac Tanko. Go ahead.
I think in my own view, that is one of the most intelligent decisions ever taken by the Minister of Defense. Just that it will not be devoid of the usual, which we think the intent is actually good, but the hurdles that stands in between the intention and what government stands to achieve by involving the veterans will not be there. That is the issue of corruption, which actually has affected their remunerations in the past, but a lot of them retired with their strength and energy, ever willing to commit to, nation building. We have seen a couple of them volunteering to, protect their areas and environments, villages and bushes, willingly and happily doing that for the purposes of protecting the nation and the community. But if government today decides to engage their services, it's a good one. And it has its own advantages. we have been talking about community policing, vigilante groups, which most times go beyond their boundaries or sometimes do not have the intellectual opening to actually operate based on the modules they are assigned to work. But with the coming of the veterans, I think it will provide a guide, it will provide direction, it will provide commitment, it will also give hope to the communities. And another thing is about their remunerations. This is going to be an opening for the veterans to bargain in as much as their services are needed now. It's an opening for them to have a bargain of convenience between the veterans and the federal government. See, you must do this to make sure that our lives and families are being protected. You must provide all the necessary debts. Whatever you think you are owing us in the past must be given to us before we fall back into line of actions. I think it's a good opening for the veterans to actually sit down now and then give the federal government conditions. If the federal government is actually artistic to discuss, then definitely their demands will be met, sorry. And then another thing is if you look at, like my brother has earlier said, these veterans in the past did a lot. But the truth is, during Buhari's administration, their arms were taken off, not just in Plateau State, even in Southern Kaduna. I was a witness, I'm a witness to that, where single barrel guns that are even approved for vigilante, licensed pump actions guns, and then other gun guns were completely taken off the communities. And people were exposed. They became more vulnerable than ever. And the attacks by these terrorists actually intensified. But even the federal government today decides to engage the veterans, certainly
all right, Mr.
there will be
Mr. Tanko.
of arms and ammunition.
Mr. Tanko,
to
please
these
hold the thoughts so that I can just have you answer this. We have seen a lot of people are applauding this initiative. And from your experience, I mean, with the Nigerian government and all of its lofty promises, do you see this becoming a long-term strategy that would work? And also on the flip side, don't you think this is a silent admission that our national security architecture has pretty much collapsed?
Well, I tend to agree with you based on perspectives, but it is not a total collapse. I think it's an effort to make trials to see what will work and what will not work. And for the fact that there is a public admittance that there is a shortfall in military or security activities across the nation, I think we should applaud the government for even accepting that there are gaps that need to be covered. And then we've seen political will to actually take this war to the doorsteps of the terrorists. I believe it will work. It's just a trial, and we hope that the government will actually achieve what they stand to achieve by.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Isaac Tanko.
And let me add lastly.
Okay, lastly.
Let me add lastly. I think it is not just the veterans. I think the federal government should go back as far as trying to trace some of these national guards during Babangida regime. They are still strong. Whatever way they came in and whatever was the intent, I think these people were actually trained, and they should actually trust these people and then add up to the veterans and even train more if need be. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Isaac Tanko. Taking us back to the National Guards, Babangida's regime. And, you know, that brings me back to the question of, are we taking in new enlistments, new recruits? Shouldn't we be encouraging people to join the military? If no one is joining the military, if all we are doing is going back to our reserve, then if there is a major issue, don't you think we'll have a bigger problem? But anyway, this is for Taye Adewale. Let's have your thoughts on this one, and then we'll wrap up the conversation.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, a lot has been said concerning this, and in my own opinion, I just believe that the deployment of military retirees at this time is not a sustainable or legally sound solution to Nigerian insecurity, because we can see that these people are already tired. The retirees are the people that they are already tired in the service. So bringing them back into the government, the government system at this time is not sustainable. So it's not we can actually, the government can recruit the new set of people to actually join the military system instead of calling for these people. So even though they are experienced, but they are tired already. And time for them to rest at this time. So bringing them back is not a sustainable idea and long-term solution to control. These people are already in doing so. It is a risk deepening insecurity, because it's not a long-term. It cannot be a long-term deal. It weakens the institution itself. So, but a situation whereby we have the new set of people, the agile people, the strong one, who can actually come and be well trained to handle this case, we can see that it is still very, very going to be effective than bringing the retirees. Some of them are some of them they were not paid well when they were retiring and all. So with this with this aggression, how do you want or believe that these people can still come back to be a leverage by the government at this time?
All right then. So all right then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Taye Adewale. That's your conclusion. That's your take on the matter. But of course, we'll continue to keep our eyes on this one and inform our viewers on any other developments. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We've been speaking with Taye Adewale and also Comrade Isaac Tanko. We've also had Barrister Steve Adders on this conversation, and also we've had Mazi Amobi Ihegberu and Dele Fanimo. Well, I must say thank you, gentlemen, for your time and your contribution. Well, this is where we draw the curtains on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next. On behalf of my colleagues, Chukuma Okoro, Jane Ogoye, I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful morning. Join us again at 10 for newspaper review. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, with the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People.
If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you are watching. Maybe I'm watching your weight. Being out
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jide Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Pets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey. And of course, Jane Ogoye with me on this one, Chukuma Okoro right here as well. And we also have Mazi Amobi staying back and Dele Fanimo. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Your pleasure.
Now, let's dive into the conversation. Let's look at the papers now. The Guardian has these headlines. The big story on the cover page of The Guardian is something I would like us to chime in on. It's about prepaid meters made available. Government has said, look, these meters are available, about 2.5 million meters. Don't pay for them, just come and collect the meters. But there's a back and forth as to, how these meters should be distributed. And we know that, that prior to this time, residents have had to buy the meters. And, it's something you buy, but it doesn't belong to you, really. It's still the property of the discos that feed electricity into the meters. But anyway, this is the headline here. Despite demand, 2.5 million meters may rot away as federal government discos trade blames. And then there's a breakdown of it. Nigeria's electricity metering crisis. Funding for metering initiatives. World Bank loan 2023, $155 million for 1.2 million meters. World Bank Credit 2024, $500 million for financial technical support. Meter asset financing, MAF, 21 billion naira funded via tariffs. Presidential metering initiative, 700 billion naira. National Mass Metering Program, NMMP, 59.3 billion naira. Now, those are monies that have been spent on metering. And then the key highlights in this story: 2.5 million meters sitting in containers, warehouses. Total registered customers, 13.5 million. Metered customers, 6.2 million, which is about 46.57%. Unmetered customers, 7.2, which is about 53.43%. Only 150,000 meters installed in 8 months. And then challenges and observation as put together by the Guardian newspaper. Metering has continued to decline. Estimated billing still affects over 7.2 million consumers. This goes with better metering equal higher revenue collection, I beg your pardon. Tariff and market shortfall in 2025 remains high. Now that's the crux of the matter.
Moses.
It feels
there's a
game. I have a feeling that Discos intentionally don't want to give out the meters so they could continue estimated billing.
You see, this is the way it works in some of these discos. There is a particular community, maybe like 20% of the household are metered. Now you are leaving 80% on estimated billing. Now that particular community, the estimated revenue expected from that community in a month is 5 million naira. And electricity has not been consistent for the whole month, which means for this period, those 20%, it is what they use that will be debited from their units. What that means is, because they want to make sure that they attain that threshold of estimated target, they would spread whatever is the shortfall after deducting the 20% that are metered and spread it over the 80% that were on estimated bills. Which means if those people consumed 1 million naira, the rest 4 million naira, regardless of electricity came more, it didn't come more, they would have to pay. And that's why you have these people paying more than they consumed. Now, on the issue of metering, it's the same thing that is happening in the oil sector. Dangote says he pumps 50 million liters every day. And the average consumption in Nigeria today hovers between 40 million and 45 million, which gives Dangote at least between 10 and 5 million extra on daily basis, which is also a plausible reason for Dangote to say he has 28 days buffer. Now, on this Lagos-Ibadan corridor, there are 2 meter production companies. Government refused to patronize them. I'm not too sure if those 2 companies are still in operation today. Now, you went offshore to import meters. Because if everybody is metered, there will be trouble for the discos. Up till now, they are not distributing these meters to the end users, which is the consumer. Is it not when they offtake the 2.51 that are available now that you can now think of bringing in more? What happens to these people that invested so much money, probably got loan to establish that meter manufacturing company? What happens to them? They will go bankrupt. And then look at the humongous amount. This money you reeled out now is over 3 trillion. When you convert the dollar to naira and the naira equivalent,
and you add the naira to it.
And you add the naira to it, it's about 3 trillion. Do we really need 3 trillion to meter Nigerians? When you said the shortfall is just about 7 point something million, how much is a meter worth? Even when the ones you buy from these discos, the maximum for a 3-phase is about 120. So when you do the arithmetic, you know that most of these monies you raised out were money down the drain to the pockets of the corrupt operators around that sector.
All right. Let's give Mazi an opportunity. Let's have your take.
The discourse, part of what they put on the table is that they have meters already. So what happens to it? The single phase is about 131,000 or thereabout. The 3-phase is about 230,000 or thereabout and all that. Now government said we have free meters. I do not know who is telling us the truth, who is not telling the truth. You see, these things are also almost always fraught in secrecy to the disadvantage of the average Nigerian. What is wrong with metering people? Of course, where I stay, if you don't have meter, you will contend with 250, 300,000 a month. That's what it is if you don't have a meter. But if you have meter, depending on the usage also, the thing can come down to 80, 50, 100, because you are a better place to manage your consumption.
Usage, yes.
So where do we go from here? You see, ditto also the issue of transformer. Let me just digress a little bit. The issue of transformer. If you stay in an area and your transformer is dysfunctional, you'll be asked to come and do some things and then for you to get the transformer. Relate it with, what is it called? The communication space. Do we need to pay communication providers money to erect mast? It is when they do so, then people will hook on and make calls and they get their money back. But I do not know what is wrong with the power sector. This power sector, recall also that administrations in the past have tinkered with this problem of power, and yet we are still where we are. So what it tells me is that there is much to it that meets the eyes. Why can't these 2.5 meters be deployed? Okay, why can't government, look at what the discourse says they have, which people pay for that have not been paid for? These things can be discussed at levels where it is possible to resolve their differences. I do not know whether Nigerians are cut out for this kind of suffering. In every sector of this economy, the Nigerian people are almost always shortchanged, which is very, very, wrong. I think the issue can be resolved by government. I do not think the power minister is talking from the other side, the discourse are talking from the other side. Where lies government authority to handle matters to the benefit of the generality of the people?
And really, if you look at the monies that have been set aside for the production and distribution of meters, it's scary. Did we need this much money? I mean, let me just go through the figures again before Chukuma takes his take on it. World Bank loan given to us in 2023 was about $155 million, and that was just for 1.2 million meters. 1.2 million meters, $155 million. World Bank credit given to Nigeria in 2024, excuse me, $500 million, and that was for financial and technical support. I find that term funny. Meter asset financing, MAF, 21 billion naira, funded via tariffs. Presidential metering initiative, 700 billion naira. And then national mass metering program, 59.3 billion naira. So it's been billions. From 2023 to 2024 to 2025, billions.
Okay, so mostly the first one you read out is 1.2 million meters.
Yes. $155 million.
$155 million.
Yes.
So apparently 1 meter is costing more than $1 million. Is that not what it is? Wow. You see, with due respect to the analysts on this show, I'm an analyst too. You see, this in Nigeria is very easy to be an analyst. You know why? You just need to develop a template. Like if you have a template now, if you have a template on the power sector, like we have now, which you took to the energy sector, the oil sector, what you just need to do is put it in pam, 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 pam. You go to the health sector, the same thing. You go to the education sector, the same thing. You go to the transportation sector. Apparently, because we have the same, all of them present the same kind of challenges. You know, the same kind of challenges. So you just sit back and say, oh, okay, so this is what it is. It's quite embarrassing. Look at something. Moses said 1.2 million meters, and we took $155 million. So apparently, if my mathematics, which is very poor, if it serves me right, we are buying 1 meter for more than $1 million. Where? What kind of meter? So these problems persist across board, across all the sectors. Where in Enugu, you know, now there was this community that their transformer went bad, and they contributed money for over 3 months. Over 3 months, they didn't have light. So they now contributed money. And somehow they got a man that works with EEDC to help them, you know, get a transformer, and they paid another money to install the transformer. 2 days after they installed the transformer, the power people came with their bills. And guess what? Bills of 4 months.
That were not used.
And so, like Mazi said, if you don't have God punish you, or whoever punishes, whether it is God or Satan that punishes, and he punishes you, you don't have meter, your own is finished. There was a certain man that lived somewhere in Abuja area of Lagos State here. He said his house rent is 1.2 million naira, and a month they gave him a bill of 1.5 million naira. He says, is it not better he goes back to his village now? his electricity bill is higher than his annual rent. Now, at the same time, we had the Lagos State Deputy Governor, Hamzat, said that his NEPA bill was about 800 and something thousand naira. And the next thing he saw was 20-something million naira. How? Who consumed it? But he was lucky. He said he just moved it to the Ministry of Power, Energy and Power for them to sort out. But you and I, who will sort our own? Who will sort ours out? That is the big question. So we keep, it is in their interest that you don't have meter.
Of course, that's what I said.
So that they will give you estimated billings. And they don't even, you recall that at some point, Nigerians started resorting to self-help. It was all over the social media. You know, women were even attacking NEPA officials. And after a while, apart from
there's a law against that now.
There's a law against that. Why? Because they went to Ikeja Cantonment, Air Force Base, to collect a standing bill of 4 billion naira. They were assaulted. So how will a government agency own a distribution company 4 billion naira? And you allowed it to accumulate up to the point that, look, to the excess of 4 billion naira, that you had to start using other means to collect it. So in the power sector, it's when we are declaring emergency in the security sector, I think we also need it in the power sector, because without it as a background, as a foundation, we cannot move on and industrialize the way we want to do it. It's not possible.
What is really wrong with the power sector in this country, if not corruption?
Now, Maz, you have developed the template that I'm talking about.
Yes.
Take it to the oil sector. Is it not corruption?
It is.
If you take it to the education sector, is it not corruption?
So where do we go from here? It also boils down on the leadership of this country. You see, some of these critical sectors of our economy needs close monitoring, needs urgent attention. We can't continue this way. Let's take the issue, this issue of metering, which borders on the very existence of the average Nigerian. Why can't it be solved? If, for instance, the discos are still saying that they have meters yet to be distributed, why did they not distribute it? Because once you go, you say you apply for meter, they will tell you the app is not opening. Just be at alert. When it opens, you just pay in your money. These are the things we have gone through personally, at a personal level. So you keep on keeping on, you'll be, fixated on when they will call you that the app is open so that you can zero in your payment and all that. Why is it very difficult for these meters to be distributed? Why has they made the conditions, the process, very Herculean for you to just, this thing should be, since they have it, it should be off the shelf. Once you make payment, the next thing is meter in the next 48 hours. But if you go, you pay, you stay for almost 1 month waiting. By the time you take your property, somebody is calling you, I'm at your place. Where is your place? So that I can come and install the meter. And all. So it's a whole lot of, recall also, without, sounding, a little bit modest, as it were. These are also the processes people go through, Nigerians go through when they want to obtain their traveling documents, like the passport and all that. Now, the minister has come to streamline issues, make it possible. At least he has improved on the process of one getting your passport, as it were. Why can't we do the same thing with metering in the power sector? It becomes very critical. And recall, just like Duma said, the centrality of power sector in a developing economy cannot be overemphasized. Even at your level, your homes and all that, once the power sector is not there, everything you are doing is, hampered. Not too many people can, buy diesel or fuel to power their generators these days. Ditto, the light, solar light and everything. Not too many people can buy. And the solar light even has limitations on the kind of equipment that will be powered and all that, depending on, whatever. So what we are saying in effect is that the power is still the best from PSCN. It's still the best that can serve an average Nigerian to achieve their,
Yes, Master, to answer your question directly, why we cannot replicate what we have in the documentation area of passport, why we cannot replicate it in the power sector is because in the power sector, there are entrenched interests. And it's been some kind of deregulated to the extent that we have players, private players. The moment you begin to contract out the obtaining of Nigerian passport to private people, that interest will build up over time. So what we are able to handle it now is that we have one agency of government doing it and doing it for the government and by the government. So by any moment you say, look, Moses, you can produce passport and sell, then you can produce passport and sell to Nigerians. My brother, within 1 month, you have a cartel in that sector.
What is the sense of commercialization?
Of commercialization?
Yes.
Okay,
commercialization.
No, it's
because it was touted when this thing was broken down to discos, Gencos, and what have you. The idea was to commercialize it, make it
profit-oriented, because at that time the
service-oriented too.
The argument we had was that
the private sector is noted for driving processes because you need to make money, you need to pay your salaries, you need to pay overhead and all that. So it will not, they will not do it within the bureaucracy of government, as it were. So if the process is fastened and then people get results, you will not see. The era of not 8 knot, not 9 knot, and all those things. We are this time around. You can stay in your toilet and begin to make calls anyhow you like. I could remember vividly, in this Lagos, we moved from where we are to Anthony or Surulere, where you can stay by 7 a.m. to connect to America and all that.
Me, I was even going to night.
You see, so this is the issue. Now the thing has been commercialized, liberalized, and everything. You can do anything you want with your phone. That same situation can be replicated in the power sector. That is what we're saying.
Yes. All right then. Okay, let's get into another conversation now. Let's talk about the strike, the Sokoto strike. Now, the Sokoto airstrike reopened sovereignty debate as Akpabio, Ningi differ. All right. Now let's. This is the meat of the story here. The riders to it. Akpabio blocks debate, calls for closed-door briefing. Ningi, Nigeria risks losing sovereignty over foreign military strikes. We also have reps order security operations to flush out bandits in Gombe. Insecurity, IPCR urges federal government to move beyond military solutions. NAF confirms Niger airstrike incident, orders investigation, I beg your pardon. That's NAF confirms Niger airstrike incident, orders investigation. Federal government to engage retired military personnel to reclaim ungoverned spaces. Now those are the headlines. Gentlemen. Chukuma, you go.
Well, talking about how the Sokoto strike affects Nigeria's sovereignty, it's one area that is, anytime people talk about sovereignty, and coming from somebody, as highly placed as Abdul Ningi, when the moment I read this, I asked myself, does he understand the concept of R2P, responsibility to protect? That essentially, limits every country's sovereignty. Sovereignty is not cast in stone, it's not cast in concrete. If you are brought up, like before now, we had the OAU, Organization of African Union, their governing mission, part of their governing mission was, to protect territorial integrity, the concept of non-interference. But after Rwanda happened, after Liberia happened, and all of that, look, they had to change that governing mission to responsibility to protect, because at that point, the issue of non-interference had died down, because you cannot watch your neighbor being slaughtered. You cannot look at the next family, they are killing themselves, and say, oh, it's their problem. So when they moved from OAU to AU, that concept of R2P was borrowed, from the international community after what happened in Sarajevo, the Srebrenica killings and all of that during the Yugoslavian war. So at this moment now, we are looking at a situation where the global community has that responsibility to intervene when they have issues, that might at some point descend to a humanitarian crisis, or when genocide is involved. The moment genocide is involved, like issues of genocide, like American government has been able to at some point establish to an extent that there is genocide in Nigeria, whether Christian or Muslim, or the fact that Nigerians are being killed in a genocidal manner. So that is a call, for action. And that was why they intervened in Sokoto State. That doesn't take away the sovereignty of Nigeria. You could be discussing sovereignty when they had to go to a place like Venezuela, to take out the president. But they didn't install an American as their president. They still installed a Venezuelan as the president. So the line between sovereignty, and interference is, at this point, is blurred, especially when you have members of the international community agree what they call the coalition of the willing. No, this is what we need to do at some point. America does not often act alone. They act in concert with other nations, because before they do, sometimes, not all the time, I must admit, they reach out, to what they call the coalition of the willing and say, look, gentlemen, we need to do this and all of that, like they did in Iraq, that is still a subject of debate up until this moment, why America had to intervene at that point. Now, bringing it back home, when they are discussing security issues, intelligence issues, and they say it's closed door, well, I understand all of that because of the security and intelligence implications. But when we talk about the sovereignty of Nigeria being, infracted and all of that, I don't understand it. We have a military cooperation with these people. The Nigerian government and the US government were in talks. And our own Nigerian government said, look, we were part of it. We provided intelligence. So what is the issue of sovereignty in all of this? So I don't know where Abdul Mingi is coming from, but that's my position on this. Nothing has, Nigeria's sovereignty has not been, okay, if we are talking about sovereignty, how about the people that come from Niger Republic? George Bello is there Nigerian. Why don't they talk about our sovereignty when they cannot take out somebody like George Bello? And we are told their military authorities, the current Minister of Defense, when he was Chief of Defense Staff, told us in the open, in the media, that look, the people that are causing problems here are foreigners that invaded Nigeria. Why didn't they talk about sovereignty then?
Yeah, the issue of terrorism borders on the federal government. I think they have oversight, as it were, on, it's not a state matter, as it were. And the government has come up to say that they are part of it, So I do not think, the country is going towards the one-party state now. What that tells me is that there must be unism, there must be unanimity of purpose on policies. What is the federal government policy vis-a-vis what people are now terming sovereignty violation. If the National Assembly, as is presently constituted, houses about 90%, from the ruling party, what are they talking about? Is it not a government policy that, America should come and intervene? Why are we now having dissenting voices? So much so that, it can change the narrative, as it were. What I'm saying in effect is that as a federal government, there must be a policy direction. If they have agreed tacitly to collaborate with the American government, sufficiently. So why are we now having dissenting voices? What is the government also saying about these dissenting voices that, I think government should take ownership of this process and begin to explain, that the sovereignty of Nigeria has not been tampered with. Just like they are also saying in other spheres when things happened. When the president fell in Tokyo, the government was very quick to begin to explain. Now, when this type of things happen, the government should also be quick in explaining Nigerian position, because that explains it. If government is aloof when some of these statements are made, it will be misinterpreted, both internationally and nationally here. So my take is that the survival government have not sufficiently explained the fact that there is no killings. They have said there is killings. They decided to qualify the type of killings in another. But the bottom line is that there is killings. Now, government should be able to, as it were, take on this responsibility of explaining Nigerian position to, both Nigerians and the international community.
The international community. Yeah. Mr. Fanimo, go ahead.
Where was Ndingi when these people were attacking and killing Nigerians? Where was Ningi when it became apparent that the military architecture was overwhelmed? Where was Ningi when some of his compatriots were saying an attack on Boko Haram is an attack on our people? Where was Ningi when people were saying if the deals brokered between government at state level and bandits, which are called terrorists, that it will rupture the security of that particular state to the extent that because we are annoying them? Where was Ningi then? And then help came offshore to the extent that we are seeing results. And our military is coming alive to also give the necessary support. Where was he? Does it mean that he is happy that people are being killed? Is it because it has not gotten to his doorstep? These are people that when the president withdrew their security aids, they almost ran out of this country. So it means that because it didn't touch them, they don't care. Now, it's touching them, and they are now finding ways of restraining further support, further intervention from America and elsewhere. For me, it's not something that is debatable here. What is it driving that? Nothing.
Okay, this is what he's saying. This is what he's saying actually. He says, according to, we said, neither the president nor any arm of government has the constitutional authority to permit foreign powers to conduct military strikes within Nigeria without legislative involvement.
Legislative involvement for an emergency? Where? Let him quote the particular section of the Constitution that says that. Some of these people, they just come to say anything they like without even doing the due diligence they should do before they come on air, before they start talking to the media. He should quote that particular section of the Constitution. He didn't say this
to the media. He said this in the House, actually.
Of course, the plenary.
Okay, yes. I do understand that the Constitution clearly states that, look, the Nigerian president should not commit Nigerian military. outside Nigeria without approval from the National Assembly. And if it does, there's a specified timeline within which it has to regularize it and come back to them.
Which we saw in the case
of Benin Republic.
Exactly.
But the one I don't know is now that Nigerian government, before they collaborate with another country,
that it must go to the National Assembly.
I'm not aware of that, and that is
present danger.
Yes.
That you need to
Yeah,
come.
that's what he said. And Dele has challenged him to provide us.
They should provide us the constitutional provision that states that.
Clearly states that.
You see, when it suits some people,
Yeah.
or when it suits government, they begin to put laws. When it doesn't, they stay silent on it. Now, what is at stake is the lives of Nigerians. Abdul, from all indications, should have been happier. Because what baffles me a lot is, this side taking when it comes to the issue of exterminating terrorists in the north. You see some pockets of northerners taking sides. You now begin to wonder, why are these happening? Why?
What is in it for them?
What is in it for them?
We have
And all that.
Isaac Tanko joining the conversation. Isaac is in Kaduna, and he's seen firsthand the activities of these terrorists. Isaac, sorry for keeping you online waiting. Talk to us. What's your thought on this conversation, this headline from the National Assembly? And, Senator Ningi saying, look, the government has no right to allow foreign country into Nigeria, into Nigeria's airspace. In fact, it says our airspace has been invaded. Let me see if I can get his exact words so I can quote him directly. He says, I'll probably get to it in the course of the program, but go ahead with your thoughts.
For having me again. Honestly speaking, I'm sorry to say that most times when the North is being mentioned, I feel hurt and feel ashamed. Sometimes I wish it is not generalized, because when you generalize the North, sometimes you infringe on the opinion of others who are not really seeing things from that direction. The problem we have with the North is the Islamic North. That is the truth. I know people don't like hearing this reality, but we cannot solve this issue without coming to terms with this reality. You see, what Ningi is doing is the same as the average illiterates in the core Muslim North, having that kind of ideology of dominance. Each time anything good is coming, they feel it's an arbitration to their sovereignty. And the harm these people are causing into the sovereignty of this nation is beyond the intervention of America. It's just a makeup activity, trying to give an impression and then tactically incite their telekawat, that is the poor people in the North, to rise against the actions of America. Now, if you look at the strategy, if you look at the whole thing entirely, like this saying that says, what you are looking in Sokoto is in your Sokoto. But this time around, what we think is in our Sokoto is in Sokoto. America don't just attack blindly or without verified intelligence. We have been hearing and knowing and being told that where America actually strikes in Sokoto is the armory of these terrorists. All of us were thinking that most of these things are in Sambisa forest, not knowing that their main armory is in Sokoto. Okay, if these things have been destroyed, and then you have a legislation from that region that is kicking against, then what do you think of this ideology? Most of these things, I see them being as congenital abnormalities, and they come in touch with this kind of ideology within their neonatal stages of life, that no matter how you strive to do the right thing, they will always see it from a religious point of view, not in the interest of the nation. That is why in most of their submissions, they keep talking about the interest of the North, the interest of the North. And when you come back to the North, the interest is streamlined within the Muslim North. And, don't give spaces for Christians to contribute their quota. Rather, most times they face huge crimes and unimaginable kind of humiliation that are not even being told in the public domain. So what Ningi is doing to me is not strange. It might be strange to others, but to us that domicile in the north, we know it's part of them. It's a system they can hardly do away with. But I think we have allowed this thing to linger. We have a responsibility to apportion this blame to all of us. Because what we think is far away from us is actually living within our doorsteps. And except we all rise to correct this anomaly, honestly, as it lingers, it will haunt everyone.
Well, there you have it.
Sorry, Moses. I am tempted to, agree that there is what we call terrorist economy or terrorism economy.
In Nigeria.
And it's a very booming economy.
Yes.
So this lays credence to what is happening. Of course, if there is nothing like that, I think Nigerians should be very happy that help is coming from somewhere. But because there is something that looks like a terrorist economy or terrorism economy, it enables people to make serious money. And once they make this money, they become big, become unassuming, become larger than life, stature, and all that. So what it means to me is that this terrorism economy really exists. Otherwise, some of the vibes we are getting from the north will not be there. It will not be there because if people
certain players in the north,
yes, we are making money off this, and that is why they have come to defense, more often than not, of the attempt to annihilate, this emerging economy, as it were. So it is left for the government. A lot of this responsibility, rests with the government to be able to take on the gauntlet and then deal decisively with this menace, that is bringing Nigeria to her knees.
All right then. Oh well, let's check some of the headlines from the Punch newspaper. Jane.
Let's take on Desiani's story. So, on the front page of the Punch newspaper, Desiani lavished over 4 billion naira in London luxury store. UK prosecutors. And there's something on the APC. 2027, APC moves to manage defection, gains, internal crisis. I think we should just take on Desiani. Mr. Fanimo, what are your thoughts on this?
What thing concerns us with Desiani spending our own money?
So they said
her what? Her own money.
No,
yes, now.
No, listen.
Her own money.
What? No.
There's a part of it. I like us to.
Let's read.
Okay.
While the list speaks, there's a part that Moses wants us to talk about. There's a part I also want us to talk about. So let us start from your own.
Okay,
no, you can do that excerpt.
Okay.
Let's read the excerpt.
So the jurors were told that the former minister maintained a lavish lifestyle in the UK, including the use of a personal shopper at Harrods, a service available only to black tier reward members who spend more than £10,000 annually. The prosecutors alleged that over £2 million was spent on Alison's at the Brampton Road store, with several purchases made using payment cards linked to and the debit card of his company, Tenka Limited.
Some people here in Nigeria, they shipped $3 million to buy house offshore. They have not been prosecuted.
Do you have information? Do you have the information?
I said I was told.
Okay, you didn't say that, but now you have told.
And okay, I'm now saying it so that you not come and send the EFCC to come and interrogate me. But you see, let's be serious about this now. You see, it speaks to the way we are wired. This is a woman that has been declared wanted in Nigeria. That declaration has not been lifted. This is a woman that was accused of stealing so much from the national till. And this is the same woman that was reported in major newspapers early last year that she was begging to come back to Nigeria.
To be tried in Nigeria.
To be tried in Nigeria. I know in the court of law, when you are standing in the dock, it is not only your evidence that the judge listens to. He also looks at your demeanor. He also looks at if you are sober or you have seen that what that crime you have committed, it was an error and you want to pay restitution. But when you become a deviant in the dock, you earn more sentence. Now, if this woman felt she wanted to come to Nigeria to be tried, there was no propaganda stunt, there was no PR stunt that was not given to support this woman. Sometimes they maybe as at that time, maybe AI was not so prominent. Maybe they used AI that she had this clean-shaven head and all that,
from cancer.
and that she has cancer and all that. And if a cancer ailment gets to that stage, by now, something would have happened. So I consider that as a stunt. Now, going to Harrods, everybody knows Harrods in UK, that not ordinary people visit Harrods. And then you now went to lavish. That aluko of a man, up till now, had been declared wanted too, because he was considered as the Zionist Man Friday. Now, it is through this man's account that you are lavishing over £2 million. What does that mean? Instead of looking for a Kanu to be arrested anywhere in the world, is it not better for us to go and pick this woman that will even give value to our economy by making sure we bring her back, let her face trial, so that we can forfeit all the assets that had been linked to her, instead of allowing her, and then we are just celebrating that he spent $2 million, and the UK prosecutors are the ones now doing our job for us. I'm not comfortable with
and
this.
Some Nigerians feel if she comes back to Nigeria, the case will be swept under the rug.
Not naturally. And that was why she was asking to come back. Is that the angle you wanted us to talk about?
No, go ahead.
So she just developed that angle.
It's okay.
Okay, now let's talk about Jane. Sorry, I have to put you on the spot here. Now, can you tell us the psychology of women? You know, how women, how
in unbridled acquisition.
I mean, how a woman could go out of her way to steal all of this.
So I don't think it's a gender thing. I beg
Okay, it's
to
not a
differ.
gender.
I think it's a personality thing.
Philippines a woman. I had over 5,000 pairs of shoes.
The first lady.
And you can also talk about here the humanitarian ministry.
Yes.
You know? What's her name again?
Edu.
No. Before
the former woman.
Before better.
I think Azan, something Azan.
Farouk. So it's not a woman thing.
It's not a woman thing. I think it's a personality thing. You are greedy. We all love the good things of life. Women love the good things of life, and I'm sure men too. So it is based on your personality and your values. I may get into office and I don't know what, really I don't know, I mean, hold political office or a position. I don't really know what I'm capable of doing, maybe until I see that kind of money. And you know that in Nigeria, they have so much access. When you're in government,
and women like to oppress each other, really. So
we like to oppress each other. Men don't oppress themselves.
It's okay, we're brothers.
What I wear.
What you wear is yeah. But really, all of us on this table really do not know.
He was accused of buying a very expensive bra at some point.
Yes, the woman loves the good things of life. Yeah, but that's away from it. I'm just saying that all of us here on this table, we really do not know the extent.
That's not away from it.
Okay. So, but we all know, we really do not know how far we can go or will go if we are placed in some,
yes, like
juicy offices.
Now, I know if you.
No.
Do you know how far you can go?
Chukuma said something when we were counting him to be a minister. What did he tell
He has
us?
made his position.
Say it.
I've made my position clear. That I'm going to be a good minister.
Who is a good? What is a good minister in your?
A good minister is one that delivers his responsibilities without blemish.
Without blemish.
You know, I like to be one of the shining stars of my administration. When I get into office.
Okay, so I think we should. Can we take the APC story? We're out of time.
Let's get Tanko's view on this one. Tanko, please go ahead. Talking about Diazani Allison Madueke. We can't get your audio feed, so you might help us with unmuting your device.
Hello?
Yes, now we can. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, please come again. I lost the audio from this.
Okay, the headline we are reacting to is from the Punch newspaper, and it's about Gezani Alison Madueke, who's said to have lavished over 4 billion naira in London luxury store, buying, you know what, trinkets, good dresses, shoes. I mean, Jane was just showing me some shoes now, and I know that if she had 4 billion, she would purchase.
Because according to her, women love the good things of life.
Things of life. So talk to us. What are your thoughts on this one? Do recall that at some point she was asking to be brought back to Nigeria to be tried in Nigeria, and we know we have a few others. We have Mili Kyari, who has about 2.5 billion, some billions hanging around his neck, some accusation of misappropriation of funds hanging around him, and he's not the only one. We're still talking about Godwin Emefiele. We're still talking about Malami. We're still talking about Yahaya Bello. You know, a lot of these individuals, you know, have had their hands soiled with state funds. What are your thoughts?
Well, like I said in the other time, we have lost confidence in the judiciary. We don't trust the government. We don't trust the police system. We don't trust the politicians. So definitely, Gezani will actually prefer to be tried in Nigeria, where justice can be doctored, where justice can be decided, where justice can be bargained. And I have not much to say about this, but entirely, if you look at the behaviors of these people, if you take time to psychoanalyze them, you will not be left with a choice than to diagnose them with moral and, you know, retardation. Because a normal and a humane and sane person cannot spend these huge amounts of money on clothes and whatever and say they need the good things of life. When you need the good things of life and then you do it at the expense of others, then what good do you tend to achieve about life? It's meaningless. I think that is all I have. It's disgusting.
All right.
I don't want to talk much about this.
Thank you very much, Tanko, for joining the conversation. We have to let you go now. This is where we draw the curtains on the program. And big thanks to Dele Fanimo and Mazi Amobi Iheburu. I would have loved us to talk more about Nigeria earning 55.5 trillion naira from crude oil sales in 2025. I mean, if we've earned this much from crude oil sales, this could just fund the budget. 2026 budget, I mean. Oh, well, there's also the story about gunmen abducting a pregnant woman in Ondo community. And also, 2027, APC moves to manage defection, gains, internal crisis, and the rest of them. Well, those are some headlines that you will find on the cover pages of the dailies. But this is where we say it's a day on Newspaper Review. On behalf of Jane Ogoye and Chukuma Okoro, who makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m., and they will be traveling around the country, of course, and bringing you stories that you don't want to miss. Well, that's at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. Sports comes up next at 11, right here on the dial. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful morning. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Abuja. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage. as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
World and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now.
2564 Atlantic County.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Well, apologies for coming late. It's actually due to some technical issues. We actually have set everything to the very best standards before actually coming back to actually serve you as we should, because I mean we cannot actually afford to go back and forth during the course of the show. But now we are definitely in a very good hands to actually fly, and that's exactly why we're here this morning. I'm Ikechukwu Aguago, and this is Sport Republic. A lot happened yesterday in the world of football, in the world of sport generally. So many breaking news, from transfer to UEFA Champions League to CAF, and of course, one very big story breaking the net at the moment is the one that concerns the Super Eagles of Nigeria, the Glass House, and of course, generally when it comes to football management in the country. One man has been talking, and the man is Amaju Pinnick, who is actually a former NFF chairman, and he's got a lot to say. But we'll go into all of those conversations because there's a lot to actually bring out of this particular episode of Sport Republic. I urge you to actually, if you're watching via social media, to hit on the YouTube platform and subscribe, and do not also forget to like and leave us a comment on our platform. And of course, I will not be doing this alone. My guest will be joining me virtually, Pelumi, all the way from Ibadan. Pelumi, good morning and welcome to Sport Republic.
Cool. It's a great pleasure to join you on the show this lovely morning.
Absolutely. And of course, we'll definitely be starting from the one that concerns us right here at home. Not just at home, right? I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'm not talking about Africa, because a lot happened after they just concluded the African Cup of Nations. And a lot of us have been expecting CAF to actually take actions concerning what we saw in the final episode of that particular tournament. I'm talking about the game that involved the host nation Morocco and Senegal. And now, CAF has eventually come out with disciplinary committee issuing a statement of heavy sanction following incident during the finals right there in Rabat, affecting both Senegal and host nation Morocco. Senegal head coach Papital has been suspended for 5 CAF matches and fined $100,000 for unsporting conduct. Players Ilman Ndiaye and Islam Sarr each received 2 match bans, while the Senegalese FA was fined a total of $600,000 for the conduct of their supporters, players, and of course technical staff. Morocco were also sanctioned, with captain Ashraf Hakimi handed a 2-match suspension, 1 suspended for a year, and of course an Islam Sabari banned for 3 matches and fined $100,000. Moroccan FA was also fined $200,000 over ball boys' behavior and a further $100,000 for a VAR-related incident involving players and staff. CAF also officially rejected Morocco's appeal to have Senegal stripped of AFCON 2025 title following chaotic final. The appeals committee found no sufficient ground, to overturn the result, meaning Senegal's victory stands and they are now formally confirmed as AFCON 2025 champions. The matter is considered closed by CAF despite controversy surrounding the match. And of course, CAF confirmed also that all sanctions take immediate effect, with final result also standing. Jump on this particular one. We saw what happened right there in Rabat. A lot of conversation. The towel issue, which actually got the attention of the world, starting from what happened between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the Moroccan national team, where the towel of Stanley Nwabali was taken. And we also saw how they actually, the best way to describe it is unsportsman attitude of the Moroccans. Now, CAF has actually wielded the big stick. Do you really think it's actually enough what CAF has done as regards this?
Yeah, well, finally, I think it is good that this one has been put to bed, because the major talking point from how beautiful the AFCON was, the major talking point was definitely the drama that happened in the final. A lot of people have been talking about it, and even not only in Africa, but then as far as world football is concerned. But it's good that CAF has decided to come out and to give out adequate sanctions, to met out adequate punishments, the erring individuals and erring teams as well. I think it's a good one. First, we should laud CAF for being proactive on this particular one. I think it's just about 2 weeks after the final, and they are coming out to bring these decisions. Well, for some, they would feel like it was a bit unfair, that they felt that Morocco should have also got more sanction than they got right now. But then I think there is a particular standard that the committee that was set aside, the disciplinary committee were working on, and they made sure that every of these punishments were deserving. But for me, I still have issues with the fact that no matter how you want to look at it, I think this is another way of CAF trying to enrich themselves. Because if you look at these particular sanctions, everything is running to about $1 million now. I think 615 for Senegal and about 315 for Morocco. We are looking at almost $1 million now. And who does this money goes to? It goes to CAF. So I think this is a way of CAF trying to enrich themselves. Now, for the case of posterity and for the case of future occurrences, do you think this can serve as deterrents for teams that would want to try such again? For me, I would never agree that financial, should I say monetary fines are enough punishment as far as football is concerned, because it would keep happening. Case in point, the NPFL. When something happens, when there's crowd trouble, you see the team being fined 1 million naira, 5 million naira, even as far as 10 million naira. But then this team paid this money, and then in the next couple of weeks, couple of months, the following season, you see such behavior again. It shows that it's never going to work. It has never worked, and it never will. This money are just like chicken change for this federation. And the fact that it is government that is even going to pay it, they're going to pay with the taxpayers' money. So I don't think this is actually something that CAF should actually be going by. Yes, it is something that should be happening, but I felt like there should have been more direct sanctions on players, on individuals involved rather than on the teams involved right there. Well, but then let me first start from what I loved about CAF's decision. I think I love the fact that they decided to strike out Morocco's appeal of trying to invoke the Article 82 and 84 of the CAF law that wants Senegal to be stripped of the title. I think that's never going to happen. You are never going to award AFCON title in the boardroom. I think that does not actually make sense. So I think it's good from CAF that they actually struck that out and affirmed Senegal as the champion.
All right, so I don't know. Network is actually having a toll on Pelumi's device, but then hopefully he's going to join us in the course of the action. But let's move away from that. But before we move away from that, I was actually also thinking about it. Let me actually say this because Pelumi was actually giving figures around around 1 million naira, but the exact figure that actually CAF found both Senegal and Morocco is exactly 1.1 million dollars, $700,000 for Senegal, and of course $400,000 for Morocco. That's exactly how the fine actually was. So it's exactly plus 700 plus 400,000. We're looking at $1.1 million. That's exactly the cost of the fine that CAF actually, at the end of the day, the rulings of the committee. I'm talking about the FIFA committee, that's ethics committee that is charged to actually, look into the matter between DR Congo and Nigeria, finds that that concerns FIFA's rule when it comes to dual nationality. Then of course there's no way DR Congo is going to come out of it because FIFA is going to actually wield it. The Super Eagles have actually shown that they're actually arguably the biggest brand in Africa. They've got players that's definitely going to sell the tickets at the World Cup. So I think all of this is going to favor the Super Eagles. But I mean, February is around the corner. Let's get to see FF chairman. The Super Eagles would not have missed out on 2026 FIFA World Cup. Pinnick, who led the NFF from October 2014 to October 2022, successfully guided Nigeria to the 2018 World Cup. Although 10 years ago, 10 teams from Africa will qualify, he stated. He won't qualify, I beg your pardon, he stated. And he recorded that in 2018, we'll face the toughest group ever for potential return to office, stating, I'm young, I'm still 65, and I can still be the NFF president. As the football community watches closely, Pinnick's remarks have sparked discussion about the future of Nigerian football.
You know why? The system does not identify that. Look at the prevailing economic situation. Can't NFF generate its own funds? No, listen, I'm just telling you about my focus has been private sector driven, structure. But I'm just saying. And again, what are we looking at? Also looking at the league. The league. 90% of the clubs are owned by the government. During my period, we made all contact with Yari, the governor of the head of the Governors Forum, because we wanted the state to relinquish this ownership of the clubs to private sector.
No, I'll be unfair if we do it like this. Let's do it the way the man is asking, because it's all respect to
so
him.
It's part of this.
He's asking you if you had a magic wand. That's the interesting part. So how would you fix it? How would you fix it?
With all due respect, running Nigerian football, based on what I know now, first, if I have the enabling environment, Nigerian football will be like.
I mean, that's exactly, he said a lot of things, that's exactly the voice of, Sunday Olise and Amaju Pinnick, the pictures of the guys you actually are seeing on your screen. But, I mean, these guys actually are big figures when it comes to Nigerian football. Former NFF chairman and former Super Eagles coach and former Super Eagles keeper. I mean, these guys are big names. It was a lot of conversation, talking about the rot in the Nigerian system. In fact, at some point, Amaju was also talking about, one of the recommendations that he and his crew, when he was actually, or his administration made while he was in office, for the Nigerian Football League to run smoothly, to be, say about 90% independent from government interference, or about 80%, because he said that the government will only have about 20% equity. That they actually met with the chairman of Nigerian Governors Forum. It was a lot of conversation in that particular, but away from that, because of our time, let's go straight to the UEFA Champions League. A lot happened yesterday as Arsenal completed a flawless Champions League group phase by defeating bottom club Kairat Almaty 3-2, and Victor Gyökeres opened the scoring just 2 minutes into the match, but Garrett quickly equalized through Jorginho's penalty before Kai Havertz and Gabriel Martinelli sealed the win for the Gunners. Kai Havertz and Victor Gyökeres both made significant contribution as Arsenal continued their unbeaten run in the UEFA Champions League with a victory over the Kazakhstan side. Needing only a point to secure the top spot in the table, manager Mikel Arteta made 11 changes to the starting lineup, rewarding Havertz with his first competitive start in 358 days. Wow. The match kicked off with immediate impact as Gyökeres scored the opener in the second minute after a precise pass from Kai Havertz. However, Garrett retaliated quickly. A long ball led to Jorginho being fouled by Ricardo Calafiori, who was also returning from injury. After a VAR review, a penalty was awarded, which Jorginho converted to level the score. Arsenal swiftly regained the lead when Kai Havertz cut inside on his left foot and struck a powerful shot into the net. The Gunners could have extended the lead further, but Gyökeres missed 2 crucial chances, including a sitter from close range. Eventually, Arsenal made it 3-1 when Kai Havertz provided an impressive cross to Gyökeres, whose effort was nudged over the line by Gabriel Martinelli. VAR reviewed the goal for offside, but after a lengthy check, it was confirmed as valid. Arsenal substituted Kai Havertz and Calafiori at halftime to manage their workloads and maintain control throughout the second half. Martin Odegaard had 2 headers saved, while academy player Brando Belly Joseph and Ife Brahima made their second debut at just 17 years old, adding a feel-good factor to the evening. Late goal from Gabriel Jesus was ruled out by semi-automated offside technology, and Carlos Ricardinho scored the consolation goal despite the late setback. It was a nearly perfect night for Arsenal, who will face either Borussia Dortmund, Olympiacos, Atlanta, or Bayern Leverkusen in the last 16. I mean, the Gunners, you cannot just overemphasize, what they've been doing so far this season. Away from the Gunner story, let's go straight to Chelsea. And of course, in the Trillion encounter, Chelsea secured the very first Champions League away victory of the season, finishing a total of 16 points in the group stage. They outpaced Sporting Lisbon, Sporting and Manchester City to advance to the knockout rounds, where they will face one of the Carabao, Monaco, Newcastle, or PSG in the match. The match showcased a brilliant finish by João Pedro, who skillfully slotted the ball past Napoli's goalkeeper Mahrez, leaving him helpless as the ball rolled by his outstretched foot. Meanwhile, it has been the dismal European campaign for Napoli, who faced the ignominy of finishing 30th out of 36 teams. The season has been marred by injuries, leading to a shocking early exit from league phase. Antonio Conte's tenure at Chelsea has been marked by inconsistent Champions League performance, as he has failed to reach the knockout stage in half of his campaigns. 4 out of 8, his greatest success in European remains in the quarterfinals appearance with Juventus during his first season. As Chelsea looks ahead to the round of 16, Napoli must regroup and reflect on the season filled with unexpected challenges. And of course, away from Chelsea, let's go to Newcastle. Another very good, impressive performance from an English side in a gripping UEFA Champions League clash at the Parc des Princes, where Newcastle actually played against the defending champions of UEFA Champions League. A 1-1 draw, that one ended, and resulting in both teams failing to secure a top 8 finish and instead heading into the playoff rounds. The match kicked off with PSG seizing early control. Vitinha struck in 8 minutes, finishing a sweet move after Nick Pope had saved a controversial penalty from Ousmane Dembele, awarded for a handball against Lewis Melli. Newcastle demonstrated resilience, equalizing just before halftime through Joe Willock, who scored his first goal in nearly a year after capitalizing on Dan Bond's flick on. This goal temporarily lifted Newcastle into top 8 alongside PSG, but hopes were dashed as a result elsewhere left both teams relegated to playoffs. The second half unfolded with exciting end-to-end action as Newcastle pressed forward. Jacob Ramsey tested PSG's goalkeeper Matis Stefanov with a close-range effort, and moments later Willock had a second goal disallowed for offside after a quickly taken free kick. The match-defining moments came late when substitute Harvey Barnes squandered a golden opportunity, firing into the side netting from close range after a deflected cross. His miss proved pivotal, sealing a credible draw for Newcastle. And away from Newcastle, let's go straight to Manchester City, as Pep Guardiola will take an immense pride in the result of his team right there after marking his 569th match in charge of Manchester City across all competition, bringing his total to a remarkable 400 win despite facing some challenges during the qualification campaign. They pale in comparison to struggles of last year. Man City has demonstrated resilience in overcoming setback, but to advance far in competition, they need to elevate their performance. From a season perspective, having fewer matches in February is invaluable. Erling Haaland has returned to scoring from netting his opener with confidence of strike and rhythm, while Ryan Cherki continues to make significant contribution, leading all Premier League players with 11 goals involvement since December. For Manchester City, evading the Champions League playoff could become a pivotal moment of the season in Pep Guardiola's system, where control, rhythm, and physical fitness reign supreme in the extra rest is invaluable. After much against Fulham on February 11, the schedule often soft, considerably, and of course that's exactly what the Champions League has brought. And we saw a lot of English side actually impressed yesterday, and Arsenal really top it all. And exactly from Manchester, let's go straight to the city of London. Tottenham Hotspur, Thomas Frank's side actually enjoyed a huge success, return to Frankfurt, where they claimed victory in a dominant performance reminiscent of the Europa League triumph last April. The 2-0 win in Germany allowed Spurs to sidestep next month's two-legged knockout playoff, a relief for Thomas Frank amid an ongoing injury crisis. And of course, with 14 players sidelined, Spurs managed to bounce back from a disappointing 2-2 draw against Burnley on Saturday. This win, along with last week's Champions League victory over Borussia Dortmund, eased some pressure on Frank once again. The commanding display in Germany, highlighted by 15 shots on goal, should instill confidence in Spurs as they prepare for Sunday's Premier League clash against Manchester City. This is exactly how English teams have, turned out so far in this UEFA Champions League season. But then I get that Pelumi is back with us after, network actually took him out earlier on. Pelumi, how are you doing? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me as well?
All right. So, yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Pelumi, you saw the UEFA Champions League game yesterday. A lot of drama. English teams, just find a way. If you look at the table right now, we have, 4 English teams making, the top 8. Initially, before this final game, it was actually 5 of them. And now we're actually having, 4 of them making, the last 8 automatic qualification. Now, Pelumi, tell me exactly how English team has fared. Does this actually show that the English Premier League is the strongest and the biggest and the best league right now in the world?
Yeah, no doubt about that. I think the results are there for itself. It has spoken for itself in the Champions League so far this season. When you're having 6 teams from England in the Champions League and you're having 5 of those teams make it to the top 8, I think it shows a lot of dominance. And even if you look at the only one that did not make it, it was Newcastle, and they finished in 12th position. And that is just, I think that is just 2 points behind the top 8 position. And even before yesterday's game, Newcastle were even among the top 8. It was just unfortunate that they had to get a draw against Paris Saint-Germain to take both teams out of the top 8. So I think it's a great one for this. And if you look at the way they have won these games as well, I think none of them has actually been easy. If you look at Manchester City, they had to beat Real Madrid. Liverpool had to beat Madrid as well. Chelsea had to beat Barcelona in this particular one. So I think Arsenal had to beat Bayern Munich. So it has not really been easy. They have faced tough teams, talking about all of the Premier League sides, and they have still managed to be among the best. I think it shows a lot why the Premier League is actually the best in terms of quality, in terms of players as well. And
Mayo. Let's look at what you said. You said that the Premier League, you agreed rather that the Premier League is actually the best league in the world, because a lot of people have actually been saying it owing to the fact that the Champions League has actually shown that they're actually quite dominant amongst all teams in that particular group phase. But let's look at the Champions League and look at Gordon's statement. Newcastle's player Gordon was actually making a statement before this particular game where he was actually asked by our own Nigerian journalist talking about Omar Katuba. I was asking him what exactly is the difference between the UEFA Champions League and the Premier League. See Newcastle, how they struggle, in the Premier League and how they come to Europe. And he was actually talking about, how in Champions League teams actually can really express themselves, and in the Premier League, there seems to be this, conservative, approach to every game. And also look at Arsenal. The way Arsenal play in the Premier League, you see that Arsenal look for, unconventional ways to get goals, set piece. I mean, in some cases, own goal. In some cases, the goals can actually be, quite scrappy, penalties and all of that. And look at Arsenal's attack. I mean, they are regular, in the attack. Bukayo Saka, Lisandro Trossard, Gabriel Martinelli, Victor Gyökeres, all of them. I mean, if the 5 of them, if you look at their statistics so far, in the last 11 games in the Premier League, only Lisandro Trossard has scored 1 goal in the Premier League. The rest of them has fired blank. But in the UEFA Champions League, that result is actually, quite contrasting. They've been doing so well. So tell me exactly, in the Premier League, I mean, and in the end of the day, if you look at also the Premier League in the last couple of years, I mean, how many of the teams, have actually come to actually win the UEFA? Okay. Sadly, I mean, it's unfortunate that I just got informed that Pelumi actually left the call. I mean, network is quite terrible. But I was asked about asking Pelumi about the chances of the English team actually winning UEFA Champions League. And look at the last couple of years, how many of the English team have won UEFA Champions League? And look at the way they actually file out in the Premier League. And these are the questions a lot of persons have been asking. And for me, right, if you look at the way this English side actually come out in the Premier League, play against themselves, and then look at how expressive they are in the UEFA Champions League. It says a lot about the quality at play. If these guys can actually turn up in the Premier League the same way they turn up in the UEFA Champions League, I think it's going to be quite a different ballgame. But then this Newcastle that the player I was talking about. I'm talking about Gordon, who was actually talking about the difference between UEFA Champions League and the Premier League, and how they really do not really express themselves in the Premier League. I don't know what exactly you want to actually tag that to be, but from where I stand, I think it has to do with the fact that a lot of managers have actually come into the Premier League, look at a way to actually create an inverted approach to Pep Guardiola's philosophy, which is actually to express themselves, and now decide to actually go into playing more conservative and then hit on the transition. That's exactly how they decide to actually put a stop to the problem that Pep Guardiola, unquote, actually, the problem of Manchester City and Pep Guardiola in Premier League is to actually find a way to actually be more conservative and more tactical to ensure that you don't get to concede a lot of goals. But then when they go outside, when they know that teams they're actually playing against is quite different from what they are used to in the Premier League, they tend to really express themselves, and that's exactly what I see. Maybe if Pep Guardiola leaves the Premier League, I want to believe the Premier League is definitely going to open up a bit more, because at that point, a lot of teams will definitely come out at themselves, and that's exactly one of the danger of you having that huge dominance on a particular league for a very long time, and that's exactly what I think is wrong with the English Premier League. But let's go on a quick break. When we come back, Sport Republics continue.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's about shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
welcome back to Sport Republic on Voice of the People TV. It's so sad that network has actually not been, clement with my guest talking about Pelumi, who's really been struggling to, come back to the call. But of course, away from what's happened right there in Europe and talking about football, the UEFA Champions League and all of that, now let's move straight to the world of boxing. Yes, Tyson Fury is in the news as he's gearing up for his boxing comeback, showcasing a unique training routine on social media. In a post on Instagram, Fury expresses excitement, stating, "Excited to be back. Has always been and always will be in boxing. Someone go tell the king that the ace is back." His upcoming opponent, Esin Makhmudov, is a formidable heavyweight contender based in Canada. Makhmudov has faced quality opponents with only loss coming against Ajit Kabari, the current WBC interim titleist. The Olympic medalist Guido Vigliano is in the recent bout, and of course, Makhmudov dominated British fighter Dave Allen, reestablishing himself as a serious contender in the heavyweight division. "I'm thrilled about the opportunity," Makhmudov said. "I'm coming to deliver a war, and Tyson Fury has been a big champion. I will be more ready than ever to leave with a massive win." And Tyson Fury's training has become the subject of intrigue, particularly his extreme method, such as sprinting through fields while tied to a log. He declared 2026 is mine, showcasing his commitment to regaining his ring fitness. Fabio Wadley has also expressed interest in stepping into the ring with either Alexandra Usyk for an undisputable title fight or Tyson Fury for an all-British showdown, since dethroning Vladimir Klitschko in Germany in 2015, making the unified WBO, WBA, and IBF World Heavy Champions. Fury has been a pivotal figure in the heavyweight boxing landscape, although mental health struggle has kept him out of the ring until 2018. He returned to prominence after a thrilling trilogy with Deontay Wilder, ultimately becoming WBC world champion. Fury has previously sold out iconic venues such as Wembley and Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. His bout with Makhmudov will mark his first fight in the UK since 2022. His only professional defeat came against Alexandra Usyk, who triumphed in their 2024 undisputable showdown and later in a rematch. Now Fury aims to reclaim his position as the top of the sport and hopes to capture another world championship later this year. The truth is, Tyson Fury is a man, they call him the Gypsy King. He's a man who I really, really admire when it comes to, the world of boxing, because he gives his all. And to see him actually out, for a while after that loss against, Usyk and trying to come back, I was hoping this fight of his return is going to be against Anthony Joshua. But unfortunately, death happened to Anthony Joshua's close ally, and the young man is still very much grieving at this point, and our hearts and thoughts are with the family of his our friends and his training partner. It's quite sad to actually see Joshua in that particular state. But Fury is a man who I will really, really put my money on. Look at the dedication to work. How he's actually been training, fighting so hard to come back to the summit where he really belongs in this particular game. If he is able to actually defeat Makhmudov, then definitely he's going to do. But, from where I stand, looking at Makhmudov is also a very good boxer. But I think it's more of a one-handed boxer. And the thing about one-handed boxer is that after a while, they get tired out. For the Gypsy King, who is Tyson Fury, who likes to actually move around, in the ring, I think it's going to be an easy fight for him because he's going to actually wear Makhmudov out. And plus the fact that he's really been training hard. I don't know, but I think for me, this fight is only going to end just one way, and it's going to be a Tyson Fury win. And after that, I hope to actually see another rematch against, Alexandra Usyk. Usyk has actually been enjoying, a roll call ever since, he's just been enjoying himself. The world undisputed champion, the fight champion and all of that. So I really want to see someone really give him a huge challenge. And if there's anyone who can actually give him that at this point in terms of, experience, in terms of exposure, in terms of what he's going to bring, I think it's going to be Tyson Fury. And I'm really, really hoping, I know the world's really, really also hoping to actually see, what, will happen if that fight's ever going to happen. But away from that, let's go straight to Australian Open as Djokovic advanced to semi-final after Musetti's painful retirement. Djokovic secured a place in his 13th Australian Open semi-final after Lorenzo Musetti retired injured while leading their quarterfinals match. Musetti had taken a commanding lead of 2 sets, winning 6-4, 6-3, but was forced to retire in the third set due to injury while trailing 1-3. The retirement marked a dramatic twist for Djokovic, who is seeking his 25th major title to break the all-time record held by Margaret Court after an extended break due to walkover in the 4th round. The Serbian showed sharpness early in the match with impressive variety and an early break. Musetti, however, quickly found his rhythm, leveling the match and then taking the first set after some powerful shots. The Italian started the second set with momentum, taking an early break before Djokovic responded, once again drawing level. Djokovic forced retirement for a foot blister while leading in the 3rd. But it was Musetti who ended up calling for a trainer due to an apparent thigh issue. Despite trying to continue, Musetti was unable to actually play at the full capacity and ultimately retired, resulting in Djokovic's 103rd career win at the Australian Open. After the match, Djokovic expressed sympathy for Musetti, acknowledging him as the superior player for most of the contest. I feel really sorry for him. He was the far better player today, and I was on my way home, Djokovic stated. He also expressed gratitude for unexpected opportunity. Musetti conveyed his disappointment during the press conference, revealing pain had started at the beginning of the second set, intensified to the point where he could no longer continue. This injury is reminiscent of last summer's French Open, where he similarly withdrew from the semi-final. In the other quarterfinal, defending champion Yannick Sinner advanced after a straight-set victory over Ben Shelton, setting up a semi-final showdown with Djokovic. Sinner aiming for his 3rd consecutive Australian Open title, praised Shelton's ability and acknowledged the anticipation of facing Djokovic once more. With the semi-finals featuring the tournament's top 4 seeds, Djokovic, Sinner, Carlos Alcaraz, and Alexander Zverev, the stage is set for an exciting conclusion for the Australian Open. I recall that we were having a conversation myself and Afis, I think about 2 or 3 days ago about Australian Open semi-final, and these were the names we were actually mentioning. And Afis was telling me, yes, he agrees that Djokovic, is still quite, a top player, but the strength of these young guys will definitely burn him out. And we saw that, against Musetti. Unfortunately, he actually, retired due to an injury. But I mean, Djokovic in semi-final will experience, prevail over strength. At the end of the day, we'll definitely see how, it's going to happen when Djokovic eventually play against his opponent. I'm talking about, Yannick Sinner in that particular time. On that note, definitely we'll be wrapping up, the Sport Republic show this morning. And of course, I believe you really, really enjoy yourself. And of course, later this evening, the guys will be here. I'm talking about Jerry and Afis will be here to break down all sporting issues, particularly what happened in the UEFA Champions League and more. Of course, do not go anywhere. Up next is the midday news with David Edwin, and we'll definitely be giving you everything around the world. Don't go anywhere. I'm Ikechukwu Aguago.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Naija change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija.
That na why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand.
Uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
as a distraction from the need to provide housing for the displaced.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Turkish officials downplayed Tinubu's stumble roll. APC governors call for transparency ahead of party congress. NSCDC denies withholding staff promotions, salary arrears. Lawmakers urges Soludo to reconsider Onitsha market closure. Lagos police denies shooting anti-demolition protesters. Kano government vows to end the Emirate tussle. In the world of business, federal government lowers entry barriers as 50 oil blocks open for bidding. In sports, Confederation of African Football slams Senegal, Morocco for final chaos. And in the world of entertainment, court sends Angela Okorie to Suleja prison. Another news in full. Turkish officials have dismissed the controversy in Nigeria over President Bola Tinubu's brief stumble during his official visit to Turkey. Chairman of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabirewa, disclosed this while responding to a post on X, noting that the visit was being widely celebrated in Turkey. President Tinubu briefly stumbled on Tuesday during a ceremonial march past at the parade ground in Ankara, but quickly regained his footing and program continued without disruptions. Reacting earlier, the President's Special Advisor on Media and Public Communication, Sunday Dari, said President Tinubu remained hale and hearty and went on with his official engagement. Similarly, the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, described the incidents as minor. And in politics, the Progressive Governors Forum has called for transparency and coordinated management of party congresses and the forthcoming National Convention. Forum Chairman and Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma made the call while presenting a communique after a meeting with APC leadership in Abuja. Uzodinma said transparency, consistency, and accountability must guide the process to strengthen trust and credibility within the party, stressing the need for responsible leadership, clear communication, and collective discipline. He reaffirmed the forum's commitment to deepening internal democracy, strengthening party structures, and promoting inclusiveness nationwide. The governors also welcomed the briefing on the APC's national e-registration and digital membership update, which Uzodinma said would enhance data-driven planning and grassroots engagement. He added that the forum endorsed the timetable and institutional framework approved by the party's National Executive Committee for the upcoming congresses and convention, and commended the APC leadership under National Chairman Professor Nentawe Yiwatda. Moving on, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has clarified reports alleging non-payments of promotion and salary arrears under its current leadership. The clarification follows complaints by some personnel who say promotion arrears from 2022 to 2024 are yet to be paid despite repeated assurances. In a statement, NSCDC spokesperson Afolabi Babawale said the Commandant General Abubakar Odi does not control the payment of salaries or promotion arrears. He explained that responsibility lies with the Presidential Committee on Arrears, chaired by the Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation and the Accountant General of the Federation. Babawale added that the current leadership inherited 5 years of unpaid arrears on assumption of office in 2021 and has since facilitated the payment of arrears from 2015 to 2019, benefiting over 37,000 personnel. He said official records show progress has been made in settling outstanding arrears, contrary to claims that no payments have been made since 2022. Meanwhile, member representing Ogbaru Federal Constituency in Anambra State in the House of Representatives, Afam Ogene, has urged the Anambra State Governor, Charles Soludo, to reconsider his decision on the closure of the Onitsha main market. Ogene, in a statement, expressed concerns that the one-week closure would inadvertently cause further hardship and economic losses to thousands of traders, as well as have a detrimental impact on the state's economy. He therefore called on Governor Soludo to embrace dialogue with market leaders with the aim of diplomatically resolving the situation. The lawmaker noted that the governor's directive to close the market has met widespread public outcry, with many questioning the constitutionality of the action. He added that this led to an instant outburst of protest in Onitsha, resulting in the complete shutdown of the city, a major commercial hub and transit point for the southeast and south-south regions, causing considerable concerns among stakeholders. Governor Soludo said the state government could no longer tolerate what he described as calculated economic sabotage. He stated this during a press briefing at the Lighthouse, Oka, on Wednesday, declaring that the sit-at-home ended in 2022. And here in Lagos State, residents of Lagos waterfront and informal communities are protesting what they describe as forceful and violent eviction by the state government, allegedly carried out under the guise of urban renewal. Protesters say thousands of families in arrears in areas including Makoko, Badia, Shogunle, and parts of Ifako have been rendered homeless, a situation activists warn is becoming a humanitarian crisis. Our correspondent, Onyeka Ogolo, reports the story.
Peaceful protest is not a crime. But see how they are frustrating Nigeria. APC is more dangerous than bandits. You know good. APC na terrorists. These people.
Residents in several waterfronts and informal communities in Lagos took to the street today protesting what they described as violent and forceful evictions carried out under the banner of urban development. The protesters accused the Lagos state government of ignoring court rulings that prohibited demolitions without clear resettlement plans. They also referenced a Supreme Court judgment which they say limits states' authority over inland waterways. Demonstrators claim that previous demolition exercise has led to deaths, including those of children and elderly residents, and warn that the actions are worsening the state's housing crisis by driving up rent and pricing workers and civil servants out of the markets. At the protest ground, right groups say thousands of families have been displaced in communities such as Makoko, Badia, Shogunle, and parts of Ifako. They warn that demolitions are deepening homelessness and contributing to growing number of out-of-school children in Lagos. The group also alleged that residents were not consulted before the demolitions and accused the government of failing to properly utilize funds meant for the development and upgrading of the Makoko community. Meanwhile, civil society groups organizations rejected claims by the state government that non-governmental groups are benefiting from Makoko, describing the allegation as a distraction from the need to provide housing for the displaced residents. Tension escalated as journalists at the scene reported that the leading protester coordinator was dragged away by police officers, while protesters accused security operatives of blocking access to the State House of Assembly. The protest ended in chaos as police dispersed demonstrators with tear gas, forcing residents and journalists to flee the area. From the State House of Assembly, I am Monica Ogola reporting for VOP TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Onyeka, for that report. Moving on, the Democratic Socialist Movement is demanding the immediate and unconditional release of Hassan Taiwo Soweto and other protesters arrested during a demonstration at the Lagos State House of Assembly. In response, the Assembly has denied allegation that lawmakers ignored protesters or approved the use of force during the Makoko protest, describing the report as misleading and capable of inflaming public tension. Well, in the meantime, the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Jimo Oluhodare, has denied claims that officers shot at residents protesting home demolition. Speaking on a television interview, Oluhodare insisted that no firearm was discharged during the demonstration at the Lagos State House of Assembly in Alausa, amid reports that a protester was shot in the leg. In another development, the Kano state government says the lingering emirate tussle will soon be resolved amicably. Commissioner for Information and Internal Affairs Ibrahim Waya told newsmen that measures are already in place to restore lasting peace and stability in the state. He said the government is committed to dialogue with all stakeholders and stressed that the administration will ensure the dispute does not generate tension or affect governance. Waya added that the approach respects the rule of law, traditional institution, and the collective interest of Kano residents. on Governor Abba Yusuf's defection to the APC. The commissioner described it as a development that will benefit the state, promising increased project, intervention, and dividend of democracy. Well, you're still watching the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
All right. Also joining us virtually is Mr. Sunday Oladapo. Mr. Sunday is also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator and also an ADC member. Mr. Sunday, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the Midday News.
Yeah, good afternoon and thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Well, let me start off with you, Mr. Sunday. There is a conversation surrounding the Kano Emirate tussle. I strongly believe that you are aware of that particular situation, but the Kano state government has clearly said that right now they are clearly getting close to a position of solving that tussle amicably without any rancor between the two warring factors, as it were. Some would say this should be some cheering news for the Emirates because it's been long coming, particularly in the part that government should have interfered long enough for that level of tussle not to even escalate to what we are seeing it look like right now. What's your position with this news story? And then how would you take this news? Because some have said it's a major cheering news coming from the Kano state government.
To me, is neither here nor there because it's been political. If you recall, when the dethroned MI was there, it was removed via political undertone by the governor splitting the throne, the Emirates into like 3 or I think 5. So, and when the new government of the man that is just the campaign into APC now came in, they saw it as a ploy to get back the power from the APC that were there then, that under which the first issue happened. And immediately, Sanusi was making a very beautiful comeback, even won first in the first court of instance, before the present MR also win again. So making it a confusion breakbone thing. So if the new governor now realigning with the center, because the rumor we had then was that the center was okay with the present Emirates and not in support of Sanusi. So if that is the case and is now going to APC, then I think it's good if they can try to resolve it. But how they will resolve is what we need to be attentive to study. Is it that they will go on with the 5 Emirates, or they are going to beg the man there now to step down, or they are going to have 2 of them reign at the same time? So it's a thing to study and look at. So if it's a sharing news, well, the Kano people will know.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. Mr. Fanimo, this conversation about having to settle these disputes within the Emirates and Kano has been long overdue, according to some quarters, because it's a political thing that should have been resolved even from the state government. But right now, the government is saying, as it stands, we will be going into an approach that respects the rule of law, traditional institution, and most importantly, it would not create any more tension. With this kind of news, should we cheer for the government of Kano, who again, some have said is trying to buy the goodwill of the people because of its defection to the APC? What do you make of this, Mr. Fanimo?
Yusuf is not porting to APC, as it were, because it's done with NPP.
Okay.
It's not porting because
the people of Kano loves APC more than NPP is not plotting to spite Kwakwanso. And finally, is not plotting for the good of the people of Kano State. He left that party, NNPP, because of his survival instinct.
Survival as a sitting governor?
Yes, I'll tell you. The first law of nature is self-preservation.
Right.
No governor, forget about all those shenanigans and all those posturing, will do first time and will not want to go back the second time. And Yusuf is not an exception. Yusuf wants to have another shot at the government house. And the way the NNPP is rupturing, it may be too late for him when those things begins to mature.
So sorry to butt in here. Are you saying that he is seeing the handwriting on the wall, particularly the fact that Kwankwaso also has more followers than he is, and it's not going to guarantee him a second term in office? Is that what this is all about?
No, you see, Kwankwaso has his eye on moving to APC.
Okay.
But the conditions precedent to his movement to APC is not clear yet.
And so he's still also not
he's
in
still,
the
you know. So everybody is just testing waters. Yusuf wants second term. That's why he's also remembering now that the Emirates imbroglio has to be resolved. Knowing fully well that he's coming there to meet Ganduje.
Okay.
Because Ganduje is still a member of APC.
Right.
And if he gets to APC, he needs to contend with Ganduje. So the only way to ride a little bit higher than Ganduje is to resolve the Emirates crisis. Now, the one I said, it is for his own personal reasons to maximize gains and ensure that he gets back in 2027. There is no political party as it stands today, apart from the one in ICU, that does not have one life-threatening disease or the other. And so, if you are traveling at 100 kilometers per hour, and you notice that the driver of that vehicle and the vehicle has a problem that may not take you to the next destination, what do? You disembark and join a better vehicle that will take you to a destination without hitches. That's what Yusuf and his co-travelers that are deporting to APC, that's what they are doing. So that settles why Yusuf is coming to APC. Because APC is the only vehicle that is sure to take any candidate to the next election. As it is today, I don't know what will happen the next 24 hours.
Oh, well.
Now, to the Emirates Council issue.
Yes.
Don't forget that it was Ganduje that disrupted the norm in Kano by creating 4 Emirates in defiance to the Emir of Kano. Now, Yusuf came and restored the power of the Kano Emirates and subsumed the other creation by Ganduje under the authority of the Emir of Kano. And Emirship in the north is an institution on its own. So with that, he has scored a point amongst the people that he has upheld the culture and tradition of
the state.
But there's still a problem.
Which is?
The ousted Emir still parades himself, Bayero, as the authentic Emir.
Well,
Sanusi is also parading himself for good reason as Emir.
Now,
he needs to resolve that before the election.
Okay.
And how he's going to manage that crisis is yet to be determined.
Now,
usually when you depose an Emir or an Oba or Obi, whichever one applies, you are not supposed to allow that deposed person to remain in that community. Usually they banish them. When Sultan Mashido was dethroned, he was banished.
Yes. Now, looking at the fact that the governor has clearly stated that this is going to be a conversation that would be for the interest of Kano residents, plus the fact that as it stands, he has so much in his hands. The Kwankwasias are also coming after him, clearly saying that, look, you betrayed our trust, we gave you this ticket, and now you are going behind us to join a party that we have nothing to do with. Do you think that the statement by the Kano state government is anything to go by? Judging with the fact that the elections, of course, we know is by the corner, and with all of the baggages around the governor, would he be able to resolve this? Maybe in 30 seconds. Oh, you think so?
He will resolve it. Because there are some things that dictate where the barometer swings. And one of it is liquid and raw cash.
All right, then. Well, because of our time, really, let's jump to another conversation. And I want to start with you before we go to Mr. Sunday. The Lagos State Commissioner of Police, I'm talking about Jimo Oluwandare, has said that the police officers did not fire at residents who were protesting at the Alausa State House of Assembly. But the footages we saw a couple of minutes ago said something different, because people were running and there was quite some people that were gasping for breath and all of that. If that is not what is the reality, what do you think the Commissioner of Police is hinging on to publicly make this statement, owing to the fact that we saw something different from the footages that was brought to us a couple of minutes ago?
For me, if the footage we saw is anything to go by, the police acted professionally at the State House of Assembly during that protest.
Okay.
You could see that they mounted a barricade and they were not entangled with the protesters. That's the call of duty. That's what they should do at that moment. And don't forget, the least person that could command the men on ground at that point is likely to be ACB Ops, Assistant Commissioner in charge of operations, or area commander, which is also the same rank with the ACB Ops. And at that level, the ACB Ops or area commander has that power of discretion to perfectly read the situation and be proactive in making sure that such protest does not degenerate into a crisis, a violent one for that matter. And the minimal thing you could use to disperse crowd is the tear gas. Tear gas will not kill you, it can only demobilize you to some extent. And except for one person that says somebody died of gunshot.
Right.
But generally, if it was true that somebody died of gunshot, we should have that person mentioned.
All right then.
So the police did a perfect job.
All right then. Well, again, I want to. All right, before I come back to you, let me take it to Mr. Sunday. I understand that you're still with us, Mr. Sunday. Well, looking at the footages, I don't know if my producers are ready. Can we have that footage again of the reports by Onyeka Ogolo, our correspondent right here in VOP TV? Now, the concerns are being raised about the fact that the protesters clearly marched to the National Assembly, the State Assembly, I beg your pardon, and they were asking for the assembly members at least to respond to them. Now, as a result of the silence of the assembly members not coming to them, whatever it degenerated to, we cannot talk about it right now. But let's talk about the way that the police dispersed the protesters. Some have said, right call. I mean, Mr. Fanimo here did say they did a perfect job. I mean, the least at which the police should use is a tear gas. But the assembly has clearly said that they did not, the lawmakers have said they did not ignore the protesters. And of course, they did not also approve the use of force during the protest, describing the protest and the reports as misleading and capable of inflaming public tension. What's your position with these conversations, Mr. Sunday?
Yeah, thank you. The thing is this, until people in position of power, democratically elected, understand that they are in those offices for the people, because the democracy is the government of the people, by the people, for the people. Now, in this type of a scenario, the lawmaker representing that area is supposed to even lead that protest, because that is what your people want, and that is where you are standing in for. Once in the case where the elected seems to believe that they are not chosen by the majority of people you represent, this is what you get. In such a scenario, there is no point for police coming. I doubt any constituent, any member of that constituency will see their representative and go and be against such person. I believe they would have been happy. It would have been nice if the rep representing there has attended to them, speak with them, tell them what he or she has been doing to support and end that plight. Instead of them staying in the AC and telling the police to, the police need to understand that we're in a democracy. This is not an autocratic government where protest is illegal. So people have right to show their concerns. But I believe the assembly members, especially that person, that honorable representing that constituency, has not managed this well at all.
All right, then. Well, let me still stay with you, Mr. Sunday. And these protesters also cited a particular Supreme Court ruling, which I'm going to read to you, because the Supreme Court ruling was on January the 5th, 2025, and significantly impacted the regulation of inland waterways in Lagos. Now, the court upheld the National Inland Waterways Authorities, that's NIWA, as the sole regulatory authority over Nigeria's inland waterways, which of course includes Lagos State. Now, are the protesters right on these protests? That's one part. And then on the part of the state government, did you think they did well enough to not only take these people off where they say it's a dangerous place for them to stay, but did not provide an alternative for them? Or do you think they gave them ample time enough to have evacuated the place before they started taking them out one after the other?
Yeah, don't forget that Lagos is same with the government at the center. Even if NIWA, that's the federal the federal agency in charge of water, and which had that judgment with them, I believe that in terms of party governments, and they would not come to tell you that they didn't authorize Lagos to embark on that action. So even if they never did, because it's the same government at the center and in Lagos, they will try to see how they can use some ideas to cover that up. Being as it may, a government of the people will not just wake up and tell you that people need to go to hell. Look at what happened in a particular place in the north where there was misfiring of the military hardware, I think at the Air Force. Recently, I saw the news of what the president has done there, giving them brand new houses, building roads, just to make it like to effect or cushion the effect of the blast on the houses of the people.
Right.
So I believe that governance should be a plan thing. If Lagos know that this Makoko is going to be going in the next 6 months, what about getting houses, even if it's going to be a family to a flat instead of a family to a building? You can do that. By the time you come there to evacuate them, the people will not have any major issue than to move. But now there is no provision, and we just go there and tell them this place is not safe. Okay, where is safe that you want to provide for them?
All right, then. Well, let me bring this conversation to the studio while we wrap it up. Mr. Fanimo, this same question is what I'm going to ask you. Reactiveness against proactiveness by government. The Makoko community, again, a question of what other measure did the state government put in place for these residents before evacuating them or sending them out of that area? Plus the Supreme Court judgment. What do you make of this whole story?
You see, going by the Supreme Court judgment, it's difficult to interpret. The Land Use Act places land in a state under the state governor.
Right.
Now, the new law upheld by the Supreme Court says all waterways should be ceded to the government of the Federation.
Yes.
Now, is Makoko not part of Lagos State?
But
is the riverine area of Makoko not part of the waterways? So I leave that to the court.
Well,
I leave that to the court.
I'm being told by my producer that we really have to call it a day. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. I want to say a big thank you to you, Mr. Daily Fanimo, seasoned reporter,
my pleasure,
and of course, public and political affairs commentator. Also, Mr. Sunday Oladapo, thank you so very much for joining the conversation. ADC member and also political and public affairs analyst. Thank you so very much for chiming in on the conversation. We'll take a very quick break right now. When we return, unprofessional conduct, Ngige faces allegation over 80 million naira contract. This and more when we return after this break. Please stay with us. I'm glad to have you back, and it's still the midday news right here at Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. A witness in the trial of former Anambra State Governor and former Minister of Labor, Chris Ngige, has told the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Gwarinpa, Abuja, that an 80 million naira contract for the NSITF Makurdi office was awarded to a company that did not bid for it. The disclosure was contained in a statement posted on the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission's X handle. The witness, Pedro Toworse Chelin, said that his company competed for the contract but later petitioned the EFCC after discovering the alleged irregularity. According to the statement, Chelin, an entrepreneur, told the court that the contract was awarded under Ngige's oversight. He said after failing to get clarification from NSITF management, he approached the Bureau of Public Procurement, which confirmed that the company awarded the contract did not participate in the bidding process. Elsewhere, academic activities have been grounded in the Federal Capital Territory as the Joint Union Action Committee continues its strike, now in its second week. The action, which began last Monday, involves several unions, including the Nigerian Union of Teachers, the Abuja Environmental Protection Board, the Fcta Water Board, and the Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees. The unions are demanding payments of 5 months' wage awards and the resolution of 14 other outstanding issues. The NUT has directed teachers in FCT primary and secondary school to stay away from classrooms, citing unpaid pension and National Housing Fund deductions, as well as concerns over salary centralizations. Residents say the strike is already affecting education and daily life. Our correspondent in Abuja, Nadozie Obinna, has more in this report.
Reacting to the incident, the residents of Abuja Metropolis, including an SS3 student, got time, Mr. Ibe Azubike, Mr. Jeremiah Baba, Miriam Zubairu, and Kadidat Musa said that the activities have affected the students. They appealed to government to dialogue with workers to stop the strike. Recall that the agencies included in the strike are the Abuja Environmental Protection Board, AEPB, the Fcta Water Board, the Nigeria Union of Local Government Employees, NULGE, among others.
Our Wike is trying, but first, workers supposed to be paid. The workers, those that are working, where they are not being paid, there's no food for them, and they cannot be able to work, and the work will stand still.
It's really affecting us now. Us that we are in SS3, the government has to pay so that we can move on with something, so that we can catch up with our reserve. If not, it will affect us the most.
Government is not doing well in the issue of strike, because with the scenario of what we are seeing today, we don't expect this government to go on strike, because the children now are not learning. As they are not learning, there are other sections of FCT workers which they are on strike, which is not giving a good name on the FCT, especially FCT. We have never witnessed this kind of strike. 1 week off, 1 month off, and one work on, which is wrong. In fact, the government should do something. The government should call out the strike where the children can embark on their studies, because it's not giving us a good record.
Are not entering class, and the workers that is working, they are not paying them.
Our teachers don't enter our class, and we don't write because of this strike. Please, we need our government to help us pay our teachers the salaries.
A lot has been happening. See security, a lot. And we're talking about the civil servant not being paid. And the minister is not even coming up with any solution. Some of us that are into business will just stand by the side and be watching things. When it is not going good for the civil servant, business will not move. So it will still affect the economy in a little way or in a big way. So I'm only advising the government to do the needful. Call these people, call them, let them have a kind of dialogue so that this thing will be solved once and for all.
Well, thank you so very much, Nadozie, for that report. Moving on to other stories, the Delta State Police Command has arrested a 41-year-old man, Ogenewo Gaga Emmanuel, over the alleged sexual abuse of 2 underage girls. Police say the suspect invited the minors, aged 12 and 13, to his residence earlier this month, where the incident allegedly occurred before it was reported. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
The Delta State Police Command has arrested a 41-year-old man, Ogenewo Gaga Emmanuel, for allegedly sexually abusing 2 underage girls, aged 12 and 13, in the state. The incident reportedly occurred earlier this month after the suspect invited the minors into his residence. Police said the case was reported and promptly investigated, leading to the suspect's arrest.
We got a report around Agbaro that a certain man was defiling 2 young underage girls, one 13 and the other one 12 years old. It's a pity I cannot put the camera on the victim. It's very sad because when you look at this man here and you look at the victim, you would wonder what does a 41-year-old man find attractive on the body of the 12-year-old girl. I just want us to hear her voice a bit. You know this man here? Okay. What did this man do to you?
He slapped me.
For where?
For a house.
For a house. You and who go the house that day?
Now the girl, Favor.
How old is she?
13.
13. So now both of you now sleep with that day?
Yes.
All right. But you know, you report her to anybody?
No.
So how police can't they find out?
During questioning, the suspect reportedly confessed to the act, while authorities condemned the incident.
Okay, what's your name?
Honorable Gaga Emmanuel.
How old are you?
41.
41. You get children?
Yes.
How old is your child?
My senior girl are 19 years.
Your senior girl are 19 years. This child you were sleeping with, how old is she?
12.
12. You just found out today, Abi?
Yes.
Oh, but as at the time you saw her, around what age you say she will be?
I know answer for you.
She look like person who don't reach 18 years?
No.
All right. So tell me, how come you started sleeping with this child?
Now that's a friend when he come meet me.
Okay. How old is that friend?
No, 14 years that one.
Forget. The information is that she's 13 years. So both of them did what?
Come my house.
Come do wetin?
Come meet me.
Why they come meet you? How they know you?
Nah, that guy I know. New Year. That's a friend. 9 minutes.
You don't sleep with that one before that day, Abi?
No, then once. Don't be saying.
Wait, okay, you sleep with that one once before that day.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when she came with this little girl, now what you gonna do both of them for your house?
I can't sleep with both of them.
And confirmed that the identities of the victims are being protected. The police assured the public that the suspect will be prosecuted and urged communities to remain vigilant and report suspicious activities. From BOP TV, I am Rhoda Jani.
Well, thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. From there on, let's move to some business stories. The federal government says it is lowering entry cost in the latest oil bid rounds to boost transparency, production, and attract investment. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission announced during a pre-bid webinar that the signature bonus for the 2025 licensing round has been reduced to $3.7 million, down from $10 million in 2024, and far below the roughly $200 million required several years ago. A total of 50 oil and gas blocks are up for grabs, including 15 onshore, 19 shallow water, 15 frontier basins, and 1 deep water block. The move aims to increase oil output from 1.5 million barrels per day to 2.7 million by 2027, boosting government revenue reserves and investment inflows. The NUPRC said the focus will be on technical expertise, credible work programs, financial strength, and timely production. CEO Orisha Mayewa Eyesen assured investors that the changes, her first since taking office in December, will provide a stable and predictable regulatory environment. Still talking business, the Naira recorded its third consecutive gain against the US dollar on Wednesday. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed the Naira rose to 1,448 kobo per dollar at the official market, up from 1,401 Naira 22 kobo the previous day, a daily gain of 74 kobo. At the parallel market, the Naira strengthened by 5, reaching 1,485 Naira per dollar, up from 1,490 Naira on Tuesday. Analysts say the gain comes as Nigeria's foreign reserve grew to $46.04 billion as of January 26, 2026. Tuesday had marked the Naira's highest daily gain against the dollar in months. And from business, we'll go straight to sports, where the Confederation of African Football has sanctioned Senegal and host Morocco after this order marred the AFCON 2025 final in Rabat, Morocco. CAF said its disciplinary board punished players, officials, and federations for breaching the CAF disciplinary code during and after the match, which Senegal won by 1-0 after extra time. Protests, pitch confrontations, and crowd unrest followed a controversial VAR decision late in the game. Senegal coach Pape Bouana Theo was handed a 5-match ban suspension and fined $100,000 for unsporting conduct. Players Iliman Ndiaye and Ismaila Sarr received 2-match bans, while the Senegal Federation was fined $615,000. For Morocco, defender Ashraf Hakimi got a 2-match suspension, one suspended for a year. Midfielder Ismail Sabari received a 3-match ban and a $100,000 fine. The Moroccan Federation was fined $315,000 for misconduct involving officials, ball boys, and supporters. CAF also dismissed Morocco's protest alleging regulatory breaches by Senegal, ruling the complaint lacked merit. The final turned chaotic after a VAR awarded penalty to Morocco, with Senegalese players briefly walking off the pitch. Play resumed after 20 minutes and Senegal's goalkeeper Edouard Mendy saved the penalty before Pape Gueye scored in extra time to secure Senegal's historic win. And for sports, to some entertainment stories, where Nollywood actress Angela Okorie has been remanded at the Suleja Correctional Center over allegation of defaming fellow actress Mercy Johnson. An Abuja court ordered her remand following her arrest. The development was disclosed by Nollywood filmmaker Stanley On Top, who criticized the judicial process, and accused Mercy Johnson of intimidation. Stanley On Top also argued that the defamation is a civil matter and urged that due process be followed. Still in entertainment, American YouTuber and live stream star Darren Watkins, popularly known as iShowSpeed, has been granted Ghanaian citizenship following a month-long tour across Africa. Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister Sam Okudzedo Oblakwa announced that the 21-year-old influencer was issued a Ghanaian passport after what he described as confirmation of iShowSpeed's irrefutable ties to the country. The move aligns with Ghana's Beyond the Return initiative, aimed at strengthening ties with African diaspora and encouraging people of African descent to formalize their connection to the country. Ablakwa said the decision followed engagements highlighting the streamer's growing relationship with Ghana and Africa through cultural interactions and online content. He also praised iShowSpeed for projecting Ghana and the continent positively to the global audience, describing him as a fitting ambassador. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping. It was also the site of the Aso Rock Declaration, issued by Commonwealth heads of government during the CHOGM in Abuja in 2003. The chapel, cafe, and mosque are all located within the villa complex. There are several rooms for various functions inside the Nigerian Presidential Mansion in Aso Rock. The building houses the offices of the Nigerian President and Vice President, as well as meeting spaces.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, I hope you don't forget I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And today is a new day, a new week, you know, to be excited, to have fun, and a lot of things, and work also. So yes, get ready everyone, because we are about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And trust me, we are going to talk about a lot of things, like we always do. And the experts on our list today, we're talking about Nigerian pastor and relationship expert Kingsley Okonkwo has generated widespread reactions online after asserting that without financial resources, most men do not have what it takes to lead a woman. So the cleric made the statement via X post on X, like formerly Twitter, and where he argued that many men emphasize financial provision as the core of leadership because they are deficient in other critical areas. So according to Okonkwo, when money is removed from the equation, several men struggle to demonstrate emotional intelligence, spiritual depth, mental stability, moral discipline, and clear direction. So qualities he described as essential for effective leadership in relationships and marriages. So the comments sparked intense debate across social media platforms, drawing both support and criticism, while others, some users, agreed with the pastor's view, noting that leadership should involve guidance, responsibility, and emotional maturity beyond finance. So others accused him of making sweep generalization and undervaluing men who lead through partnership and character rather than wealth. So the statement has since ignited broader conversations around gender roles, financial expectations, and evolving definitions of leadership in modern relationships. So see, this is what he said. He said, if you remove money, most men don't have what it takes to lead a woman. That's why most men want to hold on to the idea that a man's main role is providing. So outside money, most men don't have the spiritual, emotional, mental, moral capacity to lead a woman in today's world. And even the money, the men don't even have it. A lot of men today are carrying an outdated syllabus and, and mindset that was developed when women weren't educated or didn't work being the head today. So it's a lot of things. See, I don't want to come and start saying plenty things, but what Pastor Kingsley has actually said is the truth. The kind of breed of men we have these days is funny. I'm sorry, but men they don't come for me, but it's the truth. Do you get what I'm trying to say? A lot of men don't feel that, yes, money is everything. And maybe because the ladies were always this kind of money person, and a lot of ladies are money conscious. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So now men feel that, that it is their responsibility to provide, especially when it comes to the finances. And when it gets to that, they forget that there's the emotional part, there's other basic parts in the marriage than the finances itself. Do you get? So if you come out the money for women, oh my God, you will know that some people used to marry things, but it's okay. You know, a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things about men and how they take care of their family and their responsibilities as a man. You know, every man go to shout, man, to be a man, it's not a day's job to be a man. See, at the time when I say, forget this thing. If you come out this money, no, see, you go even see, you go just they do like this, blood of Jesus, but no shout. But trust me, when I say women, we they try. I'm telling you, we they try. We they hard working. Even waiting man if you do, we women, we they do and pass. All right, then. Let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. You know, a lot of people are still agree with what Pastor Kingsley Okonkwo has said, while some still refuse. Some men said, no, that's not true. So we have a lot of comments, and let's see what people are actually saying about this. And yes, somebody said, I turned down a man who is a millionaire. Oh, wow. And because he doesn't know how to apologize when he is wrong, I told him I want him. Okay. And Eliora said, now why with all their money, women still they cheat on them? Oh God. And it's true. Do you know a man can have a lot of money and still not hold a lady? Like I'm telling you, women are very, I don't know how to, in as much as we are very dramatic, we shall know what we want to, just as the man will know what he wants. You get what I'm trying to say? A man can actually have the whole world, but still not hold a woman. Because it's not, I know women, we love money and we want all the financial aspect of it. But somehow, this life not just balance. The money fit not there enough. Yes, women love the connection. They love communication. They love you to be there than the money. Sometimes, I'm just saying. Do you get what I'm trying to say? When you come, they give woman money, they give her money every day. One day, she needs that connection. She needs that closure. She needs that someone that she will rely on or talk to or speak to. Please, women, we are emotional. That is just the truth. That is the truth of the matter. So, if you remove money for where men do, now you go decide, because a lot of men are doing this now. And maybe because of when they don't get money, they feel say, I can get any woman I want. I can get, they calm down, bros. You know, it never reach like that. Just be coming down. Let's take more comments and see what people are still saying about this. We have a lot of comments, and let's take more and more comments. And yes, somebody said, apart from money, what else does men bring to the table? When I don't start to, I know they yet. When I come, they talk, say, this table, one day this table goes scatter. And somebody said, are you people reading the same thing I'm reading? He's talking about becoming a high-value man in the modern era. Yes, and that's true. And yes, another person said, and even the money, the men don't have it. This money they're shouting up and down, they don't still get them. Go help now. And another person said, most men can't lead a woman with or without money. Actually, life no balance. Person say, he good as God, share problem, give everybody. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments, and yes, we have more and more opinions of people. And Life of SJ said, they feel absolutely lost without money. I wish more men will focus on developing character. Money is not everything. And trust me, thank you so much at Life of SJ, because men feel that when they have the money, that it answer. They say money is the root of Guinea. Now you go complete them. But trust me, money answered what? It's in two ways. It's now left for you to decide what you want. Because come to think of it, a lot of men feel that, you know, instead of developing their character, they feel that with bad character, you can actually, you know, you can actually use money to maneuver all those things. I'm telling you the truth. Your bad character will land you to places that you're supposed to be. But trust me, character speaks a lot of things than the money that we see. We should. I think our mothers now has to put this work on the male child. Let them. I don't talk this thing before. Say make mothers they train their male children well. Yes, because they get plenty. I don't born man. If you look the man, you know man no be man. You understand what I'm trying to say? They should put down things that they need to put this male children in check. It's very important. In as much as they say make woman they coordinated, make she get character, make she they say some men say they shout I cannot marry somebody that doesn't have character. Even us too, we not marry you when no get character. It is as simple as that. Do you understand? So I'm still speaking about the women, our mothers. Please, more na they try. If una they train na male children well, all this wahala no go dey. People no go they drag this one. The other person they drag another one. Everybody go there in peace. You understand what I'm trying to say? No problem. Everybody go there. You not go to see men when they beat woman. Trust me, it's very important. We don't put all these things in check. That's why things like this, you know, keep on coming out and stuff like that. So let's take more comments and see what people are talking about this. We have a lot of comments. A lot of people are bringing out their own opinion of what Pastor Kingsley has said. And yes, P. Crystal Joella said, only the wise will understand the context of this message. God bless you, sir. All right, another person said, even with money, most of them still empty, and they are quick to say Nigerian women don't know how to communicate. Thank you. And ask the you are dating to hold a meaning conversation. They does not involve, I'm telling you, men are just moved by what they see. Do you understand? Anything we concern, oh, go help us. Anyway, it's good. And Biola, you said this pastor sure know how to keep their customers close, Sha. Oh. My brother, you are talking about customers. God help you. No meaningful topics, only social topics to get attention. So if you're not getting that, if you're not actually loving it, why did you now come here to type? Just day your day. All right, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually talking about this. But trust me, it's actually good that we women, you know, this still boils down to the women. And yes, to our mothers especially. When they train on a picking well, I'm telling you, because who wouldn't love, your child to do better, especially the male child. When you see your son doing better, doing good things, you'll be happy as a mother. So please, when they try put eye down, teach your pikin the right thing to do. Not only the women, every day you say women do this, women supposed to be there for kitchen, women supposed to do this thing. Men know that they're kitchen. I've seen a family that will come out and say, that the work of a woman is to be in the kitchen. They play. Men these days, some men now put in check all those things. Their son, they enter kitchen, they cook. It doesn't matter. Do they have to put it? They'll have to stamp it on the women's face and say, you must. In fact, you go to the kitchen now so it take be. That is not how it is. Men now, we have caterers that are men, we have cooks that are men, we have chefs that are men. So why are you not going to train your pikin where after you go come and say, see, it's good that we have to start placing these values as mothers. Your male child actually has to start doing better. It's a lot of work. You know, I go work tired and I go put in that work. But come to think of it, women, we are still strong. That is just the truth. So let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this and we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments before we go to our next topic. And I hope you're excited already. Let's take more comments. And yes, Cravy O said these girls made it look that way. They aren't interested in anything else except the money part. So in our comment section, they form. Outside, they are different. Okay, God help you. And Chika said, without money, most women won't love to be led by a man. That's not true. I don't support you at Chika's Mobi. And Office Furniture said, without women, almost 99% of women can be with a man. See, money is good. Love is sweet, though. When money enters, love is sweeter. We understand the fact. But come to think of it, a man might, it's actually different when ladies say it's the money part. I think women love a man that is generous. You might be rich. That is just the truth. You people are mistaking these two things. You might be rich and not still be generous. We'll still be, we'll not even have it all but be generous. So ask me, which one will you choose? So that question still lies back to you. So, but trust me, I see they talk and I say our mothers need to start waking up because it's a lot of work. Even as much as we're training the ladies, we should also put an eye and put a check on the male children. They are the future, future leaders and all those kinds of things. Where would they try? It's a lot of work. And yes, and that is it for that. To our men, to our ladies, Mona try. Okay, and that takes us to our next guest. And yes, our next guest, we're talking about a trending social media post shared by Entertainment, and it has been on social media platform, has drawn widespread attention after a woman was seen celebrating her marriage at the age of 32. So following multiple relationship setback. So according to the post, the woman reportedly experienced up to 8 failed relationships or marriage attempts alongside several emotional breakups. So before finally accompanying the story, showed her expressing joy and gratitude, describing the marriage as a victory after years of disappointment and waiting. So the post quickly sparked mixed reactions online, with some social media users congratulating her and praising her perseverance, while others questioned the accuracy of the claims and debated the implications of repeated relationship failures. While the story, continues to spread, it is actually, I feel this is testimony that God has actually answered. A lot of women, they know they talk how many heartbreak they get to, but hey, this one is a lot. 8. You date the first one. Date the second one. Date the third. See, it's good that she was, she was consistent and she didn't give up to find love. For those people where they, wait for love and they find love, God will help you. Because if you wait. So this is just a reminder that you shouldn't give up. Now, give up, now fail. Actually, this is actually beautiful. Seeing after lots of heartbreaks and a lot of heartbreak, not be all those small heartbreak, all those heartbreak where you go to cry. Oh, God. But then she actually laughed last. It's beautiful to see this. And, talking about relationships this time around, it's a lot of things. It's not, I still say this. I said, the person where you don't date with for a long time doesn't really determine that is the person you're going to end up with. Yes, you can be with somebody for 10 years, date the person for 10 years, 12 years. That doesn't really, get the perspective that you're going to end up with the person, because that person fits meet another person 1 month. And in 1 month time, they will come visiting with a boy or girl. So trust me, I understand the fact that she has, gone through relationship failures, and not be only she, men too, they witness the same thing. Make I talk for my men, I be a lie. Men too, they witness the same thing. Not be only ladies, they witness the heartbreak. Men too, they get those kind of heartbreak. But then, what I'm trying to say is that love is a beautiful thing, but make we they try this, they reduce this heartbreak where people they serve on the daily. It's too much. If you don't say you know if you day with person, cuckoo just day your day. No, come they drag person daughter. You understand? And you could do that peacefully than causing somebody had pain, depression, and the rest of them. Because a lot of both the women, I don't want to side anybody, both the women and the men too. We know they try. That is just the truth. When things just come like this, we rather want to inflict pain on that person, so that the person go no say if you that heartbreak. But come on, we need to do better. This is 2026. We need to do better. See, a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things about this. So let's take some comments and see what people are talking and saying about this. Let's take some comments. We have a lot of comments. Love is actually beautiful, but doing it with the right person is the thing. If you get a lot of heartbreak, but you better say you get the heartbreak, may you still land with the person where God done destined for you. And Chayaba said, never make a man feel like he did you a favor by marrying you. You'll regret it later on. Okay, I think that's a key point there. And Bemi said, some things are better left unsaid, Sha. I beg. If you want to talk anything, we no just get said. Just cuckoo keep quiet. Don't even talk anything. Better say just put her like that. And G for gift, he said, even bandits no go fit bring out this kind of information. At G for Gifty, go help you. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are talking and saying about this. We have a lot of people saying things, and let's take more and more comments. Trust me, you better say they say broken engagement is better than what? A broken marriage. Because the aftermath of a divorcee is a serious thing. People just come out and say like you're gonna be free. I pray. See, that free get comma inside. I'm telling you, that freedom, you get comma. Because you feel they're free, yes, but you start, depression. People don't talk about the things that, follow all this kind of stuff. They don't talk about it at all. People that have been in that position before, they don't talk about it because it's crazy. A lot of people might be through emotional trauma, a lot of things. And trust me, I don't think that is a very good idea for you, where it's best you just try to settle with the person where you feel say they're right. You go marry well. That is just the truth. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments, and let's see what people are still saying and talking about this. We have lots of comments, and let's take more and more comments. And yes, somebody said, one of God's favorite, congratulations. And Off to Bed Collective said, if no be this information, wait till I for chop this morning. And H said, I'm glad he finally did her the favor of marrying her. It's not a favor. This thing is, okay, it's well with you. And somebody said, now, wow, you for just keep quiet and thank God. Okay. A lot of people, see, my comment section, you get plenty bad belly with inside here. When I know if you see something, say, okay, congratulations. So others, comment rightfully. Comment section, una never cease to amaze me. Una they bring up things when they shock me sometimes. I go to answer. I say, no, my God, wait, more that they calm down. But it's well. It's actually beautiful seeing her that she actually got married and she's actually smiling, and it's a very big testimony. You see, so you where they won't give up. You don't see now. So no cuckoo give up because now who give up? Now you fail. Try. May you see you go struggle. Hey, try. Your own go come. And not go because say you want to settle that you come. They say I must marry today. Calm down, yo. There's not be today where they say everybody if you don't marry this year, something will happen. May you they calm down. May you no go enter from frying pan to fire. Then from the fire where you go enter, they feel roast you inside. But trust me, love is a beautiful thing, and it also requires that we don't give up, and we should also that love is still going to find us someday. To all the singles, this year 2026 we move. All right, and yes, that takes us to our next gist, and this time around we are talking about Guinness World Records has officially confirmed Nigerian celebrity chef Hilda Basi as a 3-time world record holder, so further cementing her place in the global culinary history. The confirmation followed a detailed review of her September 2025 cooking feat, during which she prepared a massive quantity of jollof rice. So Guinness World Records announced that the single cooking attempt qualified for 2 separate titles: the largest serving of Nigerian-style jollof rice and the largest serving of rice ever prepared, adding to her earlier world record. So Hilda Basi first rose to international prominence in May 2023 after completing a 93-hour, 11-minute non-stop cooking marathon, earning her first Guinness World Record with the latest confirmation. So her total titles now stands as 3, making her one of the Nigerians' most decorated Guinness World Records holder. The announcement has been met with widespread celebration across social media, with fans and public figures applauding her consistency, resilience, and impact on Nigerians' global culinary recognition. And it's a big congratulations to Hilda Basi. See, my ladies are making me proud. I'm saying this basically. When I see women, they do better things like this, it makes me happy. Come to think of it, and trust me, see, that jollof rice where everybody just tests, and it's actually a lot. Hilda Basi is someone that has this, this woman power. She shows her resilience, her persistence. It's everything. See, women we strong go. Tell man now, may you go carry pot now, that kind big pot, may you begin to cook now, you go find story they tell you. But you see, I don't want to drag the men before they go come in and say, Precious, you don't they talk plenty. But come to think of it, I love the fact that our women and our ladies are really doing the most. And come to think of it, you're holding now, Hilda now is 93, holder of the Guinness World Records. It's beautiful to see that. The largest sport. It's not easy. Sometimes when I watch that video, because seeing her, cooking with the heat, the sun, it shows me that she is someone that doesn't give up. Yes. Even after that, who knows the next one she will do? You get what I'm trying to say? So this is to everybody that has been sleeping. You get what you need to wake up. So all my ladies, when they sleep, see, no time to waste time. Wake up. Collect your money, because how you want to collect, and when you know work hard. It's beautiful seeing her that she actually made this, and it's lovely. And yes, a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things. Fans has actually come out to congratulate Hilda for this match. So let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And my comment section, wanna be careful. Don't even start. See, if you not congratulate her, no could talk anything that I take or beg you. All right, let's take more and see what people have actually come out to say concerning Hilda Basi. And yes, Omotoyo C said, congratulations, star girl. And another person said, more wins. And Floor Skincare said, congratulations to her. And Peculiar Uzoma said, congratulations, beautiful. And another person said, never collect the first one. Why Guinness World Records be like this? Why una won't spoil this? You see what they talk? Una don't start. Joshua Obas, Kilo. I don't want to speak Yoruba for you. Don't drag me. But be careful. But come on, when we see things like this, I think Nigerians should start doing better. You congratulate the persons. Chicken, don't come and be dragged. Is it una feel put person for pressure? Put person for they give person headache. The person will go to think in life. If he say they bad, come on. I think Nigerians need to start doing better. When you see people doing good things, why don't you encourage them? Say nice words, be happy for them. But no, nah, pepper body every time hits people with it. It seems is well. See this year we will do. We don't almost finish January like this, but try they do well. Not come they cause people pain and a lot of things. It's actually beautiful when you congratulate somebody in something they've achieved. It's not easy. If it's easy, go do your own. No one will say you don't read. Even if you do your own, your own are your own, your own are your own. No come the drag person join now. All right, and that's it for that. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we still have more juicy gist to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent.
And yes, welcome back, beautiful people, to the show Spotlight, still on VOP TV. And yes, I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we don't talk about a lot of things. People achieving good things, people doing beautiful things, and it has been a lot. And I'm sure you're excited, and because I am too. And yes, our next gist we're talking about right now is Nollywood actress and filmmaker Bimbo Ademoye has publicly called out a man identified as Emmanuel Davis over an alleged copyright infringement that led to the demonetization of her YouTube movie, Where Love Lives. That's the title of the movie. So according to the actress, the film, which gained massive traction and millions of views after its release, was flagged on YouTube following a copyright claim linked to one of its soundtracks. So Ademoye alleged that the song, which was originally produced for her movie, was uploaded to music platforms and claimed by Davis, so resulting in YouTube automatically suspending monetization on her content. So expressing her frustration on social media, Ademoye described the situation as unfair and damaging to her hard work, urging the individual involved to withdraw the claim immediately. So she also hinted at possible legal action if the issue is not resolved, while calling on relevant authorities and industry stakeholders to address the growing problem of copyright abuse affecting digital creators. I don't like the fact, let me say this, I don't like the fact that people want to inflict so much pain on you? When they see you doing something good, why don't you go and create your own? What is all this? You come out, you put so much. Do you know? People put money, time, hard work into what they do. And after doing that, you will sit down somewhere and say that you're so comfortable to bring that person down. Why? This is a lot. I think some Nigerians need to start thinking well, because trust me, well, it's a lot of things. And come to think of it, our movie producers are going through a lot of things. Those people, create with all the stress and everything. They sit down, produce movies, they do a lot of things, and you want to, put somebody's hard work to the mud. I think this is not good. This is totally unacceptable. But then, you see, a lot of people don't come talk plenty things. And this Emmanuel Davis now, I don't even know, but definitely where you there now, you go to smile. Abi, is well with you, but Mesha may not catch you. That's just the truth. Because with everything she said, she's not somebody to be told with or played with. All right, let's see what she has actually come out to say, because Bimbo has said a lot of things, and let's hear what she has actually come out to say.
To come on here and misbehave. I mind my business and I try to just stay on my lane. I'm making this video so that it will be on public records. I've had a very long week. I have been tested, I have been tried, I am stressed mentally, physically, financially. I'm drained. Emmanuel Davis, Lagos Sounds, I'm warning you, you don't want to play with me. I'm putting it up here now, because if I put a bounty on your head and they find you, take down that thing and put back my monetization of my movie. You have an hour. You have 1 hour. I'm not one to... You put the song. Ugochi made a song for me, specifically for me. She didn't upload it because of problems like this. You took it, you uploaded it, put on Spotify and all platforms, and claimed it to be yours. Then you demonetize my movie, my hard work. You have 1 hour. If I put a bounty on your head, it's done for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Time starts now. Wow. Emmanuel, you put the song. Ugochi made a song for me, specifically for me. She didn't upload it because of problems like this. You took it, you uploaded it, put on Spotify and all platforms, and claimed it to be yours. Then you demonetize my movie, my hard work. You have 1 hour. If I put a bounty on your head,
how do people feel so comfortable to put pain on somebody? How do people just sit down and say that they want to be causing someone so much pain, to cry? Why? This is a lot. Come on, we should do better at this. It's a lot of hard work that somebody put down. Money, finances, everything. And you sit down and say it is okay for you to make somebody cry. Well, Emmanuel Davis, I don't know what to say to you, but it is well with you. That is all I can say. All right, a lot of people and fans have actually come out to say things concerning this and the situation Bimbo is in right now. So I just pray that she'll be fine, and all this whole thing will be resolved. And yes, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, somebody said people are wicked. Actually, I don't just know how people just think and feel. They feel so okay. So Wild said, I hate how Nigerians can be so wicked and inconsiderate. Nobody should be this callous. You can't need money more than the person who is doing the hard work and all the heavy lifting, only for you to reap where you didn't sow, while she gains nothing but tears and sadness. This person needs to be located and locked up with serious hard labor for years. Actually, that is just the punishment for this person. And Prince Ozzy said, you are still saying take down, Abi, you don't send men to carry him. I actually don't really know where the guy is, but seriously, this is really sad. I feel that you don't do this to people. This is someone's hard work. This is nights of creativity and a lot of things. People haven't slept because of movies like this, and you decide and say no, it's another person's hard work that you want to come and take. It's a lot of things. I just feel you people should start doing better. I beg. You want me to be I'm begging now. Let's take more comments and see. People are talking about this, and a lot of people are really sad concerning the whole situation and about Bimbo's movie and the rest of them. Yes, Hassan said, like block monetization from that National Treasured movie. That's some 60 to 100 MS. Where do you people buy your audacity and wickedness from? Actually, must he be from hell? Child. All right, and Timilei said, Bimbo. Okay, and another person said, this is not fair. I am VC said, this highlights why it is essential for everyone to understand the music business. Many individuals in the entertainment industry lack a clear understanding of how the music business works, including the rights they have. Actually, you get what I'm trying to say? Even, you don't even come posting songs that are not yours. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So she had the rights to post because the song was specifically made for her movie. So you coming to post it and say it is where is your conscience? For crying out loud, where is your conscience? Is well. I just feel that we should start doing better. All these things that what is all this for? What is all the hate? What is all the wickedness? What is all this pain that you're trying to inflict on somebody for? Will you win a trophy? Actually, would you? It's well. All right, and yes, that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be popular entertainment. There's been a post actually talking about a man who said he felt disrespected after his wife shut down her business rather than hand it over to him as the leader of the home. So yes, according to the post, the man believed that as the head of the family, he should have been given control of the business, but his wife chose to close it instead, a decision he described as insulting and dismissive of his authority. So the story has since generated widespread reactions on social media, with users debating gender roles, marriage dynamics, and financial independence. So while some supported the man's view on traditional leadership in marriage, many others defended the woman's right to make decisions about her own business, reigniting conversations around equality and respect in modern relationships. So your wife started a business, and because she brings money. Now, okay, this is what he said. And said, I'm a married man in my mid-30s, and if I'm being honest, my ego is bruised. Okay, God help you. And before we got married, my wife already had a thriving business, and I admired her drive. That's what drew me to her. So, but marriage has changed how it feels. She earns far more than I do, and it's messing with my head. I suggested she put the business in my name so I could lead it as the husband while she supports. She shut it down immediately, saying she can't hand over what she spent years building. Now I feel disrespected, and I'm starting to question whether she truly values me or this marriage. Bruh, in fact, I'm supposed to give that your wife a gift. Because, come to think of it, business where woman using hand starts. Okay, even if she wants to give it to you, maybe it will be from her heart that she will do it, like say, okay, I'm going to give my husband because of how nice. But no, your ego has been, let it be bruised 1,000 and 3,000 times. Because what in the heavens is your ego got to do with this? Somebody's business where she starts. Because she's your wife doesn't mean that you should, you could take control over everything concerning her. Come on. Men should, this is what I'm talking about. I actually talked about men that have value. But no, the ones where the breed where we get now is something I cannot, God. It's not something I cannot think of. How you go do all right? Say your wife do business, get money. So your pain be say they make money more than you. So why don't you work hard to make money so that you self go there, you go there higher than your wife? But no, you want there one place. Say that the one where she don't work, make she put the business. As I like as she take close that business. In fact, that is the best thing she did. All right, a lot of people don't come out, talk plenty things concerning this situation, and people see they support the woman, say what did the woman do good, like me, because me I support her. All right, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this situation. And yes, somebody said, we have a lot of comments, but trust me, they tell my women, when they try to marry, it's not about God's going to marriage and everybody will just date. Be careful. And yes, somebody said she didn't shut down the business. She shut down his idea. English hard. And Michael, you said no go find work. They look for who to frustrate. Don't be small. You just want to frustrate the poor woman. But I don't understand. And another person said, even if she hands it over to you, it still will not thrive. God, I beg. Actually, if they give her that business and make it handle, if he knows still handle them, that is one thing that most men don't even get. All right, Spicy Mary said these men are princesses from the. I think princes or princes from the marine kingdom, my sister. It is a lot of things. We have more comments. Let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say, because I don't even understand this man's idea, because it is, you feel pain that your wife, it's not you to even support her. Like, you have to be there to support her, but no, you want to collect the business so that the business will be in your name. Some people used to marry things that I don't understand. I'm telling you. This is crazy. Like, a lot of people, they try, yo. Hey, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's get people's opinions and see what people are saying about this, because it is a lot. Trust me, I don't see how man go day like this. You say now your wife business you want. Even some men say fit they get shame. This one don't get shame at all. Shame has been written off him. And then somebody said, so she shut down the business instead of shutting down the marriage. What is wrong with some of this? I think she was shut down the marriage at once, but not be everybody fit come, not be everybody fit handle divorce, actually. I don't think that is a good idea. There are even better ideas or better ways to, fix this whole thing. And somebody else said, so we can say you married her hoping to own what she built, actually, because dots aren't connecting. Why would you want her to put her business in your name? What were you doing before marriage? Help me out, so on my list of things to discuss before marriage, just the increase. I'm telling you, these are things you need to put in check, put in place. Don't be to come and say just want enter inside marriage. It don't be so easy. And yes, all these things have to be put in place. Finances, number one. All these things has to be put in place. You say you want marriage, you wake up one day say na marriage they're hungry. You know what? Nobody quarrel you, but try do it with the right person that has you as his priority in mind. Not to go and marry somebody that will not even take care of you. You go there as you there on another place. See person now, don't they talk saying won't collect his wife business. It's not bad though, but he has to do it with the understanding that yes, you have to encourage her and support her, not to collect the business and put it in your name. So what were you doing before you married her? That means you are jobless, actually. Let's take more comments and see what people are talking about this and saying about this. We have a lot of comments, and let's take more and more comments of people. And yes, another person said, I go just read nonsense against my will. God will help you at Wendyville. And somebody has said, one woman has married her enemy. Pray for her. Amen. Oh, amen. And Okoye said she's running a successful business and you are not running anything. Instead of learning what she's doing so you can open branch office and move the family towards financial freedom faster. It's that her own that you want to control. It is well. God will help you in Jesus' name. Amen. See, it's how men think. I know that these men, they have this pride, this ego and everything. We understand the fact that nobody should be told with, and your ego is so much and a lot. You understand. But sometimes, this pride needs to be shifted. I'm telling you, you need to shift it one side. Because how can you tell me that you will feel so comfortable that your wife opened the business instead of you to support her? Or better still, as somebody said, open another branch. It's as simple as that. And work out the money. Now that one where she don't start, now your eyes there. Somebody say, see, anyway, that business is not going to thrive. I'm going to tell you first before you even think of it. You not go even go anywhere. Because now you the handle it, and you will not handle it well. That is just the truth of the matter. But God will help you. So to our ladies, more that they marry men where and they talk them every day. When I see they go. But it's come to think of it, our ladies should do better. It's not about because I'm saying this basically for people that are married or anything. Both people, I'm saying this basically for people that are trying to get married. And yes, even the inside relationship, still they careful. No, they too give plenty legs. Now, leg where they give, now you make some men, they treat you that way. Yes, it is the truth. All right, that's it for that. And to come to think of it, I would love to, speak more and talk more, but this is where we draw the curtain for today. And I'm sure that you enjoyed yourself, because me, I did too. And yes, to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, don't forget to tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. So, catch you next time. Bye.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right. It's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Abuja. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
It was all glitz and glamour at the 9th edition of the All African Music Awards, which kicked off in Lagos, Nigeria, from January 7th to January 11th, 2026, drawing Africa's music elite and global entertainment figures to celebrate the continent's creative talents. Afrima is a prestigious annual awards event that celebrates outstanding musical talents from across Africa. Originally scheduled for the late November 2025, the week-long event was rescheduled to January to ensure broad participation and a world-class experience, with support from the African Union Commission, the federal government of Nigeria, and the Lagos state government as hosts. The award ceremony was co-hosted by Nigerian rapper and actor Fauzi the Bad Guy and French-Senegalese media personality Liliane Morne, bringing energy and flair to the red carpet and live broadcasts to audiences across Africa and beyond.
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video.
Yeah.
But Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me. Because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
You know, I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs.
Yeah.
You give it to them fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. You know, another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. You know, shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a let's say like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Our best African music is just like blessings, you know, to still be here and doing it and contributing to the to this effect.
Music is moving, music is evolving. You're seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
Well, Afrima, as you know, is simply African Musical Awards. And so I expect the best of the best to be awarded. I expect a salute to hard work, a salute to tenacity of purpose, a salute to resilience, a salute to creativity, a salute to culture and tourism, and a salute to the promotion of our economy. I expect a lot.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Abuja. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commissions (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's Head of Public Affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail these developments, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people. As we've heard from citizens, many Nigerians welcome the new refund policy and sees it as a step towards better consumer protection. They, however, stress the need for strict enforcement to ensure the policy delivers real benefits. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Guests, this is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the story where sustained heavy gunfire and loud explosions were heard near Diori Hamani International Airport in Niamey's capital early Thursday, with eyewitnesses describing air defense systems engaging unidentified projectiles. The situation calmed down after 2 hours, with reports indicating the situation is under control, though no official statement has been made by the military government. Video circulating online shows streaks of light in the sky and flames, with residents reporting intense shooting lasting roughly 2 hours. The airport, located 10 kilometers from the presidential palace, houses an Air Force base and serves as a strategic military hub, also hosting the Joint Force headquarters of Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali to combat jihadist group. The cause of the blast and potential casualties remain unclear. Niger has been under military rule since 2023, facing security challenges from jihadist groups linked to Al-Qaeda and Islamic State. Meanwhile, the leader of Congolese rebel coalition, Corneille Nangaa, has criticized a strategic partnership agreement between the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, and the United States, saying it is deeply flawed and violates the country's constitution. The deal, signed on December the 4th grants the U.S. greater access to the DRC's critical minerals in exchange for investment and security cooperation. Nanga, who heads the Alliance Fleuve Congo AFC, which includes the M23 group, cited a lack of transparency and legal shortcomings in the agreement, pointing to opacity surrounding the negotiations and procedural flaws. The DRC is rich in critical minerals such as cobalt, copper, and columbate tantalite, that's coltan, essential for tech industries. And in Uganda plans to reduce external budget support by 84.2% in the next financial year, starting July, amid efforts to boost domestic revenues. External budget support is projected to fall to 330.9 billion Ugandan shillings, about $92.72 million from about 2.1 trillion Ugandan shillings a year before now. The Finance Ministry did not provide a reason for the reduction, but aims to implement strategies to boost domestic revenue mobilization in the next financial year. Domestic revenues are expected to rise 9% to 40.1 trillion Ugandan shillings in 2026-2027. Uganda also plans to cut domestic debt issuance by 21.1% to help trim its growing public debt ahead of expected crude oil production this year. And in Benin Republic, Benet's successful $500 million Sukuk issuance has encouraged other African countries to explore Sharia-compliant financing, with robust demand highlighting the potential to diversify funding and attract a broader investor base. The 7-year Sukuk, alongside the reopening of Benet's 2038 bond, saw combined orders of over $7 billion, exceeding the proposed issuance size. This has been described as a turning point for African sovereign borrowers by Rothschild's Gaetan Born, who advised Benin on the bond sale. African Sukuk issuance rose to $3 billion in 2025, driven largely by Egypt's $2.8 billion return, and has already exceeded $580 million in 2026, with Benet's debut being a major contributor. Countries like Nigeria, Senegal, and Algeria are exploring or preparing for Sukuk issuance, with Nigeria seeking legislative approval for an inaugural international Sukuk. Admasu Tadese, president of Trade and Development Bank, said there will be plenty of advantages for governments getting access to liquidity from Gulf investors. Meanwhile, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has lifted all remaining sanctions imposed on Guinea following the 2021 military coup. The decision was made after a summit in Freetown, Sierra Leone, where ECOWAS noted that Guinea's presidential election and transfer of power to President Mamadi Doumbouya have created a conducive atmosphere for democratic governance and rule of law. ECOWAS had suspended Guinea and imposed sanctions after the coup, but the bloc deemed the measures irrelevant following the successful conclusion of the transition process. Guinea is now fully reintegrated into ECOWAS decision-making organs and regional integration activities. The regional body congratulated President Doumbouya on his election and urged him to pursue policies promoting social cohesion, national unity, and inclusive prosperity. ECOWAS also encouraged Guinea to intensify national dialogue and consolidate democracy, good governance, and the rule of law. And from Guinea, we move straight to Zimbabwe, where Zimbabwe is experiencing a surge in lawlessness and authoritarianism, with vigilante groups emerging to target critics of President Emerson Mnangagwa. Analysts say a ZANU-PF affiliated group, the Presidential Mafia, has threatened to harm government critic Muyanredzo Shoko, former leader of the Children of War Veterans of Zimbabwe Association. The group's video warning shows members wearing National Youth Service regalia, claiming they are spread across the country and ready to act against government critics. This incident has sparked concerns about the blurred lines between party-aligned vigilante activities and formal law enforcement. Human rights advocates describe the actions as part of a growing pattern of intimidation against citizens expressing dissenting views. The government has not issued any official statements yet, but opposition and civil society organizations have condemned the incidents as the threat to democratic freedoms. Away from that report, a South Sudan delegation led by President's advisor, Honorable Tut Kwe Gatwak Manini, and Foreign Affairs Minister Ambassador Monday Semanya K. Kumba met with Kenyan President William Ruto in Nairobi on Wednesday. The delegation delivered a message from President Salva Kiir's Mariadet and discussed South Sudan's upcoming general elections, with Kenya pledging support for the electoral process. Kenya has committed to building capacity in South Sudan's electoral agency, aiming to ensure credible and peaceful elections in December 2026. The meeting reaffirmed South Sudan's commitment to regional peace and strengthening bilateral relations with Kenya, a strategic partner in the country's peace and political process. But still in Kenya, former President Uhuru Kenyatta has dismissed claims circulating on social media that he instructed former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua to organize a meeting of Mount Kenya leaders to discuss the region's political direction ahead of the 2027 polls. Kenyatta's office described the reports as false and misleading, warning against sharing unverified information. The statement released by Uhuru's Secretary of Communications, Kanze Dena Mararo, emphasized that official communications from the former president would only be shared through verified channels, including the office of the fourth president and Jubilee Party social media handles. The denial comes amid growing tensions between Kenyatta and Gachagua, who have been on divergent political paths since the 2022 elections. Jubilee Party has endorsed Fred Matiang'i as its presidential candidate for 2027, while Gachagua is positioning himself as a key leader in the region. We are still watching the African News and Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. He's a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the African News.
How are you today?
Well, joining us also virtually all the way from Uganda is Dr. Joseph Opul. Dr. Joseph is a doctoral fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam, Gulu University in Uganda. A very good afternoon to you, Dr. Joseph. Well, I understand that Dr. Joseph hasn't joined yet, and we're expecting him to join the conversation. Also joining the conversation all the way from Zimbabwe, virtually, is Dr. Masimba Mavasa. Dr. Masimba is a legal practitioner, public and political affairs analyst and commentator, also a media and communication consultant. A very good afternoon to you, Dr. Masimba. Well, also, he's not in the conversation yet, and we're expecting him. Also joining us virtually is Mr. Nicholas Oyo. Mr. Nicholas. He's, of course, the Secretary General of the Free Kenya Movement, and he's joined us virtually all the way from Kenya. Mr. Nicholas is also a human rights activist, a businessman, and also a political leader. Mr. Nicholas, I want to call you Comrade Nicholas, a very good afternoon to you. And thank you for joining the African News Analysis segment.
Thank you, Comrade, for having us. Yeah.
Thank you so very much for joining. Also joining us all the way from Kenya is Professor XN Iraki. Professor is the professor with the University of Nairobi in Kenya. I also understand that Prof is also going to join the conversation in due course. But again, let's start off this conversation with the two gentlemen already in. I want to start off with you, Comrade Nicholas. Interestingly, the conversation surrounding this whole situation of Uhuru Kenyatta having to be in alliance with Mr. Gachagua. First off, let me ask you, what's your position with this story? And what do you make of it before I go through other questions, particularly on this conversation?
I think the question about alliances for 2027 is always going to come up all the time. But I think if Uhuru Kenyatta denies that they have any agreement with Rigathi Gachagua, then that means that that is a reality, because the problem that you're having, these two gentlemen are coming from a large area called the Central Kenya, where we have a very big vote basket, and the basket that probably made Ruto the president of the Republic of Kenya. So it is a place that has about a bit of fight here and there. And I think Uhuru Kenyatta has been pushing to ensure that he gives direction. But I think if I look at Uhuru's push, it's more national as opposed to what we see from Gashagua's DCP. I hope that that changes. And I hope that it's not about Central Kenya. It must be about Kenya. And that's where maybe we lose it, yeah.
Well, again, Uhuru Kenyatta has denied involvement, but Jubilee Party endorsement of Fred Matagi suggests his active political maneuvering. What do you make of that divergent views?
I think the question about 2027 is a dicey issue, and I believe that the processes of Jubilee, because Matiang'i is part of the Jubilee government, I mean the Jubilee party, and part of the Jubilee government that was there, and seems like Uhuru trusts him. But then there is always going to be that thing that the final nail, or rather the final acceptance, will happen as we go towards elections. For now, maybe everybody wants to look at what options they have. And I think Uhuru is right to look for options that he has.
All right, then. Well, let me bring the conversation to the studio here. Well, Mr. Fanimo, you did hear Comrade Nicholas there in Kenya. And of course, he did mention the path of alliance when it comes to elections in Kenya come 2027. I want to bring this to you as against the fact that even in Nigeria here, there's been consistent level of coalition of some big political big wings coming together ahead of 2027. On one part, Uhuru Kenyatta is saying, look, I'm not in any way having to endorse Gachagua, even though we understand alliances might happen before 2027. Do you think, as it stands, these level of alliances would clearly be a strong, formidable one for Kenyans to clearly look at as an option going into 2027?
You see, alliance is not a novel thing in politics across continents and across countries. You see, most times you can't do it alone.
Okay.
I've witnessed it where alliances worked. And you see, a fragmented opposition. Don't forget that Uhuru Kenyatta was once in the limelight.
Yes.
He was the president of Kenya. And he lost at some point to Ruto. So he must have, because of his experience and exposure to Kenya politics, he must have also understood the fact that he cannot rise up from his ashes like a phoenix and contest with Ruto in the next election without extending his hand of fellowship to opposition figures across the divide. Because one, when you want to contend with an incumbent, you have to doubly work more than the incumbent. Because you are outside of government, state resources is not available.
It's the availability of the president.
Yes, state resources is not available to you, both human and material.
Okay.
And two, a lot of people would want to pander to the whims and caprices of the incumbents against you. And the fact that he was also once the president and was ousted. So he would have sat back and say, look, these were my flaws at this time. And he would have also made calculations that if I go it alone, what will be the result? It's not likely to favor me.
So alliances with Gachagua
will always work.
It's not inevitable in this matter.
When there is a genuine commitment to such alliances, devoid of greed and unbridled, ambitious inclination, that's when alliances will work. Because you are looking at the larger picture. You are not looking at what is in it for me. That's when alliances work.
And then in politics, the numbers count.
Whatever agreement reached during this formative period must be obeyed. Because if you don't obey it, you are sending a wrong signal to future politicians that will want to attempt such alliances.
Now, some have said that this level of alliances between Rigathi Gachagua and Uhuru Kenyatta is one that on some political fronts is a plus for some Kenyans who are looking out for better option when it comes to the 2027 general election. But from your perspective, Mr. Fadimo, do you think that, and I'm going to bring this to the Nigerian fold, do you think that the likes of a Peter Obi and Rabi Kwankwaso might just be a formidable force come 2027 that might be able to shake the presidency in the next election? Because we're talking alliances here, and I'm bringing it to the Nigerian picture. So from your position, do you think that alliance can be strong enough?
You see, I see the alliance in Kenya working better than what we have in Nigeria.
How so?
Kwankwaso has not joined the ADC.
Okay.
And if you have a Kwankwaso, an Amechi, an Atiku, a Peter Obi, and who else? These are top contenders for the presidency. Atiku forever would have that entitlement mentality of him being the financier of this party.
Right.
Peter Obi's obedient movements will want their principal to take the shot at the presidency. So that would automatically set Atiku and Peter Obi on coalition. Now, Kwankwaso, he doesn't have a base as much as it used to be. His protege.
But he still has his Kwankwasia movement.
His protege is in APC. So his protege is likely to dismember Kwankwasia movement.
Because of political office funding with him.
Yes. So Amechi is a non-starter. And he's going to give those three that I mentioned earlier a tough battle. And so they would eventually decimate themselves. It will be like a house divided against itself.
All right,
that may not stand.
All right, then. Well, let me take this conversation back to Kenya. Well, comrade, interesting conversation we're having here. And I do hear how much of a grassroots movement the person of Rigathi Gachagua is. But do you think that Gachagua represents genuine grassroots leadership, or is he just exploiting the ethnic loyalty for personal gains? I'm talking about this in coalition with Uhuru Kenyatta for the 2027 seats?
It looks like that is a exploration that it looks like this is about securing or locking in central Kenya, which is where those two people come from. First of all, Uhuru is not running for presidency right now. Uhuru is just supporting a party, which is he's a former president who has done his term and is supporting a party that is going to give a direction on presidential leadership. In Africa, usually we expected that once you finish your term, you move out of political engagement. But then this is a new way of dealing with it because Uhuru now is active in politics, which is fair. It's okay. But now, if you look at it and you find that it is Uhuru and Gachagua talking about an alliance, I think the best discussion would have been people like Kalonzo Musyoka coming into it, people like Eugene Wamalwa. That would be talking about a national alliance. But then when it comes to Uhuru and Gachagua, it becomes a question of who is the kingpin or who organizes or to lock the central Kenya vote, which is not a very good discussion if I would consider. In Nigeria, for instance, I think people like Peter Obi, Rubio, people like Atiku and Nyasom can always sit down and ask themselves, how do we work this? It's always going to be tough. Even in Kenya, we've had that problem even before. It's always going to be, I want to run and you must follow my way or the other way. But usually alliances work. When Kenya group, the opposition came together in 2002, they actually managed to win against the government's sponsored candidate who was at that time Uhuru Kenyatta. So even these alliances must be considered in that. But the most important thing is, what are you putting on the table for the people? That has been a problem for these alliances. It's more personality as opposed to what you want to deliver to the people, which is very unfortunate for us in Africa. But then I hope that this grows and people begin to understand that it is about what we want to do first and then how we want to do it. Then we work together with you on the basis of that.
Well, I'm still going to stay with you. You did mention some other candidates a couple of seconds ago while you were talking. But then the concerns now will be on the economic path of the Kenyan government that opposition figures have been clearly talking about. Do you think that the candidacy of Gachagua should, of course, he get any other backing from the likes of Uhuru Kenyatta and maybe having to get more alliance with some of the stronger opposition figures? Do you think economically the gains would be there as against what is seen in the present economy of Kenya? Because this has been a conversation analysts have been complaining about in recent time. What's your position with that as well on the economic part of it?
Yeah, I think, first of all, Gachagua is actually, at this point in time, not qualified to run for president. He's been impeached, and in Kenya, when you're impeached, you have to basically go through the court process to find yourself back to the ballot. So Gachagua, at this point in time, is not supposed to be in the ballot, same as Uhuru Kenyatta, who has already finished his term. So those two people are actually not in the ballot, which is interesting. But then when you talk about the economic situation, I think the fact that we have not gotten alliances based on issues that people and ideals and issues that people want to do is a problem for us in Africa, in Kenya. I would have hoped that they would maybe put a conference of economic, the issues they want to do, how they're going to tackle the economy when they come into power. But this is usually, these issues are never discussed, which is unfortunate for me. I hope that we can get to a point where those alliances are based on what they want to do, as you're saying. We rarely get that. And it looks like the person who is running always comes up with some idea of what they think they want to do, but never really supported by maybe an economic conference of some sort, whereby experts can tell them that this is what we feel, this is how you deal with taxation, this is how you're going to deal with investment, this is how you're going to deal with this and this issue.
Well, I like the fact that you mentioned the part of taxation and the other economical issue. There's a conversation about the fact that President of Kenya I'm talking about Mr. William Ruto, is having to be part of the delegation that is clearly going to be working for South Sudan come December on their general election. Well, questions have been asked. Is Kenya pledging to support South Sudan's election a genuine democratic commitment, or is this just a geopolitical strategy to dominate East Africa? Because that has been the conversation about Kenya wanting to dominate East Africa. Should they be given that space and time?
I think it's not even Kenya, it's President William Ruto, because for me, if you ask me, Kenya is also, we are also having problems with our electoral process. We are pushing, even just the other day, I think the news that was there, the main news yesterday was about the opposition going to the office of IBC to express their concerns about certain issues about the electoral process that is going to happen in 2027.
Yeah.
So you ask yourself, this is a person who should be looking at, are we the bastion of best elections, really? I get it. We have done elections in Kenya severally. We have some form of capacity, but then we are always having problems. The IEBC itself came to office just recently. There was a lot of push and pull before it came into office. Even us as Free Kenya, we have had problems. We have gone, even as we actually visited the IBC, we are still having discussions. Even now, before I came to this broadcast, I was discussing with some people in IBC because we need to have a meeting with them on independent candidates, because they've been processing independent candidates in a way that we feel is not according to the Constitution. So I asked myself, should that discussion have been about IBC commission as opposed to the president himself? Because the president pledging that is different from Kenyans pledging it. And we need to ask ourselves, should it have been done through maybe a commission in Kenya or something like that? Maybe we should create an office of elections, South Sudan, support of South Sudan elections, as opposed to the president as an individual being like pledging that support.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. Mr. Fadimo, this is another interesting conversation. You would recall that South Sudan have been battling with, of course, their level of power tussle between the first Vice President, Riek Machar, and the President himself. I'm talking about Salva Kiir. But the questions have been asked about the fact that right now, the elections are in December 2026, and the concerns are being raised about the fact that is South Sudan even truly ready for an election? Plus, against the fact that Kenya's government, of course, by the President William Ruto, declaring support for the South Sudan's election. What's your position with these conversation of Kenya itself not having to have it good, even in their country, but pledging support for another election in South Sudan?
You see, at the level of diplomacy, you don't shut your doors to sister nations because it has multiplier effect. It has multiplier effect on the country that is contiguous to you. So it's just like if you say what happens in Benin Republic, Cameroon, Niger, Chad Republic. These are countries that are contiguous to Nigeria. And you say you want to close your eyes to what is happening there, in spite of the fact that you may be bedeviled by crisis within your frontiers. But then you know that, for instance, if there is any serious issue in Southern Sudan that precipitates large-scale refugees moving, it would assail the infrastructure in Kenya. So is it not better at the diplomatic level to support and ensure that such crises won't occur that would come and place the burden on you? Because either we like it or not, no matter how hard you try to shield yourself from that implosion, they will still find a way to come to your country.
I like the fact that you called it an implosion, because that again is what a lot of persons are calling it.
You know.
But then sorry to cut in here. I understand now that Professor XN Iraqi has joined the conversation. Well, let me establish communication with you, Prof. A very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
How are you?
I'm fine, girl. Thank you. How are you doing as well, Prof?
I'm enjoying myself in Nairobi, a very sunny afternoon.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, the conversation surrounding the statement by the president, I'm talking about William Ruto, as concerning the 2026 December election of South Sudan, him pledging support on behalf of the Kenyan people for the election in South Sudan is what we are looking at right about now. Some have said that the man in question, I'm talking about President William Ruto, is not even having it good at home, but pledging support to that level. Has Kenya's focus on regional diplomacy come at the expense of solving its own economic crisis at home? What's your position with this, Prof?
Let's start by stating very clearly that the Southern Sudan is part of East African community. So even before we go to President Ruto's support for Southern Sudan, Southern Sudan is part of the East African community. So just because of that, it is imperative that the presidents support one another. They support sister countries.
Right.
Number two is, if you drive around the streets of Nairobi, you'll find a lot of cars with Southern Sudan number plates. So there's a lot of economic relationship between Southern Sudan and Kenya. So the peace and prosperity in Southern Sudan will always spill over to Kenya. So peace, prosperity in Southern Sudan is shared by Kenyans. And of course, somebody talked earlier about refugees if there's any crisis. So I think as part of East African community, as part of brothers and sisters, we need to support each other. And peace and the peaceful elections in Southern Sudan would be for our good and for the good of the whole of East Africa. So let's support them where we can, but ensure that there's democracy and the peace and prosperity in Southern Sudan.
Well, I'm still going to stay with you, Prof. The opposition figures have clearly said that, look, having to risk the neutrality of the government by aligning too closely with Salva Kiir is another conversation that is ongoing. Now, I'm still staying with you, Prof. Again, the conversation, particularly about the fact that there's this closeness between President William Ruto and Salva Kiir, it's a conversation that, again, some have said might not be credibly talking to the election come December 2026. Do you think that closeness of these two gentlemen might have anything to do with the election at the very end? Because some have said there might just not be credible election in Southern Sudan because of this relationship. And of course, there might be some level of funding and support on the part of the Kenyan president to Salva Kiir running again.
It's assumed that President Ruto will be a neutral supporter to Southern Sudan. He will not be interested party. He will just be interested in the welfare and the democratic gains in that country. But as you are aware about the East African region, there are a lot of business and economic interests. So one of the big problems we have in Africa is that politics and economics go together.
Right.
So when we pursue political interests, we also pursue economic interests. And I think that's the fear people are having, that the relationship between the two presidents might not just be political, but might also be business and so on. But I think that's the nature of politics in Africa. But my hope is that the support should be neutral, should be for the good of the Southern Sudanese people, not just the president, not just the two presidents. But with probably more details on what this support is all about, it's very general. We need to know exactly what is the support all about. Is it printing ballot papers? Is it civic education? Is it ensuring the security? It is a very broad term support, so we need the specifics.
All right, then. Well, as the days come by, we definitely will be looking at what exactly that support would be. Because, yes, just like you mentioned, it's broad. We cannot just pick our fingers on which of the support this would be. But then again, let's switch up this conversation and go straight to Zimbabwe. And I'm going to stay with you, Comrade, on this one. Comrade Nicholas, interestingly, there are reports from Zimbabwe that Zimbabwe is presently experiencing a surge in lawlessness and authoritarianism, with some vigilante group emerging to target critics of President Emerson Mnangagwa. Well, analysts have said that the ZANU-PF affiliated group which of course they call them the presidential mafia, has threatened to harm any government critics in that country. Now, you would also recall that there is also on the table of the parliament an act at which the constitution would have to be switched for President Mnangagwa to stay beyond the 2030 term. What's your position with this? Decent clampdown?
First of all, it's very unfortunate that anytime you see vigilantes coming up to support government, in Kenya we have a culture that has come up with goons, people who creating problems and causing issues, and there is no accountability. You can't follow it up. Unfortunately, when you see it being an official, the official unofficial, call it official unofficial or unofficial official, whereby it's like there is a bit of support coming from government or maybe agencies of government. It's very unfortunate because this creates a problem for the countries. I find it really unfortunate that Zimbabwe is sliding to this. I would take this moment to urge the president not to consider running for another term. It has not worked well in Africa with this extension of terms.
Right.
It has also caused problems for Africans all the time. I think when you've done your term, you just leave, and we have examples. We have people like Mandela who just left after 5 years.
All right,
and I think this is something that should be a discussion that African leadership should begin to urge others to consider doing their term and letting go and allowing others to come into.
All right, then thank you so very much, comrade. Let me bring this conversation to the studio here. Mr. Fanimo, this is one conversation that has really, really deepened into the democracy of most African states. And in maybe 30 seconds thereabout, what's your position with the fact that vigilante groups clearly are now saying that whoever stalked or whoever criticizes the president, we're coming after this person? And we see these guys joining the National Youth Regalia all across the country. What's your position with this as well?
Well, it's a fallout of manipulation. And you see, propaganda is telling people the same thing at every point, consistently, to the extent that you don't allow them to see the flip side of the coin. And then you tend towards believing such as the truth. So now those guys have been radicalized one way or the other. I think it's incumbent on the opposition to also de-radicalize them using all the tools of communication to let them realize that, look, if we are in opposition, we are fighting for your good and not as if we are targeting an individual in the course of electionary campaign and election proper.
All right, then let me finally take the conversation to Prof. The same question, Prof. On the part of these young people standing in as against any critic of President Emerson, what's your position with these conversations? Plus, again, like I said earlier, in the table of the legislators lies the tenure extension of President Emerson Mnangagwa in Zimbabwe.
Two issues. The first one, let's talk about the vigilantes that are taking on anybody who is criticizing the president. I think that's a very bad path to take for any country, for any president, because we have seen that happen in Kenya. Because once those people start attacking people because they're not supporting the president, who are they accountable to? It's a very powerful tool for politicians, but the wrong one, it destroys the fabric of the country because we stop even respecting the police. We stop trusting the police because people will start believing that since they are doing that without the police acting, they are also part of the police.
All right,
so we lose trust in the police because of using vigilantes and other non-state actors. On the term, I think that's the last thing that the president of Zimbabwe should do. Zimbabwe has enough problems, and Zimbabwe, in my opinion, needs renewal. And one way for Zimbabwe to get a renewal is to go to the polls, get a new president who can change things, not because the current president is bad, but a change is as good as the rest.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Professor X and Iraqi, a prof with the University of Nairobi in Kenya. Thank you so very much, sir, for joining the conversation. Also, big thank you to Comrade Nicholas Oyo, who is the Secretary General of the Free Kenya Movement, also a human rights activist and a businessman, and also a political leader. Thank you so very much, Comrade Nicholas, for joining the conversation this afternoon. And a big thank you. And a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter, writer in Nigeria, and also a political and public affairs commentator and analyst. Thank you so very much for being here. A quick break right now we would have, and when we return, business and sports will be up next. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Ghana is seeing a significant decline in child malaria deaths thanks to new vaccines with 2 shots, one from GSK and another from Oxford University and Serum Institute of India, helping close the gap in the country's fight against the disease. However, the aid cutbacks by the Trump administration and other wealthy governments may hinder the progress, according to Gavi, an international vaccine aid group. Ghana had previously reduced malaria mortality through interventions like bed net distribution and improved access to preventive drugs and treatment. Malaria kills nearly 500,000 young children annually in Africa, and the new vaccines could help drive back the disease. Ghana's immunization program head, Dr. Salom Koswati, praised the vaccine's impact. And from that story, move straight to some African business story. The South African rand extended its gains against the dollar on Thursday, trading at 15.7050 per dollar, up 0.5% from Wednesday's close, as traders await the South African Reserve Bank's first rate-setting meeting of the year. Gold, a major South African export, hit a record high of nearly $5,600 an ounce, boasting the rand's strength. Analysts are divided on whether the SAB will leave its main lending rate unchanged or cut it by 25 basis points to 6.50%. The rand's rally is attributed to a weaker US dollar, rising commodity prices, and increased safe haven flows. The SAB's decision is expected to provide signals on its monetary policy posture. Still talking business, Total Energy has relaunched its $20 billion liquefied natural gas project in Mozambique, with CEO Patrick Poyane announcing the company is on track to deliver LNG from the project in 2029. The project, which was put on hold in 2021 due to an Islamist militant attack, is expected to significantly boost Mozambique's economy and position the country as a major gas exporter. The relaunch ceremony was attended by Mozambican President Daniel Chapo and Poyane, who also announced that Total Energies would provide financial aid to Mozambique following recent deadly floods. The project has faced delays and security concerns, but improvements in security and financing have strengthened prospects for its restart. Total Energy holds a 26.5% stake in the project, which is expected to produce 13 million tons of LNG annually. And from business, we move straight to sports, where the Confederation of African Football, CAF, has suspended Senegal's coach, Pape Thiaw, for 5 games and fined him $100,000 for what it called unsporting conduct after Thiaw instructed his players to leave the pitch during the Cup of Nations final against Morocco. Senegal's federation was also fined $615,000 for the team's conduct and fans' behavior, while players Liman Ndiaye and Ismaila Sarr received 2-game suspension. Morocco's bid to overturn the match result was dismayed, and they were also fined $350,000 for ball conduct, VAR area behavior, and lesser use of supporters. The match result stands with Senegal winning the Cup of Nations. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you. Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, it's always about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
Good evening, viewers.
Welcome to Aviation Scope. I am Chukwemeka Obioma. Today, we are looking at the importance of maintenance, repair, and overhaul facilities in airports across the country. And with me to actually examine this subject matter is Mr. Tunji Oketumbi. Mr. Tunji Oketumbi is a former public affairs manager at Nigeria's Safety Investigation Bureau. Mr. Oketumbi, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Like you already know, there's this move to actually introduce MRO in airports across the country. And this is actually led by Umaru Ganduje, the newly appointed chairman of, FAN board. Now, coming from a body that examines incidents of, crashes and all that in the aviation industry, how would you view this, move by FAN? Do you think it is worth the while? Do you think it's worth the effort? Do you think it's something we should even be talking about?
Yeah, it's obviously something that we should be talking about. I mean, when you look at the importance of MRO to the nation's aviation industry, yeah, we should be talking about it, of course, for many years. And up till now,
okay,
we've not had that kind of MRO that we are, that we may desire. And again, when you look at the economy benefits of having MRO, then you should be talking about it.
Okay.
The impact it's going to generate on the aviation industry, the airline industry, and generally for the country. We should be talking about it. However, I'm trying to wrap my head around.
I'm actually coming to that. Now, for Nigerians who may not understand the importance of MRO,
yes,
could you try to break it down, for them to actually comprehend when we say maintenance, repair, overhaul hangar facilities being built in airports across the Federation, what are we actually talking about?
Okay. Now, we have aircraft flying within the country, and you need to maintain them.
Okay.
Let me break it down. There are certain levels of aircraft maintenance. They are broken into A check, B check, C check, and D check. The A check is just the normal routine maintenance. Like an aircraft has flown for a particular period, it lands, they will change, like you are changing your Fcta, you are changing this, you are changing that when you do your normal routine maintenance of your car. So they do all those. We do that one in this country. I mean, the aircraft will fly, after some time it lands, then the engineers on ground will do normal routine maintenance on that aircraft. Then the big check, now the big check have been virtually collapsed into A check. They have moved some of those things into A check. Now the C check is where the issue is now. The C check is like overhaul. The engine and the significant part or the system of the aircraft. Now you are looking at the avionics, you are looking at the engine, you are looking at all other critical aspects of the aircraft, like the landing gear. So that the C check is not normally done in this country. When they want to do that, they carry the aircraft, they fly the aircraft to other parts of the world, like Ethiopia in Africa, Ethiopia, Morocco, and probably South Africa. But in most cases, they go to Europe and Asia,
okay,
Indonesia, Singapore, and even America, But when Nigeria Airways was still here, they were carrying out A check, and they even attempted C check. They even did C check on a particular aircraft. You understand what I'm saying? And so it's something that is very, very critical, that is very necessary for us to have here. And anytime they take the aircraft overseas like that to go and do the maintenance, like the C check that we're talking about, they spend a lot of money. Foreign exchange.
All right. Now, I want to ask, many say it's, having MRO hangars across the Federation in different airports is merely a logistical enhancement. How correct is that?
You don't have to have, that's my opinion. You don't have to have MRO in all the airports or in all the geographical regions of the country. We are even just starting, How many aircraft do we have in this country, for example? So we need MRO, but we must not make it to look like something you have at every bus stops. No.
Why do you say so?
It depends on the volume, the traffic you have. Yeah, we are saying, okay, there are people can come from all other countries to, is that the way they have it in Morocco? Is that the way they have it in Ethiopia? Ethiopia has, gone far in terms of MRO. And they take aircraft from various parts of the world. What I'm saying is that, why don't we start and do it well? Right now, another airline, domestic airline, has also indicated they are starting the construction of an MRO, which they believe will be, or they have stated, will be ready in 2 years' time. And now, FAN wants to build MRO in how many airports? 6 airports, or virtually all the airports, or whatever. We need to coordinate our activities. We need to really know what we are doing. I would love to have FAN building MRO, and also another airline, maybe Air Peace or any other airline that wants to. Aero contractors that's also been trying to. They have MRO. Okay, maybe the level of what they can do, differs. Right now may not be what we want right now. However, if we want to do it, let's do it like we are serious.
Okay, so when you say let's do it like we are serious, what exactly do you mean?
Okay.
How would we do it to actually portray seriousness on our own part?
Fine. This is something that we've been trying to do since 1988. The federal government at that time, tried to establish what they call national maintenance hangar. They were on it for several years, and it collapsed, it fizzled out. Then in, I think around 2013 or so, they tried to do what they call PPP, public-private partnership, something like that, okay? It never saw the light of the day. When the government is trying to enter into a business, then it becomes a concern for me. You understand? But they can provide the infrastructure. They can build the hangar. They can do this. But they have not told us what they want to do with having 6 MROs. How? How do you want to do it?
And that brings me to the question of the economic benefits these MROs have for the sector and the economy at large.
Yeah, number one economic benefit is that it stops capital flights.
Okay.
Because one, you will be paying for your maintenance in Naira. Anytime you want to go for C-check now, the airline has to be looking for how to, get maybe $4 million, $6 million, Translate that one into Naira and see what it gives you. So you don't have to be cracking your head on how to get foreign exchange. And foreign exchange has been a problem for us here. So they will now get the local, they are operating in local, most of the domestic airlines are operating local flights. And so they are making their money in Naira. Even the ones that have been over international flight, most of the money for that comes from within Nigeria. So the people pay in naira. So they have to convert this money to foreign exchange before you can take your aircraft out. Now, if the money is coming into Nigeria, that's one aspect, foreign exchange. You have been able to block that outflow of foreign exchange. Again, you see that once you are doing it here, you generate employment. Even though I see a problem believing the Air France, AFPs, saying they want to generate 50,000, that may be exaggerated, but one thing that is sure is that they are going to generate employment, direct employment and indirect employment. So that's a big boost to our economy, you know. So once you have that, then the airlines also, when they save money, and they do not have to have that headache, they are going to, it's going to affect the economy. You all know that the airline industry is a catalyst for the economic development. I'm sure you know that. Okay, because people fly from here to Abuja, from Abuja to Port Harcourt, from Port Harcourt to everywhere, and things like that. It boosts the economy of the nation. It is a catalyst for rapid economic development. So, and that is that. So there are other numerous advantages that you generate from having MROs. I have no doubt about that. And that is what, in the aviation industry, people have been clamoring for a very long time.
All right.
But right now, we are still groping for that. Perhaps if this one succeeds, the one that the Air France wants to do, the efforts of Aero, and if FAN is able to get this one through, then maybe we will maybe are on our way to getting there now.
All right, maybe we are on our way to getting there now. Yeah. With that line, we go on a short break, and when we return, Aviation Scope continues.
Airports aren't just places where passengers board and depart. Behind every safe takeoff is a hidden industry: maintenance, repair, and overhaul facilities, or MROs. These specialized workshops keep aircraft airworthy, compliant, and on schedule. But beyond safety, MROs are also economic engines, generating revenue, creating jobs, and reducing costs for airlines and airports. These are the uses with economic impacts. First, routine checks and quick fixes. By handling daily inspections and small repairs, MROs reduce flight delays and cancellations. That means that airlines save money, passengers stay on schedule, and airports maintain efficient traffic flow. Secondly, heavy maintenance and overhauls. Big checks like C and D checks extend aircraft's life and delay expensive fleet replacements. For airlines, that's millions saved, while airports with in-house MRO attract carriers who prefer to service planes locally rather than abroad. Next, engine and major component work. Repairing and reconditioning engines, landing gear, and avionics locally cuts down on foreign outsourcing costs. It also builds specialist workshops that generate high-skill employment. Then cabin upgrades and retrofits. MROs allow airlines to refresh interiors and meet safety standards without buying new planes. This boosts passenger experience and lease value, while airports capture revenue from the refurbishment business. Next, AOG Rapid Response. When an aircraft is grounded, every hour means lost revenue. On-site MROs get planes back in the air faster, directly protecting airline income and preserving passenger trust. Part logistics and supply chain. By managing inventories locally, MROs cut turnaround times and reduce costly downtime, keeping airlines profitable and operations smooth. Training and regional hub services. Airport MROs double as training centers, developing skilled local engineers. They also attract third-party clients, private jets, foreign airlines, charters, turning airports into regional hubs and boosting the local economy. In conclusion, MRO facilities do far more than fix aircraft. They save airlines money, generate airport revenue, reduce outsourcing costs, build jobs, and position airports as regional service hubs. In essence, they are the technical and commercial backbone of modern aviation, ensuring not just safety in the skies, but sustainability and growth on the ground.
2564 is coming up on running 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome back, viewers. It's still your program, Aviation Scope, on your darling station, Voice of the People Television. And I've been speaking with Mr. Oketunji, Mr. Oketumbi, a former public affairs manager at formerly AIB, now NSIB, Nigerian Safety and Investigation Bureau. All right, sir. Like we were discussing before we called for that short break. Now, there have been talks about cannibalization of aircraft, sir, and we need you to help us understand this. What is it about cannibalizing aircraft to get other aircraft that have been dormant for a while to fly again?
I don't want to believe that. Unless the aircraft has just been packed. Let me start from this.
All right.
Every component you see on the aircraft has time expiry date. You understand what I'm saying? That's why it's difficult for me to say, okay, I believe an aircraft can be cannibalized, to fix another aircraft. If the parts you are removing from that aircraft have not expired. You see, most of the components of the aircraft are to be used within a particular period. If you don't use them, if you park the aircraft, you are not even flying. Those components will expire by time. It's either it expires by use or it expires by time. For example, let's assume, you see, fuel pump. I'm just using one, just random something. They say this fuel pump, the information that the aircraft owners have is that you use this aircraft and remove it maybe after you have flown the aircraft for 50 times landings, maybe after 50 landings, or after 6 months. Do you understand what I'm saying now? So now you begin to see that if you don't use that aircraft at all, you just park it. By the time you want to use that aircraft, several components in that aircraft have expired. You can't use them. You can't use them. If you are using them, let's say you have not packed it, you are flying with them, they will tell you, after 200 landings, change this component, or after 6 months. So if you don't use it within those 6 months, they are already due for removal. So now if you want to cannibalize one aircraft, for how long have you parked that aircraft? Are those components you want to remove from that aircraft to another aircraft, are they still usable?
So are you saying that that information is not correct?
I'm not saying it's not correct. I'm saying that it's very dangerous to just cannibalize an aircraft and bring the components to use in another aircraft. Okay, let me give you an instance. Before ARIC started operation, they first bought 2 used aircraft, and they took the aircraft to Alabama and then Dothan in Alabama, and I was privileged to go to see that aircraft with one of my colleagues. We went there. That time I was a journalist, as an aviation reporter. So we were there, and the people that were maintaining that aircraft, that were doing the overhauling of that aircraft, told me that the owner of that airline was wasting money because there were quite a lot of components that were not yet due to be changed. That he said they should change all of them to new. So, and I saw the man, and I asked the man, they said, you are wasting money. Why were you changing the components that are not yet expired? He said, no, he was trying to reduce the time of aircraft on ground. So, because those ones will still be due for change. And now he didn't want the aircraft to be on ground for that period. Maybe it made sense. You understand what I'm saying? But what I'm telling you is that some people are cannibalizing an aircraft to go and use the components on the other side. Depends on a lot of things.
Okay. Now, having said that, in terms of safety, how would you rate Nigeria's compliance level with ICAO standard?
Of course, we are doing fine. I'm not trying to.
If you say fine, I mean,
we are doing very well. We are doing very well in
100.
terms of. So, you see, anytime a foreign body is coming to Nigeria to assess us,
yes,
they will go to the CAA, that is Civil Aviation Authority.
Okay.
That is the major focus. Once the CAA is doing well, they believe that the country is safe, because they will be able to exercise the right oversight.
Okay.
You know, the appropriate oversight, you know, over the domestic airlines.
Okay.
So, and we are still in Category 1.
Category 1.
Yes. Wow. So, as a country, I think we are doing very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. As a country, you think we are doing very well. Now, could you just walk us through C-check and D-check? I mean, tell us about the duration involved in these 2 categories of, checks, safety checks.
Maybe maybe it differs from one aircraft to the other, but whatever. But generally, let me just give you a general something. For the C-check, it's between 18 months and 2 years. Generally.
Yes.
Between 18 months and 2 years, you are supposed to go and do a C-check, which is overhaul of the engines and the aircraft. I mean the mainframe,
okay,
the airframe, of the aircraft. And I said the other time that apart from the engines, you are looking at the avionics. That's what you call the electrical system. Okay. Let me put it that way. The avionics, the engines, the landing gears, that carries the weight of the aircraft. So generally they look at all those things and some other systems within the hydraulic system and all those things. They look at that, but the D-check is complete overhaul. If you have seen where they are doing D-check, the aircraft is stripped to the bears. You change cables, they will change a lot of things. in the aircraft that after a D check, the aircraft is almost as good as new, brand new aircraft, because they would have changed a lot of things to new the components. So that's a little bit I can, tell you about C check and D check.
Check. All right. And you think it has to go on for as long as the business continues? But is it something that could be consigned to just private airline operators, or you think
any aircraft you are operating must follow the manufacturer's maintenance schedules? Okay. The manufacturers would have already told you, this particular aircraft we are selling to you,
yes,
these are the schedules you have to follow, and you have to follow them.
But are there regulations in place to ensure that these airline operators actually follow these strict
measures? Of course, or otherwise you can't fly. NCAA operates by regulations. Everything that airlines do come under regulations. They have regulations for everything. I tell people, I say in aviation, even if you want to cough, there are checklists. There are regulations covering your coughing. Anything you want to do in aviation comes under regulation, there are checklists that you have to follow them. Otherwise, safety is in jeopardy.
All right, otherwise safety in jeopardy.
Yeah.
And with that, we call it a wrap on today's edition of Aviation Scope. And I've been speaking with Mr. Tunji Oketumbi, a former public affairs manager at AIB, formerly AIB, but now NSIB, that is Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau. Mr. Oketumbi, it's been a wonderful time having you here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We are live at the Echo Hotels and Suites for the 9th Afrima Awards, the All African Music Awards night, and it's lovely. Everyone is bustling, everyone is excited. We have a lot of nominees, people hoping, they could win for this year's Afrima Awards night. And trust me, it's a lovely evening, and we are all excited. So yes, we have a lot of people, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm good.
How do you feel?
I feel so good. Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, you know the song? I feel good.
Okay, I think I forgot it, but I remember it.
Oh, okay, that's cool. So please, we'd like to meet you. Who are you?
Yeah. My name is Imo. I'm a piano all the way from South Africa. Yeah.
We have the South African, the vibes from South Africa. You know the dance? How do they do it?
Which one? There are a lot of dance moves.
So we have a lot of them, right?
Yeah.
So yes, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are you? Are you performer? Sorry.
Yeah. I'm performing.
Ooh, nice. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's the first time, obviously, so I'm kind of nervous, but we're gonna get through that.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm just so excited to be here. Yeah. It's a dream come true.
Wow. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Just good vibes. Hopefully we win something because we nominated also. So yeah, let's hope for the best.
Oh my God! So you just are you also want to also have fun about for the African?
Yeah.
All right, so tell me, how do you see music in Africa now? You're a South African, and how do you see music generally, African music?
Yeah. I think right now it's taking over globally. It used to be a thing of a country has its own sound.
Yes.
Yeah. So now I think Amapiano and Afrobeat has united the Africans, the musicians. So yeah, I think it's doing very well right now, and it's globally now taking over. So hey.
We comment there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a beautiful evening. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel good, but everywhere is humid.
Oh
Jesus.
my God.
Still air.
All right. So please, can we meet you?
Shagwarin's is the name. Simple. Actor. Nothing more.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations this evening?
I just want to have a lovely evening, enjoy myself, have fun. I was in the music scene before, then I left and started acting, but I still monitor the music industry, and so.
Wow, so being in the music, how do you see African music in general?
Great, we've done so well, taking it to the next level. The whole world is all about Africa. It's good. When we started, nobody even gave us that thought. Nobody even thought we were going together. But I'm so proud of the boys right now. So proud of them.
So the nominees, what do you wish them this evening? Because
all the best of luck. Everybody's a winner. I mean, getting to the level of being nominated means it's important.
So tell me, what kind of genre of songs you like to listen to?
I like Afropop, I like hip hop, and I love ballads.
Ooh, nice. All right.
I like it cool.
The blues. All right. Thank you so much. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. How do you feel?
Great. Super great.
So I'm so excited already to see you. So, but then you look amazing.
Thank you very much.
Please tell us, is Mama the style you?
My wife is my stylist.
Ooh, you see? All right, so please, would like to meet you.
Yeah, okay, this is Pastor Bless, president of Gentle Nation. Gentle means grace and truth. Yeah, Gentle Nation is a ministry that has the music, part of it. Yeah.
So tell us, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and it's the 9th of its kind. So tell me, what are your expectations for this evening?
Well, honestly, this is actually my first time for attending an award ceremony, really. And I'm looking forward to a great time. I read about it and I see that Afrima Award is a very prestigious award. So I'm honored and privileged to be here. So I'm looking forward to a great night. And I came with my friend Frank. He pulled me into this. He's my media advisor because he's advising me what to do because this is not my space. So I'm getting comfortable now. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to a great time and God is good. I see the goodness of God everywhere.
Okay, so I'd love to ask this question because I know your wife has been into the music industry and getting the songs and everyone giggling, dancing about that. So tell me, how do you see African music?
African music has been divinely positioned by God to take over.
Yeah.
And anyone who is not connected to African music, I don't know. If you even look at from the secular space into the gospel, African music is it's taking over. God is doing something with Africa. God is doing something, and Nigeria is at the forefront of it. So I see African music, I see awards like Afrima Awards and expanding, not just an African thing, the global thing. Everyone getting involved in what God is doing. I see growth, I see expansion, I see increase. That's what I see.
So tell me, as a pastor, because we all know, how has this, basically combined with your faith? How do you see music, with your faith?
Music is amazing. Music is, I'll tell you. Sometimes people ask me, why do you support your wife a lot? I'll tell you. Matter of fact, she's my wife that I want the best for her. The Lord told me something. You know what he said to me? He said, if you support your wife, wherever her music gets to, your ministry has gotten there. So there are some places that your message may not get to, but through the music. So your pastor want to pastor many, and you reach so many souls. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, and have a beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
How are you doing? You look beautiful. Good
so how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling excited. Looking forward to the awards. Yes.
So please tell us your name. We'd like to know you.
Yeah, my name is Mad Jamie. I'm an artist. I sing. I make music. Yeah, yada yada yada.
All right. So tell us, what are your expectations for this evening?
Honestly, let the best man or woman win. And let good music be appreciated. Yeah, that's what I look forward to.
So how do you see music in general, African music in general?
I think African music is evolving. I watched old clips from old awards that we used to have back in the day in Nigeria and how blurry it was. Imagine this is happening now and we are celebrating music, and I'm speaking to this beautiful host and, we're evolving and everybody's taking it seriously. The industry is rising, more jobs, more opportunities. I love it. You can't hate it.
All right. So you want to have a blast this evening?
Yes, of course. I want to have fun. I also want to get inspired. It's good to see good work rewarded. So yeah, that's it.
All right. Thank you so much and do have a lovely evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel? Tell me.
I feel great.
You feel great or you feel excited? Which one? This is in 2 weeks. How do you feel?
I feel excited. I feel all together.
So please tell us, can we meet you?
My name is Obawale.
Oba what?
Obawale.
Ooh, and who is Obawale? Tell us.
I make music, songwriter, musician, all around.
So yeah, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
I want to see the next Afrobeat superstars, and of course I'm part of them, but I just want to be inspired by the kind of people that will be awarding tonight. It's always a great thing to experience.
All right. So by the way, who styled you? Because I actually wanted to ask.
Actually, I'm a fashion stylist myself.
So there are some hidden skills
but
out there.
This particular brand, I got it from a friend, Hip Style. So yeah, I just told him what I need and then he gets it fixed up.
All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel good.
I feel good. So good. All right, so please, can we meet you? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Coach Ba, CEO, Coach Ba Management, Talent Management, Event Producer, and a Creative Technologist.
Ooh, somebody clock it. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So tell me, what are your expectations this evening?
Well, first of all, kudos to Mr. Mike for this, doing this consecutively for 9 years. First of all, kudos to the team. And my expectation for tonight is just basically to connect and network. I mean, I came all the way from Abuja for this, so...
It came all the way from Abuja to
the ABG city, the Abuja, I'm repping the capital, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so you just want to vibe, you like the environment, you love the vibe and everything.
I love the host.
Ooh, all right, thank you so much. You have a beautiful evening.
You too, and enjoy your evening.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Please, can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm Charlene Frey. I'm a manager in Ivory Coast.
Ooh, So nice. So we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So tell me, I know you're looking happy, excited already. So what are your expectations this evening as the guest?
We expect to see a nice show with all the artists on stage, and of course I hope my artists will win all the prizes for which they are nominees.
Oh my God. So how do you see African music on the whole?
I see African music as a music that is getting more and more important on an international level, and this is something that I really appreciate.
Okay. All right. Do have a beautiful evening and enjoy yourself.
Hello.
You know when someone is so fine, like you get the vibe? So you know the song, I feel good. So good. So please tell me your name. I would love to know your name.
I'm DJ Zani.
Ooh, DJ Zani. Somebody. You get what I'm saying? So we are here live at the Afrima Awards evening, awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
I'm expecting good things, like artists are trying, like everyone is trying, so I'm expecting good things from there.
So how do you see music? How do you see music in Africa on the whole?
Making music or what?
Yeah, like music, African music on the whole.
African music is so great, like, because I sing.
So how do you see it in the future? With this event going on today, how do you see African music in the future?
I see African music like going, like I don't know,
but it's going to be great. All right. Okay. To have a beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
How do you feel?
Excited.
I feel good. So good. You don't really dance Michael Jackson during God, I think.
Started off as a dancer, so yeah.
So you get it. All right.
And so the touch of MJ in every entertainer, you know. So that's the
So please, I'd like to know your name. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Dilo. Yeah, but originally I'm Hilary Zokalman, but Dilo is like my industry name.
Yeah. So we are here at the Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Nothing short of the best. Afrima has proven itself over 13 years of existence. It's not been, you know, they've shown that they know their stuff and they're bringing the best to not just Africa, but bringing it home to the giant of Africa, Nigeria. And I want to say they're doing a great job, and I'm expecting nothing less than the Afrima standards.
So tell me, how do you see African music in the future?
You know, but, why are you talking about future?
Because with this event, there has to be things that we are looking forward to see maybe after Afrima this night. So definitely maybe the next Afrima has to be great. You understand what I'm trying to say? So how do you see it in the future? What can you say?
Definitely. I want to say, why I asked you why you're talking about the future, yes. Because the future for me is now. You know, so whomever is taking the center stage now is in charge of the future. So whatever you're going to become in the future determines on what you're doing now. That's why I say don't talk about tomorrow. Let's focus on who is dominating now. So Afrima was yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Same as Afro beats. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a blast this evening. Hi. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to Afrima.
Welcome. How do you feel?
I feel good tonight.
Okay, I actually want to say something about your dress because you look amazing. The style with the beads and the dress. Oh, so much. But please, I love this. Actually, I don't know if I could get...
You can get a lot. I have a farm, yeah. I have a big farm, okay?
So please, can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm Boy Smart. I'm an Afrobeat world music artist.
Ooh.
I just dropped a new song called Fly. You guys should go and listen to it.
Ooh. Yes. All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
So many expectations tonight.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is congratulations to every winners, to every nominees. We're just here to have some fun, yeah.
Ooh, I'm here to have some fun too.
We have to have some fun with VOP TV. Okay.
Of course. So how do you see music, African music on the whole?
I see African music as a very global stuff, yeah. Yeah, and this is just the beginning. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
This is just the beginning. Yeah.
So as a musical artist, how do you see music, African music in the future?
I see African music in the future in a way that even the Grammys, even the Oscar, we put Africa on. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much, and do have a blast this evening. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening.
Good afternoon.
For this time, God, I better go.
Okay, good morning.
as far as a good day inside, we will accept it.
Okay.
All right, please. You look amazing, by the way. Before I even start, you know.
Thank you very much.
Who styled you? Tell me.
Well, I'm being styled by my very good friend Ayo Balogun Couture.
Ooh, he did a really good job.
Yes.
So tell me, can we meet you, please?
Well, my name is Ambassador Cornelius Udofia, the CEO of Cornell Entertainment, convener of the CMC Africa Award for Excellence, PRO, Actors Guild of Nigeria, Lagos State Chapter, and of course the CPS to the immediate past president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Dr. Emeka Rolas Ejezie, and of course the publisher of the Gladiators magazine. I'm a proud Nigerian, a proud African.
People that are proud of Nigeria, we are all proud of Nigeria. So tell me, we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations this evening? It has been happening since Wednesday. So this is the grand finale for the awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Okay, if I have to take you back, I was one of the coordinators of Afrima.
Oh, wow.
Right from the time we started at Ikeja with Mr. Mike. And I was one of the coordinators that was actually sharing the invites. And it gives me a very big pleasure to see that Afrima has come to stay. Because in our continent, for you to sustain a business for 9 good years is not an easy task. And I want to say a very big thank you to the Lagos State government in conjunction with African Union for actually supporting this event. Afrima is Africa. Africa is Afrima. So I'm very happy to be part and parcel of history.
So I heard when you said you're one of the coordinators. Yes. So as one of the coordinators, like what would you say about this year's Afrima, the 9th? For we're speaking because you have had previous, Afrima's events. So what are you going to say about today, the 9th of the 9th Afrima Awards night? What are you going to say about it?
Okay, being one of the coordinators, my job specifically is to make sure that those superstars, because I control superstars, those top celebrities are given chance to attend. So my job is just to invite those stars, both in Africa and of course in diaspora, for them to attend the event. I've been doing it, like I said, when we started, and that was the reason that this year Mike said, Cornell, you are part and parcel of the history. I want you to say come on board. And we were giving about 50 VVIP to share to the stars, and some of the stars are all around. As a matter of fact, one of them is there, Tina Newman, one of the celebrities we invited. We have my cousin too that came in from UK, Auntie Eno. We have Queenette Agbo. We have Jim Ike. Jim Ike is around. Let's see how it's gonna go.
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a beautiful evening.
Good evening.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good.
Ooh, you know that song? I feel good. So good. Oh my God. So tell me, you look amazing. Can you tell us who styled you?
Okay, actually, I was styled by look. It's just a cloth I picked.
Okay. You actually look amazing. Trust me. And please, can we meet you then?
Okay, my name is Tina Newman.
Ooh, Tina Newman. And who is Tina Newman? Let's know.
Okay, Tina Newman is an artist. I'm an artist from Cornell Entertainment.
So we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards, and it's a beautiful evening already. So what are your expectations this evening?
Oh my God, honestly, this evening is already fun being out here, and I trust all the artists that has been nominated. They are all good, and I will be so glad anyone that come up as a winner. I'll be so glad because I love them all. So I don't have a specific artist. They are all good.
So you're all out to have fun this evening? Ooh, all right. Thank you so much. You have a beautiful evening. Good evening, ma.
Good evening, dear. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How do you feel?
I feel good. I feel elated. I feel the beauty of Nigeria.
Oh my God.
All over me. I say beautiful laces, beautiful faces, beautiful ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. So we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations? I would like to know your name before we go into the questions. Please, can we meet you, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm Mrs. Omotayo Motusho. I'm a television broadcaster. Of course, gradually retiring. I've been trained a lot of younger ones over the years. By God's grace, in a few months, I'll be celebrating 40 years of television broadcasting, and I'm a media entrepreneur.
So please, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening? What do you expect to see?
Well, Afrima, as you know, is simply African Musical Awards. And so I expect the best of the best to be awarded. I expect a salute to hard work, a salute to tenacity of purpose, a salute to resilience, a salute to creativity, a salute to culture and tourism, and a salute to the promotion of our economy. I expect a lot.
Talking about salute, how do you see the African music generally?
Oh, African music has evolved, and I will tell you what I mean by that. It's evolved to the extent that even the most exotic and beautiful islands of the Caribbean that are so far away from Africa. Because for you to get to the Caribbean, you must fly from here to Europe, from Europe to America, America to the Caribbean. Or sometimes, if you're lucky, from Europe to the islands. I visited the islands a few weeks ago, and from the airport, as soon as they saw me as a Nigerian, they said, "Oh, we watch videos of Burna Boy, Davido," and they went on Ashake. And these are people that wouldn't call Yoruba names very well, but they were so tuned, they were so elated, they were so excited with the fact that I'm coming from a country where our musical icons have done so well and their works have been exported all over the world. I felt proud. I felt proud. So we've gone a long way. You should be proud.
So, by the way, ma'am, you look amazing.
Thank you, darling.
I didn't tell you, but you look beautiful. Actually, can you tell us who styled you? Because this is beautiful.
You'll be stunned. I style myself.
Oh, so there's a hidden skill that we
You can call it hidden skill, but the bit I didn't tell you was the fact that I regulated tourism and culture for Nigeria as Director General some years ago. So anything that will promote African culture, anything that will celebrate African culture, anything that will glorify the beauty of our culture, that's what I am for, and that's what I wear.
All right, thank you so much, ma. Do have a beautiful evening.
Thank you, darling.
Thank you, ma'am.
Keep on looking beautiful yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th Afrima Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, and don't forget to follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system.
Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Abuja. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264.
A very wonderful afternoon to you out there. Welcome on board. It is People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we're dissecting two major stories that are dominating the headline sparking conversation across the nation. Grumbling not, a threat to Tinubu's agenda, says Senator Ndume. And of course, I'll be talking about the ADC's conversation here. Activists reject ADC manifesto committee membership. And that's quite a very serious one there. I join the conversation with experts and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Makoko demolition leaves residents displaced, children suffering. Residents of Makoko, a waterfront community in Lagos State, have been left displaced following the demolition exercise that began weeks ago. Many villagers have reportedly been sleeping in boats and canoes while children remain out of school and without access to basic healthcare services, including vaccination. And away from that particular one, ADC chieftain slams telecoms over poor network and high costs. Chieftain Usman Austin has expressed concern over persistent poor network connectivity, unreliable mobile services across Nigeria. Austin called for improved regulations of telecommunication sector, stating that the Nigerian Communication Commission, NCC, has failed to guarantee reliable telecommunication services, despite Nigerians paying exorbitant fees for data and network subscription. He actually called on the NCC to look into this particular one and make sure that Nigerians are actually getting the services that they're paying for. And let's move away from there. The reason why I'm taking this on is because my guest would actually pick any of the news stories he wants to take, so he can actually dissect it for us. Ekiti urges residents to use free emergency ambulances. The Ekiti State government has actually appealed to residents to utilize the Ekiti State emergency medical services and ambulance systems for on-the-site treatment and rapid transport of illness or injuries requiring urgent medical attention. The service is not limited to road accidents, but also covers maternity and domestic cases. This is quite a very wonderful one, coming from Ekiti State to be precise. All right, let's get this serious now. ICPC NBA partner to fight corruption in legal system. The Independent Corrupt Practice and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has partnered with the Nigerian Bar Association Anti-Corruption Committee to combat corruption and, of course, promote ethical standards within Nigerians' legal profession. The partnership was formalized through Memorandum of Understanding signed at the ICPC headquarters in Abuja. I would only want to respond to this particular one by saying that I'd want this particular, partnership to start from, the judiciary. If you really want to start from somewhere, I would want you to start from there, so we can actually see more transparency as regards to the relationship between the judiciary, the legislators, the judiciary, and the executive arm. That's all we can say about this particular one. Let's move from there to another conversation here, which happens to be in Anambra State, to be precise. Lawmaker urges Soludo to reconsider Onitsha market closure. The lawmaker has urged Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo to reconsider his decision, of course, as regards to the closure of the main market. The market closure would cause further hardship and economic losses to thousands of traders, with estimated loss of approximately 8 billion every Monday. The lawmaker called for dialogue with market leaders to resolve the situation diplomatically. Soludo had directed the closure to enforce a ban on sit-at-home exercise in the state. And away from that particular one, NCDC denies withholding staff promotion salaries arrears. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps has denied allegation of withholding staff promotion and salary arrears. Of course, their spokesman, Afolabi Babawale, stated that the Commandant General Abubakar Audi does not have control over payment of salaries or promotion arrears, as these are handled by the Presidential Committee on Arrears. And back to the ADC, a credible platform for youth, says ex-Edo Youth Speaker, a former Speaker of the Edo State Youth Parliament, Prince Fawaz Muhammad, has described the African Democratic Congress, ADC, as a credible platform for youth and grassroots politicians seeking people-oriented governance. Mohammed, and recently joined ADC member, also expressed confidence in the party's prospects ahead of the 2027 general elections. He emphasized the need for party membership to strengthen the party structures at the ward level and, of course, the constituencies. Right, and away from that particular one, APC moves to manage defection gains, internal crisis. The All Progressive Congress has begun move to manage all of the defection of 8 opposition governors to the party and resolve internal crisis in some of its state chapters. The party's National Working Committee and governors held a closed-door meeting in Abuja to discuss the party's 2027 game plan and how to manage the influx of new members. The meeting comes amid growing tension in some states' chapters, particularly in Rivers State, where parallel party structures and leadership disputes have raised concerns about the party preparedness for the 2027 polls. And of course, this would bring us into the main conversation of the day. ADC appoints Odige Oyegun Utomi to lead a 50-member manifesto committee. The ADC has actually appointed a few, people in the nation, of course, to lead this 50-member policy and manifesto committee. Professor Pat Utomi would actually serve as deputy chairman, while Salihu Lukman is the secretary. The committee's mandate is to develop a clear and credible policy framework that reflects the aspiration of Nigerians and position the ADC as a viable alternative for responsible leadership and national rejuvenation. Right. Last but not the least, police intercept 954 explosive bomb for bandits in Zamfara. The Zamfara State Police Command has intercepted a vehicle conveying 954 explosive materials suspected to be intended for use by bandits operating in the state. The driver, Mustafa Muhammad, was arrested while driving a Toyota Corolla with the explosive concealed in polythene bags. Primarily, the investigations suggest that the items were to be used for the manufacture of improvised explosive devices. The recovered exhibits have been handed over to the Police Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit for safekeeping and, of course, further investigation. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live on YouTube. We have Voice of the People television. Of course, our hashtag is People's Voice on VOPTV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll take in this conversation. Grumbling North, a threat to Tinubu's agenda, says Ndume. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. Growing dissatisfaction in the North could have, affected some major, politicians. But Ndume actually said that this is not just about few politicians in the north now, but it's about the presidency. And he said that there are a lot of consequences as urgent steps are needed to address these prevailing concerns in the north. Senator Ali Ndume has warned that for northeast, north central, northwest, that several issues are going on, and is actually calling on the president to do something about this particular one. Ndume is a senator representing Borno South in the National Assembly, attributed the problem to the caliber of people around President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, saying they lack political understanding and grassroots connection. He urged the president to take steps to address the concerns and warnings that the dissatisfaction could deepen and, of course, manifest strongly at the polls. And now he's actually calling on the president to look into every request that the Northerners are actually requesting from the presidency. Otherwise, the 2027 is actually not sure. If this is coming from Senator Ndume, if you are a fan of the National Assembly, and now let me just call it a Senate, a direct chamber to be precise, and you follow their plenaries, you'd agree with me that Ndume, is one man that we all love to hear. Whenever he wants to talk, he does not care about his political party, where he belongs. He doesn't care about whosoever. He would actually call a spade a spade. And if, a senator from the north is actually saying this, I think the opposition party should actually build on this particular one. We're now being joined by Dr. Dayo Kayode, a social political technocrat and, of course, aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Saviour. You can see now that because of VOP, I've resorted to be using an earphone that I'm not used to. But okay, what can I do?
So we don't call it earphone here, we call it talk back. So I think that's fine.
You call it what?
We call it what? Talk back.
Talk back. Oh my goodness. But that's fine.
So, Doctor, which would you want to respond to before we come into the conversation?
Let me start with the one that deal with my party, ADC, before moving to that of Ekiti.
That's the second conversation. So you still have to talk about that.
No, whereby somebody was talking about the committee for drafting the manifesto and all that, Yes. My party, ADC, had found it imperative to come up with 50 wise men. And the truth is, there is nobody who is not wise. But the question is, can everybody be in that committee? No. I have gone through those names in the committee, and honestly speaking, I don't see anything wrong in it. Okay, they should be allowed to do their work. They should be allowed to come up with a manifesto that is sellable to the people. And let me also add this. Presently, ADC is the party to be, because every now and then people are fluxing into the party. Right now, I am within my local government in Ifakojai to have a meeting there. A 5 o'clock meeting. Presently, we have nothing less than 60 people waiting to attend the meeting. So you can imagine what I'm talking about. So anybody that thinks I want a better Nigeria should probably come and join ADC. Now, going to Ndume. Ndume is not making a mistake. I have always been a fan of Ndume. In fact, I went online. I was on a television program when he was contesting to become the president of the Senate against Lawal, I think. And I made up I gave my wordings then to the Senate that, honestly speaking, he was the best to be the Senate president at that time. However, it wasn't made, but we can now see his valid contributions to the present Senate. Now to Ekiti. The question is, Is it all those ambulances that you know you can showcase to the world to see that we need? Or all these community small hospitals? There's a place called Omishojano in Ado Ekiti.
Yeah.
There's another place called Igirigiri. There's another place called Onigari. So from all those far areas, people will now be traveling down to where the ambulance is. How about the primary health care? What have you done to primary health care? So that people can have easy access to primary health care. Imagine somebody falling into labor or somebody developing high temperature, dead in the night. Where is the community, the primary health care that the person will go to? So you now be traveling from all those long areas, even when there is no adequate transportation system, to take you to where the ambulance is. I wonder why some people always forget where they were coming from, and they are not able to now do the needs, the expectations, the requirements of the people that voted them. Anyway, 2026, in Ekiti, 2026 is there. Election is coming in Ekiti. Let us see how Ekiti people are going to respond to whatever shenanigan Bao has been doing in Ekiti.
All right, Doctor, thank you so much for touching some of the conversations. In as much as I would have wanted you to touch, other ones as regards to more of the news stories, but you went into the second conversation, which happens to be the ADC's conversation, and of course you touched Ndume, but let's come to Senator Ndume's conversation here. For Ndume to actually make this assertion, it shows that the North is not also happy with the APC, and with what APC is actually painting to us, and of course with the defections from the governors. I was even thinking that we were going to talk about the APC kickoff meeting, that they actually held yesterday in Abuja at the governor of Imo State Lodge, Opuzodimma. So I know they actually held a particular meeting as regards to seeing how they can handle, and accommodate all of these 8 governors, that just moved in newly. But since we're not there yet, so let's just come here. Ndume is one man, just like you said that you also, love to listen to the man. Senator Ndume is one man that whenever he wants to actually talk, he doesn't care. He has said several things as regards to when President Muhammad Buhari was there, and now President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and is only giving his, advice as regards to what the North are saying, Now, I would like to ask you, I know insecurity is part of, the concerns in the North, but I'd like you to, give me other reasons why you feel that the North might not actually, be on the same page with the APC, which I know that your party, the Labour Party, and of course the PDP can actually, and NNPP can actually capitalize on. What specific concern, is the North going through that is making them feel, they are dissatisfied with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? And of course, if you look at the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, every time they keep telling you that their reforms are okay, their reforms are better, they're putting things in place and all of that, and they're actually carrying everybody along. But the North are still feeling, left out. What would be your concern, your take as regards to all of this?
Yes, thank you for even borrowing me that opening statement. Bola Tinubu and his people will come on air and be talking about, yes, everything is going on well. They be painting things that are not there. But now, even aside from the North, every other region within the country are saying that this government is a government of propaganda. Government of propaganda. And I will start from here. 1, where is the student loan promised? The student loan promised. Where is it? Have they been given? Number 2, insecurity that we promise to quench within few weeks of coming to power. What is happening to insecurity? 3, economy. what is happening to our economy. On that economy again, let me quickly touch on the issue of petroleum pricing. When this government came in, or before this government was sworn in, PML was selling at, I think, 190 naira per liter. All of a sudden, without you even getting to the office, you have not even entered your office, you were still on the swearing-in field. You say you removed subsidy, and immediately it jumped to 500 naira per liter. And within 2 weeks, it was 850. It got to 900 along the line, even with Dangote refinery. The question is, what has happened now that even the pump price has come to, I think, 730 or something like that? What infrastructure have they put in place? So that means along the line, somebody has been pocketing some money. Dangote came out a few weeks ago, I think about a month or thereabout ago, that even his petroleum is coming out from the gangly by, I think, about 340 something naira per liter. And he was asking the question, where do we put the remaining amount of money? 340 minus 820 it was being sold then. Who is pocketing it? Look at the tariff of other social amenities. The tariff of electricity tariff. This is our data tariff. Look at taxation. All these things tell me, where is it Ahmed Tinubu has been able to improve the well-being of the people? Leave that alone. He traveled out of this country, I think, on the 18th or 19th of December for a program to come up in Abu Dhabi in January. What has happened to all those areas? Where was he? Day before yesterday, look at the scenario that happened in Turkey. Day before yesterday. All this is put together for goodness sake. Oh, we want to support that kind of a president. Come 2027. If not, that person doesn't want the betterment of Nigeria. Anybody that wants the betterment of Nigeria will surely vote this man out come 2027. And that's why in my New Year broadcast to Nigerians, I said Nigerians should turn their political apathy to political anger. Who was this kind of a president?
All right,
for goodness sake,
all right,
is a disgrace to our nation. Let us
doctor.
say it the way, I'm sorry. Let us say it the way it is. I'm angry. You have made me to be angry this afternoon. How can this kind of a person be representing me?
Okay,
You cannot go to anywhere without falling down.
Doctor,
You
that's
cannot
not
go to anywhere
doctor.
without taking an excuse out. Is it the kind of person that should be representing me?
Hello, doctor.
Yes,
Doctor,
sir.
please, that's not the conversation. I wouldn't want you to deviate. I don't have any business with either the
I said
president
nobody
or
will
what
vote
have
for
you.
him. Why
Regardless,
will you do me?
I would like you to stay.
Nobody will want to vote for him.
I would like you to stay on course. I would like you to stay on course, please, so that we can actually have something tangible to get out of this conversation. So, Doctor, I would like to ask you, of course, you heard Senator Ndume. He talked about the caliber of people surrounding the president,
Yes.
and, of course, the advice they give to him. So, what do you think the caliber of people around President Tinubu play in this current state, of affairs? And, of course, what are the potential electoral consequences if the concern in the north are not addressed? And this is not just about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because I know that the north presently now, they don't even know who to trust. They don't even know the path to actually follow. So I would like you to take this, please.
The north knows where they are going.
You can't speak for all the north.
They know where they are going
you
because
can't speak for them.
Ndume has said it. Okay. Ndume said it. I'm picking up from.
Please go ahead.
As the database. Now, the issue is this. All those people that are surrounding Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Aso Rock, how many of them have the knowledge, locality, like some of us? How many of them even have their voting their polling units in their locality, if not in Abuja. So when you don't have a kind of a relationship with the grassroots, how will you be able to have their feelings? How will you be able to know their needs, their aspirations? How will you be able to know? And the moment a government is not addressing that, how do you want them to identify with such a government again? Ndume is from the north. Ndume has been a seasoned senior legislator in this country. So he knows what he's saying. He's talking from the angle of an experienced person. He's talking from the angle of a northerner who is knowledgeable about what his people are saying. Forget about all those deflections. The people that are deflecting, they know why they are deflecting to ADC, to APC. And I like the way they are all going to APC. Because that will be, we are now seeing the beginning of the implosion that will happen in APC. Come few months. Now, insecurity that is happening in the north, it's nothing to write home about. People cannot go to farm again. Before they were still living the IDP camps one way or the other to go to the farm and all that. But now they cannot again. They cannot. And when they cannot go to the farm, when they cannot go ahead with their economic activities, when they cannot go ahead with their social activities, when they cannot attend to their cultural and religious activities, you expect them to still vote for that kind of a government? A kind of a government that is not even allowing you an enabling environment for you to be able to achieve your socio-economic and cultural activities. And is now putting upon you series of taxation, skills in life after the people, and you still want them to vote for such a government? These are issues that my distinguished, respected Ndume is trying to express. Remember, even there was a time that I was complaining that as a senior member of the party, those around Tinubu were not allowing him to see him so that he can discuss vital issues with him. Remember again, sometimes in the Senate, he was suspended. Why? Because he was saying the truth. And when you see a government that is not ready to listen to the truth, then that government is digging, planning for his downfall.
So I would like to just make a lighter note out of what you just said. You said my distinguished.
You want to what?
I want to make a lighter note out of what you just said. You said my distinguished senator. And Ndume is not in your party. Ndume is in the APC.
It doesn't matter, but is it not in the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Dr. Opia
is there to legislate for all Nigerians?
Dr. Opia
is somebody I respect so much.
Opia not indirectly inviting him over.
Don't be surprised. Very, very soon, Ndume is still coming to ADC.
I said it. I know that's where you're going to. I know that's where you actually tilted to. That was why I said, hope you are not indirectly inviting him.
I am expecting my distinguished senator, my respected senator in ADC in weeks to come.
Doctor, let's move ahead. All right, Doctor, you agree with me that here, all we do is not just about calling people out, not just about calling the government out. Of course, if we actually call any government out, any administration or individual, we actually prefer solutions here. So I would like you, to actually take up this next conversation. How can the government balance the need for political understanding and, of course, a grassroots connection in its appointments and policies?
Yeah. Now, listen to this. During election, there is no candidate of any party that can win an election without coming to the grassroots. There is no way you can come to the grassroots without having your people there. For instance, I am a grassroots man. there is no candidate that will come to my local government that I will not be among those that will receive him or her. Not to even talk of my word. Of my word. And any candidate contesting, even in Lagos State, I must be among those that will welcome him or her. Why? Because I belong to the grassroots. I can afford to be staying in Abuja with them. I have that capacity and I have that temerity. But I prefer to stay at the grassroots because I want to be close to the people to be able to know their needs and aspirations. If that being the case, I'm not the only person that also have that kind of a thing. When you are forming your government, you don't throw away such people. Money from you, but working assiduously to ensure the success of the party. The party, both the party and the candidates, knows those that are working assiduously for their successes. But if tomorrow comes, you are now saying, I want to bring my brothers this thing, I want to bring my sisters this thing, I want to bring my this thing, that government will fail. That government will fail. You have to bring in the people that work for you. Not compulsively you make them minister or commissioner or whatever, but let them be closer to you so that they can be telling you the feelings of the people. So that they can be telling you whether, yes, you are doing the right thing or you are not doing the right thing. So that they can be telling you when you are derailing from the promises you have made for them. Not that you will now force everybody by force. You bring them together to be singing your slogan. On your mandate we shall stand. On which mandate? Mandate that has failed the people. Mandate that never recognized the needs and aspirations of the people. Mandate that never recognized those that work for him. Mandate that never recognized what you promised the people. So, like Ndume was saying, this government needs to go back to its drawing board. Bring in the people that work for you. Bring in the people that ensure your successes. Especially those that work assiduously without asking for all these unnecessary pecuniary gains. Bring them closer. Those are the ones to tell you the truth. Those are the ones that will tell you, oh, listen, you are missing it here. You got to come back here so that these people will stay here, so that these people will still be supporting you. Not until when any government is ready to do that, that government will surely fail.
All right, so thank you so much, Doctor. Of course, in closing this particular conversation, so we can actually move to your party's conversation now. What are the broader implications for Nigerians and democracy if the dissatisfaction in the North is not addressed on time?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, what are the broader implications for Nigerian democracy if the dissatisfaction in the North is not addressed on time?
Well, the only thing that will happen is that the North, they will come together and then vote out the present government. And then definitely, my own party, ADC, is also praying for that, so that all this propaganda of this government can be swept away with their brooms. Thank God they have brooms. We collect the brooms for them and sweep, and then we sweep away all their propaganda.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for that particular final satire that you actually said. Finally, I think that's what I would call it. You know, you didn't actually answer my question, but you actually gave a satire.
But I've answered it now. The implication is that now. The implication is that now. You don't do well, then we boot you out. We bring in those people that will do well.
Notwithstanding, let's move to the conversation that concerns the ADC now. activists reject ADC Manifesto Committee membership. Civil.
Who is that? Who is that activist? Who is that activist?
Doctor, I'd like you to just hold your peace so I can actually continue, so you can get all of the information you need. Civil society leader and, of course, former executive director of Enough is Enough, Yemi Ademolekun, has rejected our inclusion in the African Democratic Congress ADC 50-member Policy and Manifesto Committee. Ademolekun questioned why a name was announced without our consent and declined to serve on the committee, citing a complicated vetting process and lack of responsibility. The ADC's National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, explained that the party sought input from technocrats and non-political actors to strengthen its policy direction. The African Democratic Congress, of course, appointed Chief John Adegie Oyegun as head of its 50-member Policy and Manifesto Committee. So, Doctor, I would like you to actually weigh into this. First, she said that she was not informed, and in some other part of the papers, she also said that she's not even a party, she's not even a member of the ADC. So why didn't they consult her first and all of that instead of just including her name? What are the implications of Yemi's rejection of ADC's Manifesto Committee membership on your party's credibility? And not only that, I was expecting, or Nigerians were actually expecting for any political party to be precise, you have to first look inward before you now look outward. And the people you should look out for, should be people that you've actually consulted and that they have, the antecedents, with good track records of you saying, oh, their pedigree is, quite robust enough for them to be part of this particular committee. But I'm surprised that for them to even appoint Yemi, and she's actually saying that she's rejecting this one and she doesn't want to be part of it. What does this particular one mean for your party and what are the implications? I'd like to take this, please.
Very much. Thank God you are bringing this in up. Number one, the chairman of that committee, is he not capacious enough to lead that committee? He is, as a former governor, as a party man. Somebody is democratically advanced. Somebody who is democratically experienced. Then when you also look at some of the members there, because I've gone through the list, most of them that I know there, they are capacious enough. Now, for these activists to now be rejecting it, there is no way you will see such things happening within a democratic activity. When she was being brought up to that committee, somebody must have brought up her name. Somebody must have brought up her name, and for her to have said that, I bet you, Savior, I bet you, in the coming days, you will know why she has just rejected that position. It's a way to discredit the party. Because as we are now, there are a lot of fifth columnists who are parading themselves to be members of ADC, and of which they are being seen as such. But it's a pity, like in the days of Demo in southwest Nigeria. You remember, you only see my hands, but you don't see the inside of me. So there's no way you wouldn't see such kind of people, of these activists, behaving this way. Honestly, I wouldn't blame the leadership. I would blame the leadership. Because there's no way the leadership will know. The leadership must have had respect for the person that nominated her. Or she might have been posing. She must have been an impostor within ADC, and then looking for a way to discredit ADC, cause division within ADC, cause problem within ADC, and all sort of. So if she is just an individual out of the 50, it's a pass mark, big pass mark, even excellent. Somebody scoring 99%. Is it easy to manage human beings? Can you predict human beings? So if she's okay, look at that other lady that was fighting against Natasha in Kogi the other time. But at the end of the day, I've ever fairly full at the end now.
Doctor.
So in coming days we see.
Doctor, you know, for you to be saying all of this, I wouldn't want us to always laze whatsoever situation that is happening to any political party, you know, to the opposition, or maybe it is being
I'm not related to any opposition. No. I never mentioned opposition.
You know, so now
what I said is, sorry, sir, let me correct. What I said is the leadership that I brought her in must have respected the people that introduced her. Meanwhile, they wouldn't know what was on her mind. There is no way you can be in that committee without one or two people to have called you that this particular committee is coming up. Even here is a committee that I was thinking that I wish I know somebody that will introduce me. I'm supposed to even be part of that committee. Do you understand?
Yeah.
But here is someone. She was introduced. She must have been called. There's no way you will be brought to that committee without being called. ADC will never do that.
Okay.
So I never mentioned opposition now.
So, doctor, you are making a case for your party that they contacted her, you know, but she must
have been contacted.
But she is actually saying they didn't actually contact her, you know, and
that's
just
not
putting
possible.
her name, you know, without the consent. All right. So
that's not possible.
What role, doctor? What if they didn't actually contact her?
You see, if you are saying
but doctor, yes, I'm using what if, which I would want you to answer with all of the next question I want to ask you. Is that okay?
Wait now.
Okay.
You are bringing me up to your program.
Okay.
Based on my antecedents.
Okay.
And then tomorrow, you never knew, because we are all human beings that can change overnight.
Yeah.
You now decide to bring me into your program again, and I decide to be unruly with you. Will you blame yourself? You will blame yourself, because you based it, one, on an antecedent. Two, somebody must have introduced me to you, because you and I, we have not, 10 years ago, we were not known to each other.
Yeah.
Along the line we met, one way or the other. So if I now decide to go the other way around, nobody will blame you, because you don't know what has been inside of me. You're only looking at a beautiful young man, handsome young man.
Doctor, this is actually a serious self-campaign. But doctor, let's come back home. Now you touch different areas as regards to, you know, the vetting, as regards to how were your party meant to actually pick this committee members as regards to the manifesto committee. Now, doctor, what role do you think the vetting process played in the controversy, and of course, how can the ADC improve it? That's one, because you talk about
controversy. Which controversy now?
This is actually a very serious controversy to the ADC.
It's nothing. I'm telling you.
If it wasn't,
to any serious
doctor, if it wasn't, it shouldn't have made all our national papers. It shouldn't have made rounds on TV stations, so you should understand.
They wanted to sell their newspapers.
No, that's not it.
They were making
doctor.
An ill out of whatever. How do
doctor,
they call it?
Doctor, what I would want you to do is to actually look at this conversation from a very positive side, instead of you just downplaying everything, because you never can. I'm coming. Doctor,
I never downplayed it.
Doctor, this is an election period, right? Yes. And anything is possible in politics. The things that your party or you might actually feel is not actually strong enough to pull the ADC down can actually be an iota of conversation or an iota of points that can actually affect you or your party in the coming days. You should understand that everything is quite sensitive as we speak now. So if some people are actually calling this, if some people are calling this controversy, you should understand that this is controversy.
Should I address this? Should I address this?
Please go ahead.
Now, people,
okay,
especially those that are looking for other people's downfall, will always be looking at the minutest of negativity. Somebody who has done things are right, 99 out of 50 people are right, 49. Then only one dissenting voice that said she was never contacted. How about the remaining 49? Were they not contacted? The remaining 49. Okay, if the party leadership are taking their time to contact 49, out of 50, what else are we saying?
Okay, doctor, let's
are we saying?
Let's actually
then
draw the outcome here.
Even the remaining one,
Doctor,
even
we're pressed
that
for time.
remaining one, let
Doctor.
us investigate her. Let us investigate her.
Doctor,
Why
we're pressed for time.
she has done that. I've told you, let us borrow some time. My party will pay.
All right, doctor, we're pressed for time. Thank you so much, doctor, for being part of the show this wonderful evening. Thank you so much for being part.
Thank you very much for having me.
It was
appreciate
really a very refreshing one, in as much as you tried campaigning for your party, but it's okay.
Yes, my party will always be my party.
I am not actually saying you did campaign
I'm a
for them,
party
but
man. You know, anywhere I go, I
sleep,
sleep, eat, drink, and even wake up, bath, ADC. That's
All right,
the only
coming
party
up
that can
next-
save
coming
Nigeria
up
at
next
this moment
is,
in time.
All right, thank you, doctor. Coming up next is our locker room. Of course, if you love the world of sport, I would like you to stay put to enjoy our locker room. Of course, they'll be coming in to do justice to the world of sport. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics.
All right, welcome to today's edition of The Locker Room. Of course, it's a beautiful Thursday evening. And of course, you know how we do it. For the next 15 minutes thereabouts, we give you results, action from behind the scene on the pitch of all things football. We cover the beautiful game, Jogo Bonito as it's called, on the streets. And of course, I am Afiz Ogubanjo. I will be doing this alone. Of course, Maiwa will be joining us virtually really soon. And of course, I have the main man, the lion himself, the Odogu. He calls me the Algerian. I'm still yet to find the country for him, but he's right here with me in the studio. Jerry Apelohai, of course, we are here, to discuss everything football today from the Champions League. And of course, what's going on back here, right here at home. Of course, we're here to discuss. And before we go into all the stories we have for you today, do well to like, subscribe, and, just drop all your comments on the channels, of course. VOP TV Live, and of course, VOP TV Plus on YouTube, so that you won't miss any of the actions. You have to do what put on your notification bell. Jerry, it was a drama as we predicted, last night in the UEFA Champions League, and it didn't fail to serve us. And we saw the goalkeeper doing what Alisson Becker did back then in 2021 for Liverpool up against West Brom, and we saw what Benfica's goalkeeper did against Real Madrid, getting that valuable goal to put Benfica into the Champions League playoffs for the qualifiers. Good evening, Jerry, and welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's great to be here. So much to look forward to today, because this edition is going to be historic, because there is a lot to talk about.
Of course, there is a lot to talk about.
And of course, the UEFA Champions League didn't disappoint, though I'm still on the part that I'm not still comfortable. I'm not used to this format yet.
Really?
I'm still trying to really understand it.
I think I prefer this format.
No, we are the OGs when it comes to this, and we liked it back then, the group stage, fighting to the last games, and so on and so forth. But these all scattered 18 games at once, But
I think, is it not good to see teams that should be playing in the quarterfinals, fixtures, quarterfinal worthy fixtures, semi-final worthy fixtures, seeing them in the league phase? Put big teams against each other quickly.
Yeah, it used to happen back in the day. It may not be regular because you have of seats and so on and so forth. Now you see Benfica and Real Madrid already playing, and back in the day it has to be a quarterfinal fixture, a knockout stage fixture. But of course, I told you that Benfica game was going to be something else. And Mourinho, they say form is temporary, class is permanent.
Of course.
That is the evidence of what we saw on the pitch at the Benfica Stadium. So a lot to talk about today. And you mentioned you don't know whether to class me. I'm a Nigerian, mother and father. So
I'm still looking for that country.
I'm not switching.
I'm still looking for that country.
I'm not like DR Congo. They have two. The only passport I have is Nigerian passport.
Okay.
So I'm good to go.
Okay, all right. Maiwa, you're welcome to the show. It's like you're going to put your songs on hold right now because a certain side, Liverpool, they defeated Quarterback 6-0. We're still going to discuss.
Side. It's 6-time champions.
Okay, all right.
You cannot be certain when you have won 6 Champions League.
Okay.
And you're the kings of Europe as far as England is concerned. So
all right.
You cannot be certain.
All right, Maiwa, you heard all the corrections. We are still going to discuss the Champions League, but it's good to have you with us on the show today. Good evening, Maiwa.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. The goalkeeper did the magic, Tobin. And what was Rodrigo and what's the name now? Vinicius Asensio. What were they thinking?
Asensio, yeah.
Asensio, what were they thinking? 2 red cards for Real Madrid. Indiscipline. Abelua doesn't know what he's doing. Mourinho, knocking out Real Madrid from, the top 8 and qualifying as the last team. The goalkeeper saving the day. Remember the last time Alisson did it for Liverpool? I think they went on to win the Champions League of the following season.
Yeah.
And that's how important, that goal might be for Benfica. So, a lot of people felt Mourinho, interceded for Mourinho. But yesterday's game shows that, he has a whole lot of fight in him. 18 games yesterday. A certain, Liverpool spoiled my 8th watch. But, kudos to Liverpool. They showed class yesterday.
Yes.
At class in Carabao. But in any case, a whole lot to talk about. It's always amazing to be here. And it's a good person to talk about.
Coming from someone who is playing his Champions League every weekend, he's calling Liverpool. He's setting,
Jerry, let us get to where we discuss Champions League.
Please show some respect. I'm about 4 guy. Don't be doing all this kind of things.
You two are still going to go.
You should know better now.
You are still going to go head to
head. That is why I'm putting on an Oga. Because I know this is an Oga, Real Madrid.
Okay.
These are the only Oga we know.
He wasn't prepared. He wasn't prepared.
He didn't understand.
If you had known that you were going to put on something like that, you would have put on. But we'll get there. But we are going to start the show on a rather sad note because Super Eagles and Fulham FC star Samuel Chukwueze, of course, is mourning the loss of his mother who passed away after a brief illness. And the news was announced by his brother, David Chukwueze, who shared emotional messages on his Instagram story, expressing their grief. And in his post, David said, he wrote, "I can't even post a picture to say RIP, Mom. My forever love just left me without saying goodbye, and you didn't even get to carry your grandchild." And the Nigerian star Samuel Chukwueze, who plays for Fulham, he represented Nigeria recently at the Africa Cup of Nations. He has not yet publicly reacted to the loss. And this tragedy comes just days after another Super Eagles player, Wilfred Ndidi, lost his father in a car accident. And the Nigerian football community is sending condolences to Chukwueze and his family during this difficult time. Jerry, just when it looks like Chukwueze was bouncing back from the AFCON performances, the penalty miss, still bouncing back, got a goal for Fulham, and now it seems he's mourning again. Tragedy has struck. How do you think this is going to affect him going on? Even him, not just him, his family as well.
Yeah, this is 1-2 tragedy too many for the Super Eagles and players. And Wilfred Ndidi's the passing of his dad was really tragic via a vehicle accident, which is really sad. And now Samuel Chukwueze, according to the report, was after a brief illness. Our condolences to the team, most especially to the players and the families of Samuel Chukwueze and Wilfred Ndidi. This is a very sad time for them. I wish them God should give them the fortitude to bear this irreparable loss. Nobody wants to lose anybody, but they say death is inevitable. But it's really a sad one. Really sad one.
Very, very sad. And Mayowa, I don't know what to say at this point in time, but I'm just wishing that it doesn't let all of this, to get into his head, because it seems like he's already getting into form for Fulham. I was talking about Samuel Chukwueze, but I'll be lying if I'm saying he's not going to be affected, because this is a player that's even passionate for his country. And of course, now that this one is hitting him, I mean, he will still want to get on the good side of Marco Silva, but I'm believing Fulham should give him the well-deserved break at this point, for him to just go, clear his head and get everything done back here at home.
Well, it's a sad news. Too great for Eagles to lose. We are closing the mob. I mean, it's always sad losing somebody very close to you, especially those that were responsible for growing up. So I mean, it's going to hit very hard, and I'm just hoping but there's a popular I hope this is the case for they seem to be quite close to the mob, and he's able to get over this. We could have just to him. There is no way to put this into perspective. But they are very rude. We always want them around, but that's inevitable. And I also he has the fortitude to get the loss. He has the psychological strength and mental capability to be able to get this. He's going to think about it, for so long. I hope, he's going to put in the energy rather than sit down and allow this to affect him negatively. He's going to put in the energy and turn this into a positive experience for himself. It's so sad that the point where is beginning to take off, he loses somebody very, very close to him. Condolence to the family. I just hope, God be with, Chukwueze and Ndidi at this difficult time.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always somehow, when you get to meet somebody that you are really, really especially close to. And of course, someone like your mom, I mean, it's something really crazy. And of course, we, on behalf of the sports crew right here, on VOP television, we want to say, Chukwueze, please be strong. And of course, may God grant him, the fortitude to bear this irreparable loss. And let's move on. Still on African football, still on African players. And this time around, I would say it's not really a sad one. Of course, it's a result. It's a punishment for a sad, occurrence. And this time it was at the AFCON final. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, has imposed sanctions on Senegal and Morocco following the chaotic Africa Cup of Nations final. And Senegal's head coach, Pap Bounatiao, has been suspended for 5 official CAF matches and fined $100,000 for unsporting conduct and bringing the game into disrepute. That's a big term right there. And of course, 2 Senegalese players, Iliman Sheikh Barou Ndiaye and Ismaila Sarr, have also been suspended for 2 official CAF matches each for unsporting behavior towards the referee. And the Senegalese Football Federation, FSF, has been fined a total of $615,000, including $300,000 for improper conduct of supporters, $300,000 for unsporting conduct of players and technical staff, and $15,000 for 5 players receiving cautions. And on the other hand, Morocco's defender Achraf Hakimi has been suspended for 2 official CAF matches, with 1 match suspended for a year for unsporting behavior. Midfielder Ismail Saibari has been suspended for 3 official CAF matches and fined $100,000 for unsporting behavior. And the Royal Moroccan Football Federation, FRMF, has been fined $315,000, including $200,000 for inappropriate behavior of stadium ball boys, $100,000 for improper conduct of players and technical staff, and $15,000 for the use of lasers by Moroccan supporters. CAF has also rejected Morocco's protest to strip Senegal of the AFCON title. Jerry, I mean, when you look at this, these are like heavy fines. But does it seem a little unfair on the Senegalese team? Because $615,000 for all of that, and it seems to be on the lesser part for the hosts. What's going on with CAF? Do you see this as fair on both sides? Fine, both of them have been sanctioned, but does it seem fair? Don't you think both of them should have been leveled the same form of punishment?
Yeah, CAF has proven that they have decided to be unprofessional. And all the tag being given to CAF has not been fully organized. Everybody was waiting for what's going to happen. As far as the reaction is concerned. I saw a reaction coming from the Spanish FA president when he said that if they are going to co-host the 2030 World Cup, that the final should be in Spain. And
what?
Yeah, he said the final should be in Spain, and he has his reasons. And he said that if you look at the nations that are planning to co-host, Portugal and Spain and Morocco,
they are bordered.
Morocco have new and fresh stadiums, but Spain has proven that they are good hosts. But taking a look at what happened in Morocco, Morocco should not be considered, because what happened in that final is a dent, of course, to football. It's an abuse to world football. It kills the beauty of football. Football is all about unity, bringing people together. And if a host cannot understand that you cannot win at all costs, you cannot win all the time, who gets to the final and with such kind of showing coming from the fans, the organizers, and even influencing CAF's decisions, it shows that that team cannot be allowed to host a final. If not, I think FIFA should also consider giving Morocco hosting rights. And if CAF were not that shameless, this would have been another opportunity to say, okay, since this is how Morocco wants to be hosting, we are taking all the remaining hosting championship and giving off them. Yeah, even they should have started with this WAFCON. Had it been their shameless and they had options anyway. If they had options, if the CAF president were to show that he's a man, with all due respect, he might be a man at all.
But do you think sorry, Jerry, do you think they were quick to serve Morocco those sanctions because of backlash, or do you think they acted really like the way they wanted to act?
There was nowhere in the world that the CAF president would have gone ahead to release these sanctions and Morocco would not be sanctioned. I'm telling you, this would have created a situation where a lot of people want to boycott the next AFCON if Morocco was not fined at all.
Yeah.
Because take a look at it. If you calculate the total sum of fine
for the
that
Moroccans,
goes to Senegal, we have about $615,000.
Which that's to the federation.
That's both the federation, the players, the supporters, improper conduct. Definitely the fine is going to go to the sports FA,
of course,
in Senegal, which is $300,000.
Yeah,
$300,000 for players and staff on sporting behavior. Yes, they should be fined for walking out of the pitch.
Of course,
it's normal, and of course the fans took it the other way.
Yeah,
so by Senegalese fans, we saw videos of them fighting the officials of Morocco and so on. That was very bad. Yeah. And of course, $15,000 for misconduct from the five yellow cards received in the final. Yeah, all well and good. Then, of course, but I have an issue with the suspension of the coach, Papetia. He's been suspended for 5 official CAF games.
Yes.
He didn't stop there. You fine him $100,000. How much does he earn? You're fining him $100,000. That's a lot of money. And they also went ahead to fine Ilman and Diaye and Ismail Assar. They've been suspended for 2 CAF matches for unsporting behavior towards the referee. There was no clause. But the one that even irked me the more, first of all, the price difference, which is half of what they are fining Senegal.
Of course.
Which is, the total of Morocco's fine is about $315,000.
Yeah.
Which, as the host,
$300,000 less than the Senegalese.
Yes, they're supposed to collect the largest share because they put the game more in disrepute. The ball boys, yes, I saw the one that the ball boys, the stadium ball boys, inappropriate behavior, $200,000, which is very, very low.
Is it?
Because
I think it was 15. I think it was $15,000
for stadium ball boys, inappropriate behavior.
Okay. Yes.
This inappropriate behavior started
from the first game.
From first game, most especially the Super Eagles game.
Yes.
In the semi-final. What about that improper conduct from there? Okay, that means they will add $200,000 for Super Eagles or maybe they'll make it 400. Because yes, we have to make a case.
Of course.
They also did it to Stanley Nwabali. That Nwabali took it up the chain, kept on changing towels, and if he had considered in the process of all of those, I think a lot of Nigerians will not have it.
All right.
Because even they so irked me the more was Achraf Hakimi suspended for two
games with
matches.
With one already suspended for a year.
With one which is suspended for 1 year. Why? Because it's Achraf Hakimi. Hakimi is the African Footballer of the Year. For him to be involved, he's supposed to suffer a heavy fine. And had it been I'm the CAF president, I will strip him off the African Footballer of the Year title. Yes, he has also put the game in disrepute. He's supposed to be the face of African football as the CAF Player of the Year. I will strip him off the CAF Player of the Year and give it to the second man. That would have been a better way of dealing with Achraf Hakimi.
All right.
But unfortunately, CAF is biased.
All right. Let me ask Maiwa. Jerry just made a statement. He said if Achraf Hakimi, he should be stripped of being the African Footballer of the Year. But if he's going to be stripped, don't you think the Senegalese too should be stripped of their title? Because, for the coach to lead them to leave the pitch, we said it here.
Who will not be offended?
But we said it here on the show that...
Who will not be offended? How will you strip them of the title?
But that's the ultimate putting African football into disrepute. You don't walk off the pitch. What example are you setting for other people that want to play
games? They
want
the title fair and square. Forget about those disrespect. The fines covers it. Yes, the fines cover it.
Why didn't they stay to allow Brahim Diaz to have paid that penalty before them even trying to walk off?
See, the tempo at which those players were, if they had stayed, it would have just been like, okay, Morocco and the officiating can go whichever way it likes.
Okay.
And they will get away with it. Look at the Nigerian game. It was an eyesore. all the fouls committed by Morocco, no single yellow card was awarded to the Moroccans. And Nigerians didn't raise an eyebrow. Imagine it happened in the Senegal game where Morocco was getting away with all the officiating, which of course, it looked like it. And even if it was not going to look like that in the game against Senegal, the accounts of the Moroccans from the group stage to the semi-final already showed that they were being given undue advantage. And the Senegalese already had that mindset going into that game. And let me tell you, nobody is talking. Did you know that the Senegal players traveled by train, public train?
Of course. To get to
demoralize them.
Yeah, to get to
they
the
traveled.
They've been complaining of many things before they even got to the.
Who is finding Morocco for putting the players in such condition? Finalists, you made them travel via passenger train, putting them at high risk. What if the Moroccan fans had attacked them in the train station, at the train station?
Yeah.
And you did not allow them have a suitable training pitch before the final. That means you were already setting them to fail. You were already putting hands in their eyes.
Trying to put them,
yes,
to
you've
balance
already
them.
showed that you're a hostile host before the game started. Imagine all of that psychological warfare that has gone on before that game. And you expect those players to stay on the pitch and be smiling when they feel they have been cheated.
Okay, we have Maiwa back.
Not.
We have Maiwa back. Maiwa, I was asking a question where Jerry said that Achraf Hakimi should have been stripped for his involvement. He should be stripped of being the African Footballer of the Year. And I'm saying that
they were never allowed to sleep in their hotel. They were disturbing. They didn't allow them to sleep. They didn't allow them to train. They didn't give them a bus to take them to the stadium to feed.
I know
and they are finalists. It's not about painful. Let's talk about the reality. Nobody is talking about all of these things.
Okay.
You're only talking about what happened on the pitch.
Before
the pitch, Morocco was already showing that they were hostile. They were prepared. The psychological warfare, everything, they made the Senegalese uncomfortable. Imagine the coach seeing his players going through all of those things and coming to the pitch and seeing that the referee is also trying to hurt their chances. And you want to strip that team of the AFCON title, they dare not.
Don't you think that, Maiwa, don't you think that Morocco should have been given more, fines and more punishment for just that towel girl incident? Because it is not just in the final. We saw it from the first game. We saw it in the Cameroon game, in the semi-final against the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and also in the final. Don't you think they should have gotten more, more punishment for that towel gate incident? And should Senegal have also been stripped of their title because of that walk-off, instigated by their coach Pap Chow?
The Yorubas will say almost a local meaning Morocco has disgraced Africa. And CAF President Musepe has also disgraced Africa. Let's break it down.
Yeah.
How and it's because Morocco is holding CAF hostage. That's the reason. If the fine is more than that, and they decide to enhance the fine of Achraf Hakimi, Morocco will pull out of WAFCON that's coming up in the next 40 days. And that will be the end of that particular competition. So as it is, CAF is an hostage of Morocco. That's number one. Number two, as the host, they are giving them $315,000 fine. Are you serious? How do you find them $315,000 with the kind of crappy hosting that they put up? Every team that played against them experienced hostility, and that's the reason why the president of the came out and said, the finals of the World Cup should not be held in Africa. It is not the first South Africa is hosting the World Cup final. South Africa did it, and everything went smoothly.
Yes.
What is the problem with the North Africans? This is not the first time they are doing it. The last time they hosted, the same thing happened.
Egypt 2019.
It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And CAF is a toothless bulldog. They can't do anything because they have sold their birthright to Morocco. So for me, I think the fine for Morocco should have at least been over $1 million. To be honest with you,
I mean, $1 million is still fair. At least $5 million. They will learn their lesson.
I agree the $1 million one.
The only reason why they are talking about this issue is because it happened in the final. What happened before the final, nobody addressed it.
Exactly.
They don't address it.
Nobody was socially discriminated. Bananas were true at team.
They were throwing bananas at team.
Social abuse is a capital punishment.
That one should be a lot of punishment on his own. And they should be playing games behind closed doors, don't you think?
Yeah. So now top it all, Achraf Hakimi, the current African Footballer of the Year, if you are supposed to go hard on anybody, it's the person that is supposed to be representing CAF.
African football.
That's supposed to be representing African football. You are giving him $100,000 fine, and you are even suspending his suspension for 1 year. Please, somebody should make it make sense.
Somebody that should be given, it should be banned for 15 matches.
I was even going to ask Mayowa if they had won that final, are we going to see all of these protests? I mean, all of these punishments, on the Moroccan side.
I'm telling you, if Morocco had won that AFCON, it would have been a disgrace to African football. The worst final ever. Yes, it would have been the worst final ever.
Let Mayowa make his point, please, Jerry. Go ahead.
See, the thing is this. See, the thing why Morocco, if Morocco had won, they would have still fined them. The reason is this: the FIFA president was watching that debacle.
Exactly.
So there will be nowhere to hide. Would the punishment be like this? It will have not been as much as this. And for the Moroccans to come out and say they should strip the Senegalese of the title, they are shameless. The same thing they did when Nigeria won. They said they should strip Nigeria of the title because of officiating. It does not make any sense. You should not win by all costs. For the Senegalese guys, I think the punishment they gave them were appropriate. The coach, and let's call it a spade, the coach is a disgrace. And that's just the honest truth. I understand his plight. Mani is a better man and a better player and even a better leader than the coach. The coach should not be encouraging indiscipline.
Of course.
For me, the fine the coach is very less. It's very less. They should make an example of the coach. He has brought the game in disrepute. Yes, we understand that, situations were not fair and the rest of that. It does not make any sense. That was the biggest stage. No matter what, you play it in the end. So the fines that were given to the Moroccans, Senegalese, I think it's fair enough. But the fines that were given to the Moroccans is just a slap on the wrist. And it's a disgrace to Musepe. It's a disgrace to CAF. And I don't understand what CAF is doing. That they are giving Morocco, the host, half of the fine they are giving Senegalese.
Mayowa, it will take the grace, unless you're a reverend father. Even a reverend father safe. Okay. That is the situation of the coach.
Yeah.
To be calm.
At that point in time.
At that point in time, you know what? The thing has gotten to a level where they could no longer take it. Even the fans were already getting information that prior to the match, they've been attacking the Senegal players.
They were already
imagine the coach was in the dugout, was seeing that his fans were being humiliated. While in the dugout, while they are contemplating the officiating
he was seeing everything
issue,
firsthand. Yes.
He was seeing everything firsthand. The fans were being attacked. They were being hostile towards them. The ball boy was attacking his goalkeeper. The officiating was questionable. We saw
what happened to the second goalkeeper of the Senegalese team. That's talking about
how they were pulling him and dragging him.
I mean,
the coach would have seen all of that too. These are human beings. It's just that at least they didn't license them to carry weapons. It would have been a different kettle of fish.
All right. All right. All right. Both CAF, and FIFA President Gianni Infantino condemned the conduct of players and officials from both teams, describing the scenes as unacceptable. Jerry, let me quickly ask you, so that we can move on this one. Going forward, what do you think should be done? Is this not a call for other teams in Africa? We have 54 teams, 54 nations in Africa, right? Fine, everybody, due to you don't have the same financial strength. But don't you think it's a call on other teams to now stand up and say, look, it's beginning to look like a monopoly on the part of the Moroccans now that you are giving every African competition to be hosted by them. Don't you think it's a call for other teams now to step up so that we will avoid things like this in the future?
I think it hasn't gotten that bad.
Really?
Because I think if the CAF president is playing his role well, Issa Hayatou during his time, let's not forget. Issa Hayatou under his belt, I think he hosted more than 20, 30 Nations Cup.
Yeah.
Or not more than that.
30.
Yes.
Yeah, but
because he was there since 86.
Yes.
That's how many years? If he was to be now, it would have been almost 40 years.
Almost 40 years. Of course, 40 years now.
So, all those periods, Hayatou was hosting Nations Cup. And we didn't have it this bad. So Morocco was not hosting those years. Let's not forget, Morocco put out of the African Union, saying they wanted to be part of the European Union. There are no Africans.
I don't even know why they are being hosting rights
because
now.
they were rejected by Europe. They suddenly woke up.
So Africa is now like
And
a second choice.
They
to
now
them.
want to dominate Africa.
No, it's not.
That is the idea. They want to show that they are kings over Africa. And Mosepe has sold his birthright just like Esau did.
But nobody is stepping up. Nobody is stepping up to oppose them.
Cote d'Ivoire hosted the AFCON before this.
Okay, and that was good.
We saw the pitches.
Yes.
The pitches were okay. Nobody complained about the pitches. Nobody complained
these ones were better.
about the organization.
These ones were better.
This one was better.
Yeah.
But if better will lead you to hell, why not stay with good?
What is going to
Yes,
hell?
now stay with what is good.
Nobody is going to hell.
At least you feel safe. No, you feel safe. Because it's like the angel you know. The devil you know is better than the angel you don't know. Yes, the devil you know, Cote d'Ivoire hosted, and everybody was okay.
All right. The angel can be better.
If you have 5 stadiums,
Yeah.
that's enough. What's happening to the big sponsors? Yes, this last AFCON, for instance, CAF generated millions of dollars.
From sponsors, from brands.
Sponsors. Yes, you can have partnership like that. Okay, if this country is going to host, this we are going to use to support an African country, who may not have the financial wherewithal. Just build them good pitches, support them. Yes, FIFA even does that to host nations. CAF should become a big player. It should not be lip service, only carrying funny and be sucking. They are not giving out. Yes, CAF is only take and take. What are they giving back to African football? They are just sitting as hosts, have a funnel, sucking on the dollars, and everybody, they are all smiling and looking fine. The day they will investigate CAF, my brother, the day they will investigate CAF, everybody's eyes will
but I think it has gotten to that point. I think it has actually gotten to that point.
So,
for CAF to be
even if Benin Republic
questions.
wants to host today, if their government is willing, they can build stadiums. They can build 6 stadiums within the space of 1 year and host the African Coalition. Thank God that they want to make it 4 years. Though I'm not a fan of 4 years. So any country, no matter how poor that country is, that is ready to host the AFCON, should be able to build at least close to 6 stadiums or 5.
All right.
To host any African Cup of Nations. So Morocco should rest. All
Okay.
those countries that are hosted should rest.
All right.
And give it to those who are serious about hosting.
Jerry, I have a comment here. He said, great man, good evening. I don't blame the Senegalese coach because the atmosphere was not good for football. Lucky from Newcastle in UK. Thank you, Lucky. And so Olugbenga Bamidele said, Nwabali ate the banana. CAF didn't see that.
CAF didn't see that. CAF turned the blind eye. You could see, even with the king of Morocco, Mosepe was sitting beside him watching that final.
More like I can't do anything.
No,
Yeah.
each time Morocco missed the ball, you could see the displeasure in CAF president's face. He was on the side of Morocco on that day. Someone that's supposed to be neutral. He was sitting with the king of Morocco, buttering the man and assuring him that don't worry, it's done deal. You don't have to worry. He's already offered. All you just need to do, come here and sit down and watch the game and see how I've officially handed you the AFCON. But unfortunately, he was disappointed.
Papi Gay said no.
Papi Gay said no. And good, that's the best goal of the championship.
Of the tournament. You said it's Aquadam, so you're changing it now.
I'm giving it to this one.
Yeah, giving it to Papi.
That final really sealed it.
Of course.
That goal sealed it.
I mean,
that goal is the goal of justice. That goal.
He said you should blame Brahim Diaz.
Brahim Diaz was God of football that
made him
that
do the Panenka.
He was God of football that fought for Senegal.
Yes.
All right. From a current football president to a former president, let's go to the former Nigerian Football Federation (NFF) president Amaju Pinnick has boldly asserted that had he remained in office, the Super Eagles of Nigeria would have not missed out on the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Pinnick, who led NFF from October 14 to October 2022, successfully guided Nigeria to the 2018 World Cup, although he faced criticism for the team's failure to qualify for the 2022 tournament in Qatar, with the national team currently struggling, in other sides of football. So AFCON, they went to third place, but they struggled, of course, in the 2026 qualifiers. Pinnick is confident that his leadership could have changed the outcome. His remarks come as Nigeria's chances of qualifying is looking bleak because it's an expanded 14 tournament, and we are looking to qualify through night bus. And I'll be putting that to Jerry, and I don't want to say anything now. But during an appearance on Sunday Olise's show, Pinnick expressed dismay at the current state of the team, contrasting it sharply with his tenure. I didn't see it coming, he said, because 10 teams from Africa will qualify and Nigeria is looking like they're not going to be there. He also recalled in 2018, we faced the toughest group ever with all the AFCON winners, and Algeria hadn't lost in over 20 games. Cameroon entered as defending champions and Zambia were champions, yet Nigeria was the underdog. I don't know what Amaju Pinnick is trying to play at this point, but Jerry, I need you to clear the hair, because it's looking like when you were there, you only led to the 2014 and the 2018, because even after the 2014 World Cup, 2018 and 2022, he came up to make a statement. I can remember where he said Nigeria has bilateral relationship with Qatar. They should have qualified for the World Cup because of their bilateral relationship with Qatar. You didn't give any explanation for that. There are many failures on your side. You are not bringing that, out in public. Now you are saying if you were still president, you will have qualified for 2026. How and why, please?
The thing is that Amaju Pinnick can go on Sunday Olise's podcast and lie to him, and the man with a straight face will accept it. But I think it's fortunate that I was not the one at the other side.
What we have done.
That is a ridiculous statement coming from Amaju Pinnick, because Amaju Pinnick, under his tenure, started this trend of not qualifying for the World Cup. He's the longest serving NFF president. He served 2 terms.
2 terms.
His first time, he just came in and will qualify for the World Cup in 2018 in Russia.
Yeah.
Then after that, he started killing our ace-grade teams. These players we are seeing doing wonders in the team now, who are still like some
the likes of
Victor Osimhen, Samuel Chukwueze, they all came from ace-grade teams.
Yeah.
What we have turned to is a team that is bringing players that have been rejected in Europe, that didn't see chance to play for England and so on and so forth. The Super Eagles became such a team under Amaju Pinnick's tenure. We suffered a situation where our football was rotting. What made Nigerian football big was that our age-grade teams were doing well. The under-17, the Olympic team. The Olympic team was broke. Let's not forget.
Yeah.
It was 9 minutes they got to was it Japan?
In 2024 Tokyo?
I'm trying to remember the Olympics. There was this Olympics that Mikel sponsored. I can't remember now.
2016 Rio? Yeah.
2016 Rio.
Yeah.
Our teams were falling like a pack of cards. That the rot started from there. When we started recycling Salisu Yusuf for under 23 team, we started recycling Ladamboso. I remember that year that he stopped all the extra codes, all the financial allowances that goes to the ace-grade teams. There was a point they had to stop all of it. From the under 23 to under 17 to under 20. You only get bonuses when the competition starts. During the training period, you only get camp allowance, which is minor, and sometimes they owe them prior to the championship. These players drink Gary, and you expect them to qualify for under 17.
For under 17 championship.
Qualify for under 20.
Yeah.
When Ladaboso will come select his brother's friend. And of course, Salisu Yusuf, who was found guilty of wanting to collect money to feed players.
Jerry, these are high-level accusations.
It's not accusation. He was suspended. He was suspended. He was banned for 1 year. Yes, it's all over the news. Google it. Salisu Yusuf, just Google this name. You will know. I know how so many
of course, we all know Salisu Yusuf.
Who knew him were calling me and say pipe down low. I said the news is there. It's not Jerry that brought the news out. The evidence is there. It's clear. Those were the kind of coaches he was recycling, killing the ace-grade teams. At the end of the day, we don't qualify for the World Cup. I remember when he was crying at the Congress in Lagos when they told him his time is up, that he should go. He was crying that if the next NFF president comes, please make sure that if he doesn't qualify for the World Cup, that should not be used to judge him. Because the board and so many other people judge him and say, since he didn't qualify for the World Cup, there's no point giving him a third term. It's already a sign of failure.
I think he's a man of scandal.
So now,
a lot of scandals.
Now the team is not going to qualify. He's now coming out to say that if he were still there, you started the trend of not qualifying.
Yeah.
You wanted to continue it. Also, that when it has happened, you now say, "Oh, it's not my fault."
You can even say he has a hand.
Did you know?
Yeah.
Did you know that Amaju Pinnick went to Qatar and had a lavish birthday party? he was having fun. Why Nigeria did not go to Qatar? He went there to celebrate his birthday and was having fun. Was living large.
He now came back and said,
and he's now coming back.
He came back to say
he's a bloody hypocrite. The man is an hypocrite. So leave Abuja. I don't even want to.
I love like Maiwa. It seems like it's a hot seat right here in the studio because Jerry seems to have his own. I don't know what to say.
The facts are there. The facts are there. I don't need to. The facts are there.
Maiwa, do you think Amaju Pinnick should be the right man to be making all of these statements? Because
he's already campaigning. He wants to be the next NFL president. He should shelve that idea. He should keep it in his cupboard.
Jerry, hold on. Do you think he's the man that should be making all these statements? Because we saw what happened with the Kebbi Stadium. I mean, we saw the dilapidated building. He claimed to put there in Kebbi State. We saw, what was brought out as well, the proposed stadium in Igborodo, Delta State. I mean, these are high-level failures on your part. Do you think he's the right man to be making all of these statements with the current state of Nigerian football right now?
Yeah, at least let me shock you. It's either Amaju Pinnick is coming back or he has an anointed candidate. And that's just the honest truth. This is what's coming to say all this.
Should he be coming back?
Not himself in free. Yeah. He's not coming back. He has an anointed candidate that he wants to bring in. And that is the reason why he's coming out to say all this. Yes, Gusau is as incompetent as you know. However, Amaju Pinnick contributed. Our national team became of rejects in Europe under Amaju. Killed our competition. Top allowance is as low as 1,500. That is what they pay them as cap allowance for all these 8th grade boys, and we expect them to qualify. And that was how killed our competition. So Amaju Pinnick should cover his head in shame. He should not be talking. He should not. There's a lot of standard surrounding him. He only qualified. He only qualified for 2018 World Cup, and that is not a credit to him. That's a credit to the players, not to him. Not to him. He cannot claim credit for that. The one for 2022. What happened? He came out and was telling us that he has a good connection with Qatar. There's no way Nigeria will not be in Qatar. What happened? We are not in Qatar.
Of course.
And this current NFL president that doesn't know his left from his right, takes blessing from Amaju Pinnick. The same Amaju Pinnick that has a whole lot of scandal surrounding him. So as far as I'm concerned, and this is the reason why I keep hammering, where is ICPC? Where is EFCC? There were a whole lot of monies allocated under his tenure. What did they use the money to do? The stadiums that they said they spent over $1 million, over $2 million to construct. Where are they? Is that what that particular amount? The EFCC is not talking anything. The ICPC is not saying anything. And this same man is gallivanting around and is coming out to if I was there, I would have qualified. To qualify there. As far as I'm concerned, Amaju Pinnick should go and stop his service. And I'm even disappointed in Sunday. Listen, to be honest with you, he was there, he was smiling with him, he was practically laughing with him, he could not greet him. And I think the same Sunday Olise that was complaining bitterly about the NFF not paying him over $30,000, which Amaju Pinnick himself could not pay while he was there. And he was there signing his stick with him. I don't understand some of our I don't understand this.
Do you know whether he has gotten the money through the back door? He would have gotten the money through the back door. That is why he's smiling now. He might have gotten the money.
I actually like added to with Pinnick, when he was asked on another platform, it was shown the stadium and he said he's proud of what was there. And he's still getting more money from FIFA because he didn't meet the timeline for some flimsy excuses.
Let me tell you, he was the one who sponsored Finidi's getting the Super Eagles coaching job.
We saw how we turned out.
He was one who brought Finidi ball. I remember when you announced Sunday Lucy as the African Guardiola. And how the man dumped him a day to the game against Egypt.
But Jerry, don't you think the hypocrisy?
He was also the one that was choosing players, my slot. Are we sure it's not the one that brought Tanimu and told Finidi that don't worry, just play anybody. He has been the one controlling Goso. He is the architect of Goso's failure. And now he's throwing Goso under the bus.
And with what Mayowa is saying.
I think Goso should ostracize him. from having any discussion with him from now henceforth. Since
And
it looks like he's throwing Goso under the bus,
and
he's already said
with what Mayowa is saying, is it looking like to you that he's also trying to bring somebody in that he can control?
He can bring whoever he likes to bring in. You know,
but that will not solve
The thing is
Nigeria's
that
problems.
He wants a funnel where he will still be having the juice and the cake that is coming to the NFL. There's a lot of money that goes into that federation.
A lot.
We're talking about millions of dollars. We're not talking change here. And
we saw what they just
any
got from
man
the
who likes free things, who likes where there's enough to chop without being asked about how you spend the money, will surely like the NFF position. So that is why all of them, they are all there. It's all for selfish reasons, selfish gains.
Well, as the football community watches closely, I mean, Pinnick's remarks have sparked discussions about the future of Nigerian football and its leadership. And also, I think I want to echo what Mayowa said about Sunday Olise. I mean, this was somebody that we know to be very, very outspoken. Recently, he came out to speak about Victor Osimhen. And even though a lot of Nigerians are saying, you were actually worse than Victor Osimhen during your playing days, and you are very outspoken, you were the captain, we saw how you were crying and all of that. We saw how you didn't want to even talk to anybody after Nigeria's loss. You made that statement. 2000. And now you are the one that has been calling out, the NFF, just like Mayowa rightfully said, and you had the chance to lay all your complaints against one of the big men of the NFF.
The questions
and you could not say anything.
Were made by his fans.
It just shows the hypocrisy all around.
He picked the fans. Let me tell you, it's very easy. What they will do, Amaju Pinnick will select the questions he wants to answer and make himself look good. And of course, maybe he would have settled this $30,000 that is owing.
Yeah, go ahead, Mayowa.
No, but if that's the case, Sunday Olise should be ashamed of himself.
He should.
I mean, you were the one.
The man is looking for.
You are calling out these Jensen guys. This same person owes you $30,000. And you went on the podcast, you were crying that you don't want to take Nigeria to task because you don't want Nigeria to be suspended. And the man is sitting there in front of you, and you cannot ask him tough questions. He was there laughing. I watched the interview, and I was disgusted. Sunday Olise suddenly lost his sharp mouth. I don't understand it.
I still cannot understand and answer those questions. That when you have an opportunity to make your complaints known into somebody that is the right person to give you the answer, and you were there and you were just telling him something else.
The thing is that interview,
the hypocrisy is all around.
That interview was a PR stunt.
Really?
To sell Amaju Pinnick.
To sell him for what?
Yes, to sell him that.
You can't continue to sell people like this now. Where is the EFCC? Where is the ICPC?
You don't know the kind of
he's involved himself in that.
Yeah.
Amaju Pinnick has a lot of pull in the football world, financially, politically. He has a lot of influence. He can pull off anything. He can even have an interview on CNN if he wants to.
Mayowa, let's wrap up on that quickly. You were about to make a point.
Yeah, and my analysis is this. Why would and this is why sometimes when the ex-footballers come out and say they don't give them an opportunity, sometimes we don't blame people that don't give them an opportunity. This is Sunday Olise that is very outspoken, that everybody knows is very outspoken. We know how he ended his journey with the NFL. The same man that you ended your journey with abruptly is sitting there in front of you. You become a cat under the rain. You cannot speak. You don't understand it. You don't understand it. It's just hypocrisy everywhere.
Hypocrisy everywhere. And of course, if we want Nigerian football to go forward from now, to the way it used to be in the past, pre-Pinnick, I would say that. I mean, we should, things like this are things that we should be tackling. I don't think Amaju Pinnick should really be walking free. He should be somewhere answering tough questions because, trust me, Nigerian football has taken a big nosedive starting from under him. And now we are just trying to patch it back. I don't know if this Goso era will be the one to do that. If it's not, we should pray for a big one. we should pray for a better administration.
Goso is his stage 2 cancer. Let me use the word of one politician. Under Pinnick, we're having malaria. Now, under Goso, he's stage 2 cancer. He needs chemotherapy right now. Not Goso.
All right, time is fast spent, but let's wrap up the show by talking about the UEFA Champions League. Of course, 18 games across board, all played, started by the same time. 9 p.m. Nigeria time it was last night, and we saw drama, we saw goals. Liverpool giving us 6 goals up against Akwa. We saw the likes of Florian Wirtz, Mohamed Salah, Ugo Ekitike, yes, all getting amongst the goals as well. Arsenal, I mean, they were expected to dispatch Kairat Almaty, but of course, they had to do it the hard way. 3-2 it ended, Victor Gyökeres and Kairat on the score sheet, and also Victor Siemens Galatasaray. We spoke here yesterday. We said that they should, try and get a result at the Etihad, but Erling Haaland and Ryan Sheki said no.
Yeah, but it's still good that they are still in the running. As far as the Champions League is concerned, they still stay safe. And I wait to see who they play in the playoffs.
And Victor Osimhen is saying they are not scared. It might be Juventus or Atletico Madrid.
Yeah, if they are playing Juventus, they will have a chance. But Juventus have not been the team this season. And for Atletico Madrid, they are also beatable. But at the Wanda Metropolitano, I cannot put my money on any team against Atletico Madrid.
Really?
Yes, as far as that stadium
but
is
it's going to be a
concerned.
two-legged affair.
It's going to be a two-legged affair. But how strong are they
At
when
home?
they're at home against a tough side like Atletico?
We saw what happened to Liverpool.
Yeah,
we saw what happened to Liverpool.
We saw what happened to Liverpool.
Yeah.
But they will cancel whatever they bring at the Galatasaray Stadium when they get to Wanda Metropolitano.
All right, and Maiwa, you spoke also about Anatoly Chubin, the Benfica goalkeeper. Master stroke, master class, don't you think, right there from Jose Mourinho, because he was the one that actually called up the young goalkeeper to move up and try to get that goal when somebody told him from the bench that they needed a goal, to stake a playoff place. Don't you think that's a good one from the special one? Is he goated at this point?
Well, I mean, what a younger one will see down and not see, the older one will probably see it. I think Mourinho saw it. 2-man down, another person in the box. That's about 11 people attacking one particular goal post. That resulted in the goal. And he was so brave to tell the goalkeeper to come out. They had nothing to lose. That goal practically got them into the next round of the Champions League. So Mourinho is goated. He has done it again. Let's see if you can by crook or hook get far in that particular competition. And for a certain team from England, I mean, if you are in university and you decide to take a kindergarten class, you definitely come out first. So I'm not surprised that Liverpool won 6-0. It's just a university student, taking a kindergarten exam. We already know the answer. So Jerry, don't be too happy. The weekend is very near. Let's see what you can do the weekend.
How does someone who has never written, who has not passed JAM, who has made 5 attempts at JAM, calling somebody in the university that is in kindergarten, that is just playing? Come on. We're talking Champions League game. I'm not talking about FA Cup. We're not talking about...
They're never in the FA Cup.
We're not talking about Nigerian National League here. We're talking about the biggest club competition in the world. You are mentioning kindergarten.
Thank you for being a part of the show.
Be very careful.
You can still bring in your songs tomorrow. I mean, before the end of the week, you can still give us your song tomorrow before we go into the weekend games. Thank you for being a part of the show, Maiwa.
Yeah, it's always amazing to be here. And I'll be dropping my track tomorrow on the show.
Yeah.
Jerry, be prepared.
Hopefully it's going to be here. And Jerry, thank you for being a part of the show
always
as well.
a pleasure.
And also a big thank you to everyone behind the scene for making this one a wonderful, wonderful time to talk football. It's still, your show, Locker Room. And of course, I am Afiz Ogubanjo. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoye. Stay tuned and have a wonderful rest of the day. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ asaa bụ
Onye ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa, wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra, mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nsaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye ejide. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ, ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi n'Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Anyị jikọtara ọnụ. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nsaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ, ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọlịba.
Let's go. Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, na Imo. Anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Makore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Voice. The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lines. This is Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. I am Chukwuma Okoro. And in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264, on YouTube and other social media handles. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages, scrolling to the number scrolling on your screen. On the show today, Sharia Council seeks removal of Amopiton, that's the INEC chairman. The newly appointed INEC chairman vows it won't recognize elections conducted by him. And while we move away from that, senators disagree on Sokoto airstrike by the United States of America, raise questions on Nigeria's sovereignty. Well, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined by Dr. Kachi Ononuju. Dr. Kachi Ononuju is an economist, author, historian, public intellectual, distinguished scholar, and director general of the Heritage Center, Abuja. Heritage Center Abuja is a think tank devoted to researching interesting political, economic, social, and historical issues. Good evening to you, Dr. Kachi, and welcome to Political Lens. Good to have you on my show.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm happy to be here with you and your audience.
Beautiful. I appreciate your presence. And now let's get into it. The Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, SCSN, has renewed its demand for the removal of INEC chairman Professor Josh Omopiton, warning that Muslims nationwide will not recognize any election conducted under his leadership. The council says his continued stay in office threatens the credibility and neutrality of Nigeria's electoral process. So, while speaking at the council's 2026 pre-launch, Ramadan lecture in Abuja, SCSN President Sheikh Bashir Umar accused Amopiton of compromised integrity, citing a past legal brief he authored alleging a Christian genocide in Nigeria, claims the federal government has officially rejected and still trying to reject at the moment, despite the fact that Nigerians are going back and forth. Some Nigerians believe, well, there is Christian genocide. Others say there is no Christian genocide. But Nigerians are in complete agreement that Nigerians have been killed in their numbers. While the council described the stance as divisive and inconsistent with the impartiality expected of an electoral umpire. The council also raised concerns about insecurity, economic hardship, alleged imbalance in federal appointments, and attempts to undermine Sharia practice in Muslim-majority states. Lawmakers and traditional leaders at the event cautioned against unverified religious narratives, stressing that such claims could deepen divisions and threaten Nigeria's national unity, especially being a secular country. Well, let's come to you, Dr. Kachi. This rejection is coming at a time when many Nigerians expect the new INEC chair to deliver free, fair, and credible elections in 2027. Now, how does this call by the Sharia Council remove the toga of impartiality bestowed on that important office? I mean, at this moment, we are hearing, no, you have to remove Josh Amopiton. How does that, remove that toga of impartiality bestowed on that important office?
You need to ask yourself, who is talking? A body that is inconsequential in our laws, in our dealings. It's just a religious body who are at best people who do not believe in Nigeria as we do believe in it. Because they are a committee based on Sharia. That's a religious tenet. It has nothing to do with the social chemistry of being in Nigeria. These are just religious fundamentalists, and that's what it is. So what is the view of fundamentalists when compared to the appraisal of an intellectual work? Okay, you're talking about an opinion held by the INEC current leader when he was not INEC leader. And what he said was simply what we are hearing right now. It's what the Americans are saying. It's what the world is saying. The Sharia shouldn't be part of our laws. We're a secular society. Sharia is a private thing. It is for the Muslim to think about Sharia, talk about Sharia, practice Sharia in their private spaces. Sharia is not something you bring to the public space. So if the Supreme Council or whatever they call themselves on Sharia talks, it's not for the country. It is for their internal followers in their sects. It has nothing to do with the position of an empire in a secular society. So the Supreme Council for Sharia is an inconsequential body, and its words should not matter to anybody who is serious, because what the INEC chairman wrote as a scholarly position, nobody can impeach it. It's true, it's accepted, it is the position of the majority of people in the world. And what the Sharia body is there for is just to protect its own narrow interests, which should not be seen as a national interest. So they are nothing. They don't mean nothing. They're inconsequential. And their words don't mean anything to policymakers. The INEC chairman has been appointed. His views, academic views, intellectual views about events before he became INEC chairman, those are scholarly views, and nobody can hold him for that. So it's good that you ignore what this body of some miscreants, I just call them vagrants.
Okay, all right, Dr. Kaj, it's important to understand and to notice how you have just dismissed this call by the Sharia Council. First of all, you said the body itself is inconsequential. You said, well, they are religious fundamentalists and that Sharia shouldn't be a part of our legal codes. But in all of this, I mean, we see these things happen. Sharia is being practiced in some parts of the country against the will of a lot of people in those parts of the state. And if you say that this body is inconsequential and we shouldn't heed their call, we shouldn't take them seriously, I want us to go back to recent history. You know, at some point, when in the midst of the insecurity, when Nigeria, you know, met on insecurity, when insecurity met on our sin, and we saw the president, you know, he had a chief of army staff, Lieutenant Colonel Azubike Ihejirika, you know, who was very tactical in trying to rout out the terrorists. At the beginning, you know, before this thing, you know, got to a crisis proportion that we are now. And at that point, we had a certain group of people, not the nice, you know, say, look, yeah, people are killing my people and all of this. There was pressure put on the then president, Goodluck Jonathan. Now he removed the Ihejirika. And up until this moment, we are still reaping, you know, the gains of that removal. Dr. Kaj, you know a certain Islamic cleric, very fiery, you know, by any characterization, talking about Sheikh Ahmad Gumi. And he's been saying quite a lot. You need to, you know, negotiate with these people. We see governments negotiate with the people he said negotiate. And at some point he said, look, Mr. Tinubu, you need to cut ties with United States of America and look towards Turkey. As we speak, our president is in Turkey cutting defense and economic deals with the Turkish government. When people come out with this kind of comments, is it appropriate to just dismiss them and say, well, they are inconsequential, they don't matter? If in reality, we see government hit their callings and all of that.
I tell you, they don't matter. These are thugs. They are simply ideological thugs. They're trying to talk themselves into public spaces. These are what we don't want. And of course, you have people who will organize and try to put pressure on society just for their own selfish, ways. It doesn't mean that the society will embrace their ways. No, it doesn't. We're not going to take those people seriously. Please ignore them. Nigeria remains a secular society. Those are thugs who are fundamentalist thugs who try to force their ways on the rest of society. So that's why I tell you, ignore them. They are not. They are protected. They are not supported by law. They don't mean nothing. Why I tell you it's inconsequential is you can go to sleep, ignore what they say, and nothing will happen. You see, these are just ideological thugs. That's what they are. So don't take them seriously, I beg you. They are the cause of the troubles in the country. These are the people who, raise religious fundamental issues that divide society. That's why it's important that the more we disregard these people, the better for society. Don't even repeat what they say, so people don't take them seriously. This kind of ideological talks must be forgotten, ignored. Don't give them credence. It does not matter what the president is done. He's gone to Turkey, yes. Some people may have succeeded in trying to intimidate our country. What did that bring? It brought American military intervention in our country because of such extremist views, because of such doggish ideological positions. You push the country until you now get us into a place where international community do no more respect our sovereignty as a country. Why? We have listened to these people and we have derailed. That's why I tell you, these are inconsequential people. Ignore them.
All right, Dr. Katz, I understand your position, and you are trying to drift into our second topic of discussion, which is the rally session in the Senate, where the Senate President and Senator representing Bauchi Central, Abdul Ningi, had to disagree on American intervention in Nigeria. We'll talk about that in a bit. So I would like for us to stay, on the issue of the Sharia Council at the moment. And if you say that Nigeria is a secular state, which, is in the letters of our constitution, and it shouldn't be concerning to Nigerians when we see people that you call intellectual talks, fundamentalists and all of that, put out statements, you say we should ignore them. But strangely, when we ignore them, we see these things happening, like the push to introduce the Sharia code in the western part of the country. And there's been this back and forth, and somehow we came to understand that, look, it's nothing new that Sharia is already in place in some parts of the West, as a matter of fact. So who knows how soon, it will go to the South-South and the Southeast. Now, talking about the secularity of Nigerians, like I said, our president is currently in Turkey, and at some point in the course of discussions, the Turkish president, Recep Erdogan, described in a tweet he made on his X handle, described Nigeria as an Islamic country. How much of that should worry Nigerians of other faith, especially within the context of the present debate around Christian genocide in Nigeria? I mean, it's an ongoing debate. How concerning should that be to the average Nigerian when our president goes to another country and the president of that country puts up a description of Nigeria as an Islamic state, and the federal government, the president's handlers, don't say anything about, Nigeria is a secular state and all of that? Shouldn't it be concerning to people of other religious affiliations in Nigeria?
This is exactly why I'm telling you. There is a caucus that want to derail this country. And because of their fundamentalist pushes, the Americans are here. These are the same people who, under Buhari, started a jihad. And then driving the jihad, they got genocidal. And that's why the international community, led by the United States, think that we have moved away from the position of being seen as a normal country, that we are not being driven by mad people, murderous killers, and then forcing the Americans to come in. Of course, you have to understand that we were captured. And because we were captured by these elements, because of these doggish ideological pushes, they even have international partners, like, as you've seen, the Turkish president, who thought what he was helping them to do, supplying arms and all, had been successful, that Nigeria is now an Islamic country. Yet Nigeria remains a Christian majority country. And you see, this is where the problem is. Islam never agrees on equality. It has never been. And that's why, even if you have 30% of a country being Muslims, just like Nigeria after the Civil War was 35, 38% Muslims. But through a cascade of coups, Muslims did coups, seized power, and started churning out decrees that gave Muslims more advantage than Christians. And before you know it, they now insist they are it's an Islamic country. Nigeria is not an Islamic country. And that's why I tell you, ignore such madheads who push this kind of rhetorics that drive us into this jihadist state in which we are, which has now forced the American military to come into Nigeria. That is avoidable if this kind of people didn't start doing what they were doing under the Buhari administration. Look at where we are now. And now you're asking me questions about the Senate. There are plenty. There is a religious war on in Nigeria. It's just that the Christians were docile. Oh, I don't understand what their problem was. But now you can see that docility led the Muslims to think that they have already pocketed the country. That docility is the reason why you're hearing the president of Turkey sound the way Gumi think he should. He's an ally of them. So for Tinubu to show that he has not totally abandoned them, he understands their game. And that's why you see even inside the cabinet, or a current executive of the government's administrative executive, there are also people who have headlines. How did we get here? Buhari presidency pushed us with a lot of hardliners, with a lot of people who support the jihad, a lot of people who kept quiet during the genocide under Buhari, and suddenly Tinubu is now being forced to meander through a rock at a very hard place. But I want to assure Nigerians to not embrace despair. We can fix our country. We have been captured by fundamentalists, whether you like it or not. And what has jolted us back into an awakening is the international intervention led by the Americans. So it's no good where we are right now. Look at part of the components where they took us to: a jihad, a genocidal killing of Christians in Kaduna, in Plateau, in Benue, in Taraba. And this is wrong. This is wrong. So we have to now understand that we must step away from where the world caught us. The world caught us pants down in a killing field, a genocidal field where Christians were being slaughtered for their lands in Benue, in Plateau, in Taraba, and in southern Kaduna. And we did nothing. And our government was caught with its pants down. As the American delegation came and traveled to Benue, they saw more than 600,000 people living in a concentration camp. And instead of the 60 days the Americans gave us to get our act in order, the Americans invaded Nigeria and started bombing Sokoto in less than 30 days. So you need to understand what's going on in Nigeria is not proper. We needed to be awakened by the international community when the Americans came. Yes, I'll tell you that's a very bad thing for our country. It's no good for us. We have to take some step back. Look at even our government got into denials. The historical takia we saw the Fulani do. The government borrowed it and got into denials. And then the denials made us look so bad to the extent that as I'm talking to you till this minute, conversation with President Trump. Trump doesn't want to talk to him. Because if a man goes on to deny what is incontrovertible, then something is wrong. So that's why I am very skeptical and very fearful for Nigeria going forward.
Exactly. Okay, Dr. Kaj, I'm happy that you have again brought us to this point, back to the question that I asked. Now, if you that is telling us, to calm down, that there's nothing going on, and you tell us that you are very fearful about where Nigeria is traveling, do you still think that we should ignore these elements? Because looks like they seem to be having their way. You know, you have led us into the second topic of discussion, which is about the United States strike. You know, in Sokoto. Do you think that clearly that was an infringement on Nigerian sovereignty?
No, Nigeria have lost the right to be trusted to protect its sovereignty. Sovereignty is the people. The government stopped being a government of the people. It was a government of those who succeeded in capturing the country. And they levied a slow motion war using a jihad to commit ethnic cleansing on a genocidal scale that forced the international community, led by the United States, into acting to stop the jihadists.
No, but the Nigerian government said they acted in collaboration with the United States, or that it was more like a collaboration. So, if Nigerian government collaborated, is it still an infringement on our sovereignty, or have we lost that right?
The Nigerian government has signed on to it and have agreed that whatever the U.S. does shall be seen as having been done in collaboration with the Nigerian authorities. So what you're now trying to discuss are the particulars and the characters of the security cooperation between Nigeria and United States, which Nigeria jumped into, without any strength or any capacity to say no, because they were caught hands down being complicit in the genocide. And this for Tinubu to show and tell the world he's not complicit, he's now being forced to do things that attacks that genocide and then attacks those responsible for the genocide. His own primary problem was his incompetence in calibrating a response to the Fulani War. He couldn't do that. And that's why the Americans and the world said, and Nigerians said, he is also complicit. Because if you're not complicit, don't forget,
Okay, we seem to be having a network glitch. Okay. Dr. Kash, go ahead. I can hear you, sir. Go ahead. Hello, Dr. Kash, can you hear me? Okay, unfortunately, we have lost connection with Dr. Kash. Let's go for
Let me call you back in a minute. I'm in front of police people. I'll call you, please.
Okay, Dr. Kash, go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay. What I'm saying is, where we are is not very good. You said yes. I talked about my fears. Of course. Why I say where we are is not very good is that we allowed our docility to allow such intellectual thugs to extend their fantasies in a way that has put us in peril. Nobody likes that the Americans are here. Nobody likes that our government has no input except to say yes. But there is a reason why it got that bad. And I'm saying that Nigerians should not despair. If the president works well with the Americans, we can work our way out of this jihad labyrinth. So you're still seeing the voices of jihad. That Supreme Council for Sharia is a voice of jihad. So those are the voices we must see as enemies of society, no matter how their words sound. They don't mean well. They don't believe in equality in society. They don't, and they've never been. That's why I call them a bunch of thugs. Okay? Anybody who doesn't believe on equality in a society is a thug. And so we should not take them seriously. We should organize in ways to actually undermine them seriously so they cannot operate effectively. They do not mean well for society.
Okay, all right, Dr. Kash, thank you very much. Let's move away from the ideological positions, and come back to the reality of the moment. Now, the federal government this morning, yesterday, rolled out arrangements, for the return of retired soldiers to the fronts, to the battlefronts of insecurity. Do you think that is a good track that we are following? I mean, people who have been retired, soldiers, and we are bringing them back to help us fight insecurity. One, I have two questions. Now, does it look like the current Nigerian military is overwhelmed? And do you think that bringing back these retired soldiers will make any difference?
Yes, you need to understand what you're calling, the man you're calling retired soldier. This is a Nigerian with military background, with intelligence capabilities. You are now enlisting him to be one of those people that will help to look after his immediate community. Nobody knows the immediate community more than indigenous people. So that's who you're talking about. An indigenous retired security personnel. Nobody can perform better in their given localities than an indigenous person. So that indigenous person being a former security operative, it's a very, very good employ for the government, for society also during this particularly tasking period of insecurity. So what I will tell you is that this is the best that we can get. Because if you employ security people to the front lines, there is that thing you call intelligence. Nobody has that intelligence more than these experienced former security operatives who are now in retirement, but they're not tired. They may be in retirement, but they still have the intelligent know-how of their immediate areas. And that's the reason why government wants them. So I don't see anything wrong in such persons being brought in. Let me also tell you, somebody like General T.Y. Danjuma is an intelligent security operative, though retired. So you can imagine the kind of impact such a person can bring. There are other colonels, there are other generals, there are other people in the other ranks who are also discharged from active security duty, but because of this experience that they bring, that they have gotten while working with the country, they become indispensable. You can't get anything better than such human beings in active internal areas across Nigeria. It's a good thing. No matter what you think about security, the first thing you employ in security is intelligence. Then, when you have that intelligence properly gathered, you now find active personnel to implement what has been gathered through intelligence. So if you put these experienced elderly people who have seen it all, gone to all the trainings, into the security networks that we seek to use to protect society, it will be a win-win for such a society. Because in that way, you will now see a much wider, diverse pool of volunteers willing to work to save their society. As I mentioned earlier about General T.Y. Danjuma, imagine multiplying people in such cadre and also in such offering modes all over the country. people with quality, incredible experience, contacts, networking. You now unleash them upon the security, space. Nobody can be better than them.
Okay.
They know everybody that is newly employed. They know everything that they left when they left office. They know who to call if they need any kind of assistance. You can't beat such rich that they possess. So,
okay, all right.
And this is what we've been praying for.
Okay.
But because of those who sponsor terrorism, do not want the contribution of those they can't control, because this kind of people, you can't control them. They only mean good for their immediate society. That's why they will only do good for society. So the bodies in government who are now sponsoring terrorism cannot control these people. That's why they are good for society.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Kat. But let me ask you, a lot of Nigerians are worried, that the Nigerian government is trying to bring in retired soldiers, to the war front. And they say that, look, this is a tacit admission that, look, the present military has failed. Now, the present military is saying, no, we have not failed. We are unable to deliver on our mandate because there are political considerations in our operations. I mean, when we are in the battlefront and we are about to rout out these terrorists, we get a call, from up above. Look, you need to pull back and all of that. So Nigerians are asking many questions. One of those questions is, will there be a change in the code of service when we bring in these retired soldiers? When they're about to defeat the terrorists, wouldn't there be an order for them to pull back? More like political orders, political considerations. And mind you, we've battled with insecurity for the past 15 years. Some of these people that we are bringing back were also in the military and they couldn't deliver. We have a record that over 100 generals have been, 500 generals in the Nigerian army have been retired in the past 10 years. All of these people were still in the military when we were undergoing this insecurity that has enveloped all of us. So what guarantee do we have that there wouldn't be political considerations if we bring them back to the battlefront? That is the question many Nigerians are asking. Are you able to help us untie that knot?
Yes, let me untie it for you. The years when you were talking about were the years of Buhari, were the years of the rise of the Fulani cabal. And these years, it was the Fulani cabal because of the Fulani jihad. They now made sure nobody was. You remember when Buhari will appoint all security chiefs from simply one area, all Kujobe Northerners, all Muslims, because he didn't want the Christians and others to know what's going on. He had political control. Take, for instance, the Ministry of Defense. It has a new defense minister who now tells you that soldiers should not respect the old political doctrine of do not engage. What General Christopher Musa tells soldiers is, if somebody cocks the gun and you hear it, shoot. If somebody shoots at you and you see him, shoot. Go away from the old advice given by Fulani leaders of do not engage. And then when the Fulani militias were attacking Nigerians, the Nigerian soldiers could not shoot back because of that standing political instruction which you now mentioned. It was called do not engage. It has now recently been reversed. General Christopher Musa, being a victim, he's from Zango Katav, he knew this was what the Fulanis used to allow the Fulani militias to gain land in Kaduna State where he's from. It was the same thing. And so what we now said is our military is capable, but because of what the shoot at the Fulani militias, and it now started looking everywhere. See, the Fulani militias were invisible. You've seen what happened. General Musa has now given new instructions to the army, to the security services. This is now a policy position of the Ministry of Defense. If anybody cocks the gun, shoot at you, shoot him back. There is no more do not engage. It has been abrogated. And that's why I'm telling you, those new security chiefs, they know it too. The retired security personnel being brought back, they know it. And they are not coming to listen what they are coming to do is simply bring their experience in intelligence gathering. Plus, it is no more an issue of you listening to Buhari and his Fulani cabal telling you don't shoot back at the Fulani militia, and then as you don't shoot back, the militias will gain killing rights in Jos, killing rights in Kaduna, killing rights in Benue and in Taraba, and it will be as if the Nigerian army is incapable of doing it against the Fulani militia. But because the Fulani politicians, as you now talked about, are the top, were giving instructions to the soldiers, do not engage if a Fulani militia shoots you. And that's why you saw it easy for the Fulani militia men to get all those weapons. They will shoot, and when our people don't engage, they seize the military weapons. You give soldiers weapons, they are given to these militias. You give them Boko Haram. So you had politicians who were actively supporting the insurgency. And when you talk, they tell you these are our boys. When you say you bomb them, you hear Badaru, former defense minister, say you can't bomb some of them. That's why you saw Obasanjo come out and say he was talking nonsense. And what did Tinubu do? Removed him and put somebody who will tell the soldiers, engage. Once you hear anybody cock the gun near you, once you see anybody shoot the gun at you, engage. And that is what has changed. So I want to reassure Nigerians that the doctrine has been changed. Don't be worried about the past. The past is gone. Buhari did what he did, and now Tinubu has been forced by the American intervention to show that Tinubu, is not actively complicit. Let us just say his complicity could be calculated from the calibrations of him not having the muzzle to face up to these people, him being afraid of what they'll do to him politically and even physically. But with the Americans here, he knows the devil he needs to fear are the Americans, and that's why you see him now walking in tow with the U.S. administration.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Katch. Your comments are quite reassuring, but I hope that they will be sustainable over time. I want us to return to the question of United States involvement. You just said now, just a few seconds ago, that now that the Americans are here, are the Americans here? Are they really here? Just one strike in Sokoto on the 25th of December, and
they are all over the place. The American assets are all over the place. The intelligence are here. They've continued to fine-tune the cooperation agreements between them and Nigeria. You saw even last week there were some corrections put there. They are here. They're not going. And don't forget, the Americans have been very interested in Nigeria right from the time of President Obasanjo. I remember then when General Mukhtar refused as NSA, but the Americans are still here. Coming to Nigeria is a geopolitical calculations for the U.S. administration. They've wanted to come here. And now that the Russians seem to have very strong interest and control over Burkina Faso, plus interest in Chad and Niger, and of course Mali. The Americans now think there's a need to own a buffer against the Russian interest in the Sahel. So being in Nigeria is what the Americans have always wanted to be. Now that the Fulani Jihad has given them an easy reason to jump into Nigeria. And of course, that's what you're saying now. Everything they do, the Nigerian government say, yes, they are with them. And trying to counterbalance emotions, Tinubu now traveled to Turkey. So, but it doesn't mean nothing. Turkey is known to support the Islamization of Nigeria. So we wouldn't trust them. And the Americans know very well that the Turkish are not to be trusted because they are an ally of the Islamists working actively for the Islamization of Nigeria.
Okay, but you also understand that Turkey is a member of NATO, just like United States of America. Now,
well, Turkey is a NATO member militarily, but not an EU member.
Yes, not an EU member. I didn't mention EU. I'm talking about NATO, not Atlantic Treaty Organization. Now, Dr. Katch, should it excite us that America is here? I want us to go back a bit in history and look at American involvement outside the shores of the United States of America. Every place America has ever intervened, have they been able to solve the local problems. I could cite Iraq, I could cite Afghanistan, I could even cite Vietnam, more recent history, Libya.
It depends on the. You're talking about. You're trying to talk about the mode of engagement.
Okay.
If America engages with a society from an adversarial way, the people who will complain about America coming to Nigeria are the Islamists, the jihadists. And that's why you're seeing noise from people like the Sharia Council waking up. Whoever smiles, they will complain about the smile. Whoever sighs, they will complain about the way the face is kept during the sighing. Whoever even try to ask questions, they will ask you about the tone you use in asking that. So that simply tells you that they become very touchy. They become easily irritated because they are not happy that the Americans are finally caught up.
Exactly the point. Exactly the point, Dr. Catch. We're almost out of time, so I'll need for us to, fast track. Exactly the point and make it. If they are trying to pull in America, and recall that if you see that within the past 1 month, the terrorists have doubled down. After the strike in Sokoto, they took away how many Christians in parts of Kaduna? And in that same community, 10 other people have been kidnapped. In other parts, flashpoints. These people seem to have doubled down, more like calling the bluff of United States of America. If it gets to a point where America has to put boots on ground, then we are traveling either the Afghan way or the Iraqi way. Is it something that is sustainable? That's the point I'm driving at.
No, it might not be that way. Let me also be honest to you. There are and patrons of these groups. If the Nigerian experiment towards country and nationhood is rejected by these sponsors of these terrorists, I don't think it's a must that we must remain one country. Those who seek to create a Sharia Supreme Council can go and create their own, and those who do not want can also live in their own country peacefully. It's not a must that all of us must stay in one country. The British designed Nigeria to fail because at independence, they left, the South was free, but the Fulanis whom they employed to superintend over the House of Bokwe State and report back to them to the British in an arrangement we called historically as indirect rule. They didn't remove the Fulani. And that's why till this day, the Fulani still colonize the Hausas, and no Hausa man is emir anywhere in Hausa land. So for us to allow such anomaly to sustain simply shows that maybe we're not yet ready for nationhood. So if those people who think that that anomaly favors them and they don't want to change towards nationhood where equality is respected, it wouldn't be difficult to wish that we are separated. Don't forget,
Dr. Kash,
a lot of the Islamic leaders, let me finish.
Okay.
A lot of the Islamic leaders, part of what caused this trouble was they were always going to Washington and New York to castigate Israel and demand for a multi-state solution in resolving the Israel and Palestinian issue. So if they also demand that, I don't see anything wrong in them accepting a multi-state solution in resolving the Nigerian conundrum. I think we might come to that, and if it becomes that, possible, we'll just do the game. Whatever is good for Palestinian and Israelis, I believe, should also be good for Nigeria and those who seek peace.
Now, Dr. Kash, one last question, and I would like for you to put together your concluding thoughts as you answer this question. You talked about going separate ways. Our constitution, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended, is very clear on it. Nigeria's unity is not negotiable. Have we amended that section of our constitution?
Who wrote the constitution? Soldiers.
It's our own. It doesn't matter who wrote it.
I'm asking you who wrote it.
Doctor, we are still breaking it.
Nigeria is currently under a status of capture by a Sunni minority. But it is the practicality of the characters of that capture that is bringing this particular contradictions that now make us have people invade the country, people intervene in country, people slaughter others and commit this kind of heinous genocidal actions. If that constitution written by the army has not been able to hold us together, you don't regard it. What we have is a dynamic human society. And you know, one thing that is guaranteed is change. Things change. So Nigerians are beginning to change because we're no more under military rule. They're now being far more expressive about their discomforts. And by being that expressive, we might find a way to reset society. It's not by force. You are talking about Nigeria. Well, who told you that? What soldiers wrote? Did we write that constitution as we the people?
But Dr. Cash, that is the constitution we are operating now.
It is also the same constitution that makes us tolerate Gumi and tolerate those who kill other Nigerians. So if killing other Nigerians that is organized through that constitution doesn't work, did the Americans keep quiet? Didn't they come into Nigeria? Have they not started now bombing in Sokoto?
Okay.
Why I'm telling you something that is fundamental in life of humans is change. Now that we've seen that those constitutions as written by the soldiers is not really practicable, it's not working, you're seeing changes. Why complain? Nobody can stop us from expressing reactions to these things that are just unsustainable. And that's the way we are. Okay. So, as I'm telling you now, if the Fulanese jihad forces other people out of fear to say they can't coexist with these murderous people, what's wrong with us? We're trying what the Fulani leaders have been saying in New York.
All right. Then.
A multi-state solution. If it is good for Israel and Palestine, a multi-state solution is also good for Nigerians and those who don't agree.
Okay, all right then. I'll take that as a concluding thought. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Cash Onanuju, economist, author, historian, public intellectual, distinguished scholar, and Director General of the Heritage Center, Abuja, a think tank committed to researching interesting political, economic, social, and historical issues. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Cash. It's been intellectually engaging, and I hope that we can do this some other time. I appreciate your presence on my show. Thank you.
I am very grateful to you and also your audience for their patience. We shall continue to exchange thoughts going forward.
All right, thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemduto. Stay with us, 7 o'clock on top of the hour. It's Issues. For me, I'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you for the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, culture enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how they... We had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so
this is so that means you're like a villain in the movie.
Well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so it's the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, The Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamala Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
VOP TV. Now, you have more than
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, Nigeria. It's another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Senate moving to probe inefficiencies in Nigerian railway system, to Ali Ndume criticizing Tinubu and warns of northern discontent. Also, Northern can reject Sharia Council's calls for INEC chairman removal. And finally, police deny firing gunshot during Makoko demolition protest. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Senate has launched a formal investigation into alleged inefficiencies within the Nigerian Railway Corporation amid growing public complaints over safety, delays, and service delivery. The probe follows concerns raised by lawmakers over the declining performance of the rail system, despite billions of naira invested in railway modernization over the years. Senators say passengers continue to experience frequent delays, poor customer service, and operational lapses, raising questions about accountability and value for money. The Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, inaugurated an ad hoc committee to carry out a holistic investigation into the railway system, railway operations, management practices, funding utilization, and maintenance standards with the aim of identifying gaps and recommending reforms. The Senate committee is expected to submit its findings and recommendations within 6 weeks. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests who will be joining us virtually. We have Comrade Emmanuel Agbogun. He's a public affairs analyst and a member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organizations. Glad to have you join us, Emmanuel.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
Viewers at home, and good evening, Nigerians. Happy New Year to you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year to you. Also, we have joining us Dr. Oluwashola Ganiyu. He is a financial expert and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Dr. Oluwashola. Okay, let's move on. Let's start with you, Emmanuel, since you're the one who is on ground at the moment. Let's look at it. The Senate has called for an investigation into the inefficiencies in our railway system. I'm sure you know, and we've had many issues come up about this railway system. Do you think that this investigation by the Senate, is it a genuine accountability exercise, or is it a reactive political ritual? Or what do you just think about the need or the reason, their stance to probe the railway system?
As a Nigerian, I feel, Uncle, if you can give me a go ahead, can I speak?
Yes, please. I said, Emmanuel, you can speak, and go ahead and speak.
Okay, I thought you interrupted me. Sorry for that. Now, what am I trying to say in essence? The Nigerian Senate, as a matter of fact, is empowered by the Nigerian Constitution to carry out oversight. Oversight in the sense that there must be bills before it, and there must be implementations of laws by way of legislation on their part, and the executive to execute. Now, the question is, at what point, for some of us, the Nigerian Senate realize that all of an essence, the Nigerian Railway must be investigated? What has necessitated for it? Because if you ask me, the Senate as an organ of government, as an arm of government, as a vital role of governance, ordinarily would have since known that the Nigerian Railways, is going through a lot. Firstly, the appropriation of the coaches that were bought were not with the specifications and standard of what was legislated for. If you agree with me, if you've used the Nigerian Railways from Itape to Warri, you agree with me that majority of the public utility systems like the toilets are not functional. In all of the coaches, you see that the model in which those coaches were bought in, even if we're running on locomotives, the model in which the coaches for passengers.
Okay, we seem to have lost connection with him. Are you on? You can go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't up to the standard that it ought to be. A shift for that. What has been the issue of the management of the railway? The Nigerian Railway Corporation, their maintenance culture is also zero. There's no statistics that they have operated over time that have shown that they have the capacity to even manage the rail lines, not to talk about the coaches and the locomotive itself. You see today you are going on the road, a train that is to run for about 30 or 40, 50 kilometers to another train station to take a break. Interval of those two train stations, like from Warri to Agbo train station, you see that there must be a breakdown on the road. Their schedules for timing are never punctual. And you don't run a railway system like that for crying out loud. We just procured these coaches just 5 years ago under President Muhammad Buhari's administration. What on earth should be talking about coaches' failure? So that's to tell you that the standard of those engines on the coaches, on the locomotives, are not up to specification for what Nigerians aspired for. Now, who were those persons that actually procured these things? Why are they not being held liable? What investigation is the Senate going to investigate that will show that those coaches, are they the exact coaches that were ordered for? Do they meet the mechanized standards? Is it what they are going to ascertain? And at the end of the day, would somebody be punished for it, or somebody will be held accountable for it? It's so shocking that from Warri to Itape to Edo to Kogi, a train station, a train line that Nigerians have since hoped for is no longer functional. If you talk about Port Harcourt to Maiduguri, that they said would have been upspring a year ago, is also not running. If you talk about Lagos to Kano, it is also not running. So how come do we always enjoy spending our resources and at the end of the day, we do not get results for it? This should be the question of the Nigerian people. And the Nigerian people should also know that the continuous dollar of them not to demand accountability and justice from political leaders, from leaders who hold public office, who you will see today that when they come into public office and when they are in public office, they are more richer than when they got into public office. Was it that the public office emanates money from the chairs and the documents they administrate without having an effect on the Nigerian people? So the high time the Nigerian people leave their dollar side mentality of waiting to watch and lament and begin to demand for accountability, the better for all of us. Anything outside that fact, it goes a long way to show that we are not serious. Now, to cut the long story short on the issue of the Senate, I feel worried that it will take the Senate at a time when they had already appropriated monies for maintenance to be carried out on these coaches. It is now time they want to go and investigate why there is a cause. So that shows ordinarily that the committee started with responsibility to oversight the railway and transport ministry of government has obviously not done enough to Nigeria. Why is it that it's at this point in time when the Nigerian railways, despite how it has been built by the Chinese and the loans that they have collected and they have used to mortgage our future, it is now time that they want to go and investigate. And monies, common patrimony, resources of this country will be spent. Monies that will not be used to fix the bad areas in Lagos or the road. Monies that will not also be used to help constituents who deserve some level of empowerment. It is high time we continue to use this word that Nigerians must decide it has come to a time for them to sit on the table and take a decision that will move this country forward for all of us. So once again, I say thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. You've actually spoken very extensively. But before I come back to you, let me get to our other guest who I believe is on. Are you with us, Dr. Ganiyu? Can you unmute your device, please? Okay, let me come back to you, Emmanuel. You know, you've actually mentioned the fact that you feel that the Senate is actually not, at this point, that is looking like it's it's kind of way too late for them to be doing this. But like you've mentioned some inefficiencies that have plagued our railway system. But would you want to be specific? What are the inefficiencies that have plagued them? Is it, will you call it, is it a function of management? Or is it a function of funding? You actually know that so much has been spent on this railway system. What do you think, or do you think it's a function of security? Or is it a function of corruption?
Yes, just like what you have said, the morality of doing what is expected becomes the subject matter of reasoning and any form of deposition. When you fail as a people or as a government to do what is expected of you at any level, there is a ripple effect that cannot be hidden. The question that will leave to answer this that you have put before me is to ask, can Malaysia build a rail line in 2 years? Locomotives are failing. Will Ghana build rail line in 2 years? Locomotives are failing. Will Singapore build a rail line in 2 years and the locomotives and the rail lines are in disarray, not meeting to the aims and aspirations of which it was built? These are the bare answers to those questions, because the Nigerian people do not bother, because the institution itself has seen it as an avenue to emasculate whatever interests that abide before them. So these are the bane and the bane and the bane of what the issues are. We can no longer continue to wallow in these mental deficiencies of glutonic stealing. If those railway lines were actually procured at the cost and at the value of what the federal government paid for, we will not be suffering what we are suffering today.
Okay.
That I cannot carry my bags and get to Agbo and enter a train going to Kogi to board a bus to Abuja. Of what benefit is the infrastructure to Nigerian people if the Senate, whether the 9th Senate or the 10th Senate that took part in this appropriation, if it is now time they are waking up to their responsibilities, it goes a long way to show that we are still in this quagmire of negligence and anyhow affairs of the business of governance, which is not ought to be so by any sensitive state.
Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Dr. Ganiyu, can you hear me now?
Very well. Can you hear me too?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure to be here.
Okay, so let me bring you up to speed on our discussion. So we're talking about the Senate probing the inefficiencies of our railway system. And I want to ask you, why, we know that so much has been spent on this railway system, but despite this massive investment in rail infrastructure, why do you think that has not translated into efficient service delivery?
Oh, that's a beautiful question and a brilliant submission from my colleague over there. Right. Like a saying that said, it's better late than never. Right. What they're doing now, it's good for it to be done now. However, will there be transparency? Will there be equity? And will there be consequences at the end of the investigation? Because it will just be a journey in futility if there will be no consequences and there will be nobody to face the music, right? When you look at it, in several years ago, we saw a lot of mismanagement in that space and a lot of mayhem that actually happened in that space, right? There are several incidents of insecurity in that space. You will remember in 2022, the Abuja Kaduna train attack, which the terrorists bombed the train and killing like 10 people and abducting 62 passengers. That was huge, right? And so that space become a bit a nightmare for people to take train. When we were growing up, railway, train boarding railway, it's like more safe harbor, because you cannot say an armed robber attack you. No armed robber will come and stop the train unless he wants to substitute his life for it. So grow up to see that that is a more safer place to travel. But the adverse is the case now. You will remember what happened also in 2022 at Ajaokuta train station attack, when 10 people were also killed, right, where 10 people were adopted and one was killed at the Ajaokuta train station in 2022. So those things were happening concurrently. You will also agree with me of the vandalism that happened and the theft, the stealing at the railway when they stole the railway components, such as the tracks, right, the signaling equipment. They were stolen. The question is that were there no surveillance? So how do we monitor these things, right? And which actually disrupt the services. You know, there was a time that the train, the movement between Abuja and Kaduna was stalled for a while, right, because of this vandalization. And we also have a lot of corrupt staff, not even politicians, at the tickets. Those ticket that are those ticket racketeering, right? Those corrupt officials and the security personnel that sell duplicate tickets and deny legitimate passengers from accessing the train, right? Those are another bucket of issues itself. The officials of the at the train station, the way they exploit people, right? And the incident like the one that happened, the Asham derailment that is attributed to the broken point clip, and the unserviceable switch that happened, which caused a lot of injury, right, and raised a lot of safety concern. So if we are going to move away from there, not only investigating it, we must also look at what are the structures in place, right? We do not look at the symptom, we do not look at the causes of it, we look at the symptom, we do not major on the minor and minor on the major. Most of these infrastructures also are outdated. They've been around since the colonial era. Our railway networks are already outdated. Most of the tracks and equipment dating back to the colonial era. You see, this also resulted into frequent. Look at what happened in Lagos too, right? And you see a lot of. You know, there should be a way that we can track these people that are vandalizing this government property, because actually taxpayers' money, right? When you get to a place in the UK, in UK general and most of the European countries, they are discouraged. You are being discouraged to use your personal cars. Using of train is encouraged, right? Because it saves time, it's secured. You can travel with. You see people living in Kaduna and working in Lagos. They just jump on a train, sleep off, and they wake up, come to their work. Once they finish, they jump the train and go back home. That's how life is being managed, right? They got to work early and close early and go back home. So these are things we should look at it. And this insecurity is more germane, right? Attacks on the train stations, which including kidnapping, bombing, have become increasingly common. And this is the reason why even the airlines are cashing out, because a lot of people are afraid flying the road because they might be kidnapped, and they look at what is the cost benefit analysis. What will it cost me to take a flight or a plane to the next place I'm going? How much am I going to spend that to gather money for hoodlums or bandits, right? These are things that are making people think twice. And poor maintenance, we have a lot of poor maintenance culture. So to investigate this space is much more, it's what is overdue. But the question is that, are we going to follow global best practice when we're investigating it? Number one, is there going to be consequences? Number two, number three, will they give us the report and give us the plan of how to structure that space to make that place a a good place for the common Nigeria, and which will also ensure that those space is secured and people can plan it. Not only that, those people that the officials, the corrupt officials, how are they going to deal with them, right? The personnel, what are the things they're going to put there to ensure that those things are, you might not be able to eradicate it, but moving it from 100% to 10%, it makes a whole lot of sense, and the thing will go a long way to make the life of common man better for them to play the role. And also train frequency have been reduced. We should encourage people to apply that route for us to be able to enjoy better life. My submission on that.
Thank you. You've actually spoken very extensively. And if I hear you correctly, you're saying one of our issues is security, as in the insecurity in the land. Then, of course, you're saying corruption. Of course, you've cited how corrupt officials have usually get to, you know, try to take advantages of the citizens, of the passengers of this train system. And then you also mentioned the lack of infrastructure. But I want to ask you, with all of this, do you think that the Nigerian Railway Corporation, do you think it should remain a government-run corporation, or should it just be concessionalized?
Beautiful questions. There's what we call BPP, that is private-public partnership, right? When you look at in most countries and most places, and we also assume in Nigeria that once it's run by the government, it's everyone done, you can run it anyhow. That is why they're even saying that even the refineries, they should make it a PPP, private-public partnership, so that government gets some investors to invest in the space, so that the government and the private business mogul could manage it together. I think it's high time for us to, yes, to run this kind of space. It costs more, right? It's not what an individual can shoulder. It's only the government can shoulder it. So, but when the government come in alignment with private individual, they can use, they can bring in the private structure, right? So rather than make it a public enterprise, they can make it a parastatus in so much that it becomes a source that generates money for the government. Not only generating money for the government, also you can track the efficiency and effectiveness, and you can also provide security apparatus at that space. Also, planting CCTV in every train, right? Giving surveillance on everywhere, so you can capture. It's just like the same way you can monitor the movement. It's the same way when an airline take off here and is going to Europe, right? And perhaps he has a stopover in Dubai, right? There is a kind of apparatus that monitor how the plane is moving and where it is. Even we can, even literally, if you are using Google Map and you are ordering for a ride, it can tell you how the number of hours is going to take, or minutes it's going to take the ride to get to you. So those things can be. But this is because it's being run by private people, right? So if it could come in alignment, government with private individual, for them to have an handshake, to structure it in a way that it will be beneficial to the government and also be beneficial to private individual, so that we make this space more economically viable and also a more security viable for people to be able to apply, and also for us to be able to carry out our daily transactions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ganiu. But before we move to the next conversation, Emmanuel, I'm sure you're still with us. I wanted to chime into this particular question. Do you think concession is inevitable for this corporation? Emmanuel, are you still with us? Okay, let's move on to the next conversation. Senator Ali Ndume has criticized President Bola Tinubu's leadership style, warning that dissatisfaction in the North could have serious political consequences. Ndume accused the president of surrounding himself with advisors who, according to him, lack a deep understanding of Nigerian politics and grassroots realities. He warned that growing frustration in the North over economic hardship, insecurity, and perceived political exclusion could translate into electoral backlash if not urgently addressed. The senator called on administration to recalibrate its approach, listen more closely to regional concerns, and adopt policies that promote inclusiveness and political balance. Let me come to you, Dr. Ganiyu. What do you make of this Ndume's criticism?
Okay, so before I quickly touch on that spot, you were asking my colleague a question the whole time. Is I will just quickly put a dot on three things. You know that when there is a concession, right, there are what we call PSI, private sector investment. So this concession will naturally attract private investors to fund the infrastructures. And so once they are funding it, it will improve efficiency in that space. And so once it improves efficiency in that space, government body, it will reduce government burden. You see, the private sector bring investment, efficiency comes in, the burden on the government is reduced. But the concern there that people are raising is that it might lead to job insecurity, right? Because the current people there, they might lose their job because private people there, they want efficiency and structure the staff there and bring potential job losses. That they will bring in people that will manage space very well and ensure that people get value for their money. And that space will be fully regulated because there will be transparency and there will be a robust framework to protect stakeholders' interests because a lot of people will be there and government is on our side to monitor it and to enforce compliance and accountability.
But but isn't that what we need actually? Isn't that what we need to make the railway system get to be what it should be and to stand at par with other railway systems all over the world?
I agree with you completely. I agree with you. Until the government remove their hands on one or two of these things and allow our private organization to come in, so you will see the whole place getting better and better. Look what is happening now. If not because Dangote have the financial muscle, right, we would have been struggling with refineries, right? It's more or less the only refinery now. So, but if most of our refinery, if it has been sold out or the government partner with private enterprises, so the PSI will come in place. The private sector will bring in the investors. The private investors will come in. They will fund the infrastructure and they will build it to meet right and the global. They will be able to compete favorably with their contemporary in the global space, correct? And it's also going to improve efficiency. Things will become more better, right? And the burden on the government would have gone. It would have gone. So there will be job insecurity for some people, but some people will get jobs. And the place will be properly managed. We will just give the government a strong oversight. Government will monitor it, they will ensure compliance and accountability and ensure that citizens are not exploited. They'll be able to regulate that space. Engaging with employees, passengers and communities to address their concern and make things better. But let me now come back to that
of criticism, yes.
So for Ndume criticism that is warning that the grumbling in the north will have electoral consequences. You see, one of the things they should know is that Nigeria is a country that we has a lot of people, right? So Nigeria is not meant for only the north, the northern, right? So the northern can grumble. It's just like when we have our past presidents. During the time of Buhari, the Northerners are enjoying. During the time of XYZ president that are from the north, the Northerners were enjoying, right? So it's now they are feeling the heat. We should know that Nigeria is not meant for the north alone, correct? And also, we should not politicize every statement to assume that there are sectorial or sectional issue that they are focusing on some specific places. One thing I should also let you to know, there are pros and cons regarding to Ndume's statement, right? Ndume's statement brings attention to the concern of northern Nigerians, right? In other words, potentially prompting the government to address this issue that don't sideline the Northerners, right? The Northerners are not happy for what is happening. There was a time, I think, when I was working in the North of summer many years ago or something, right? And we have to hear that people in Sokoto or some part of the North, they just believe that they are born to rule. They're not just to do any kind of work, just for them to get to government and do a lot of things with public fund, right? And so the warning, though it serves as a reminder that voters can hold politician accountability through their votes. Yes, this could be general, both in the North, in the Southwest. Look at what happened during the time of the last election when Peter Obi was coming to power. Even in some parts in Lagos, it won, all right? So because the citizens are tired of the ruling party, so they want a change of hands. So because of that, they couldn't. So their cons and their potential pitfall relating to Ndume's statement. The Ndume statement might exacerbate regional divisions. It could reinforce existing tensions. It could just, some people in the North might just start carrying placard. It could bring about division the more. So our leaders should be careful in making statements, and you should take away everything called selfish interest, right, and self-aggrandizement out of a statement, right? And so it could, you see, when there are lack of concrete solutions, look at what we are discussing now. We are not only castigating or criticizing the assembly, we are also telling them solution. These are things they can do that can make this place better, right? The statement does not provide clear alternatives or solutions to address the concern. It was just saying that, oh, the Northerns are grumbling. What are they grumbling for? Oh, the Northerners are not happy. Why are they not happy? And so when you put it into the streamline of decision, are they not happy because of their, is this because they're selfish? Is it because of their self-centered? Or because they discovered that power is gradually drifting from the North, right? Is that why they were happy? Or is it for the purpose of Nigeria to be better off? So his statement, number one, it could trigger a lot of division between the North and the Southern, right? And it's like, if you want to criticize, you bring out some alternative. These are things, but look at this side. So if you remove this side, you might not see it. And when you look at it now, it's overemphasizing on regionalism, right? It's focusing on some specific region grievances. Right? It is not, you see, when we talk about Nigeria, Nigeria is bigger than anybody. So for you to carry the burden of Nigeria, you must be able to take into consideration all people's, all sectorial or regional concern, not about the Northerner, what happened to the Southerner, what happened to the Easterner. These are the people that form Nigeria, right? So Ndume might be wrong if the dissatisfaction is not as widespread as he claimed. It's just like someone says that, oh, everybody in Nigeria cannot buy a bottle of Coke. So how truthful it is. So you can make a noise, but if the dissatisfaction is not a widespread claim, okay, so it might not have basis. And the government efforts to address these concerns are sufficient. So we must look at it from the pros and the cons, the benefit of what he's saying and the gaps there, okay, so that we can come into the middle to ensure that we solve the problem.
Okay, thank you very much. But let's still look at this Ndume statement. You know, one of the things he said was that he said that the president is actually not the problem. According to him, he said that he feels the people around the president are the problem. That the president has surrounded himself with people who are not giving him the right advice. And then he also compared the president's time as while he was the governor of Lagos State And now as the president of the nation, he's saying that while he was the president of Lagos State, while he was the governor of Lagos State, he actually surrounded himself with the right counsel, the right advisors, and then now as the president of Nigeria, he's not doing that. What do you think about that? Do you think that what he's saying is actually the truth?
No, just like what we are saying, the question is that the statements might lack merits. The same thing when President Buhari was there. We were told that his chief of staff does not allow people to access him, correct that, he is surrounded by sacrosancts, like people that will not give him the right solution or right information, right? I know also that there's one of the danger of a leader. If a leader, you are not careful, you might be surrounded by sacrosanct, right, that want to tell you what you want to hear, not actually what is paining the people. It can happen to everybody. But when you are coming out with I'm not speaking for anybody, but you must come out, the same thing they said to Buhari, the same thing they're saying about Tinubu. If tomorrow Ndume become the president, they'll still say the same thing about him. Correct. So if he is, okay, look at Buhari. Before he joined the presidency, team, he was knocking him by the head. He said he's not doing well, he's one of the worst person and every other thing. He joined the team, he has swallowed his pride. Do you get it? It depends on he who plays the pipers dictates the tune, right? It might be right in some specific places and it might be wrong, but we need to come to a middle point that what should we do? Because he is there now, he's surrounded by sacrosanct, right? And that is, as I say, it lacks grassroots.
Okay, we seem to have lost connection with our guest.
He's reaching out to them. Some people say he's not reaching out to them. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, some people will say he's reaching out to them. Some people will say he's not reaching out to them. So lacking of grassroots connection is also relative, right? Advisors might not be in touch with everyday Nigeria struggles, right? It depends on who is giving you the information, right? I'm not saying but the statement is relative. Depending, like when you are coming up with a statement, you might come up with facts. Right, to be able to show, okay, look at what pastor, look at someone that wrote a book and said that, there are some people that form a cabal around him, there are some people that the source of XYZ, you will always see this coming into play. But the question is that how do we solve it, right? How do
okay.
How do we ensure that the government, the president is accessible and he can feel the heat and the pain of average Nigerian?
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to our last conversation for tonight. The Northern Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has rejected calls for the removal of the INEC chairman, Professor Joash Amopito, warning against politicizing religion and undermining democratic institutions. Northern CAN stressed that electoral credibility should be addressed through lawful and constitutional means, not religious sentiment. It cautioned that using religion as a basis for questioning the integrity of public office holders was dangerous and capable of inflaming sectarian tensions. The association disclosed that Professor Mopito, like every Nigerian, has a constitutional right to freedom of religion, and expressing concern about challenges faced by one's faith does not automatically amount to bias or disqualification from public service. The religious body's position is on the backdrop of the recent call by the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria for the immediate removal of the INEC chairman, insisting that his continued stay in office poses a serious threat to the credibility of Nigeria's democratic process. The council said Muslims across the country would not recognize or legitimize any election conducted under the leadership of an INEC chairman whose integrity is under a cloud. The council's demand was anchored in what it said is the INEC chairman's questionable antecedents, particularly a legal brief he authored which alleged the existence of a Christian genocide in Nigeria. Let me come to you, Dr. Ganiyu. You know, first, what do you make of the Sharia Council's call for the removal of Amopiton before we now move to what Northern Khan is saying and all of that?
That's a brilliant question. We might politicize a lot of things, and also we might a bit put Nigeria into a sectorial bucket to ensure that people does not get. This man is not the first person. We have a lot of chairman. Why didn't they talk when Atairu Jega was a chairman from 2010 to 2015, right? Atairu Jega, it was there, right? We also have Amina Zakari, right? In 2015, the acting chairman, she was a Muslim, right? Right from 2015 to 2025, it was also appointed by President Buhari. He was a Muslim too. He served 10 years. So why are they crying foul at this point in time? And when you look at people that also hold strategic position in Nigeria, the president and his vice, they are Muslims, right? The head of armed forces, that the chief of defense, General Abubakar Shehu, is a Muslim, right? The inspector general of police, so we have people that are, before the Betugo comes in, the former inspector general of police, he was a Muslim. Nobody was crying foul there. So why are they making noise now, right? To be able to, we should not politicize things, right? And we must not create a religious brouhaha. I think one of their concern is one of the statements that the current chairman, Amupiton, when he wrote to the president of US before he became the chairman, as the rights to be had, right? And which is a right statement. So if you are not careful, this issue has a political implications, right? The controversies highlighted the challenges of balanced religious representations in the key government positions, right? We must be able to balance it. Nigeria is not a Sharia country. Right? Nigeria is not a Muslim country. We must be able to balance it to ensure that we all have the share, our voice are being heard, right, in the country, right? It may also lead to increased scrutiny of appointment, and this needs more inclusiveness because all these things are there, right? The situation could escalate tensions. Nigeria is already tensioned. Right, we don't need any statement that can also create a lot of mayhem in the country. This statement could escalate tensions between different religious groups and potentially affecting the country, the national unity of the country. Right, the debate may reinforce existing social divisions and mistrust among each other. Right, and this could also lead to increased social unrest if it's not properly managed. We need to be very careful with this because it has religious implications. The situation could underscore the complex relationship between the religious bodies and politics in Nigeria. And this should not be. This is Nigeria, a one country, right? It's not a Sharia country. It's not a Christian country. It's Nigeria. Nigeria means the combination of religious. That is what makes us as a country. That was when the ruling party is coming on board. That's why a lot of people spoke against us. Oh, you cannot have Muslim. It should be a Muslim and a Christian, right? To be able to balance it because it's Nigeria. We all own Nigeria. It's our country, right? It raises question about the role of religious leaders and organizations in shaping the national discourse. And this controversy may lead to increased calls for greater separation among the religious, but among Nigerians. So we must be able to stop this earlier on so that we don't create a monster that will be difficult for us to handle.
Okay, so you're actually saying that there's no need for this, their call for the removal of the INEC chairman. And of course, they're taking the same stance with Northern Khan, which has actually said that he is a Nigerian and he's allowed to have his opinion, and of course also allowed to hold public office, any public office position, any public position that he wants to, despite what he had written some years back as a result of his Christianity. So you're actually taking that stance, right? Before we draw the curtains for tonight.
Was there a call to remove Jega, Atayu Jega, when he was in office between 2010 to 2015? There was no call to remove him. When Mahmoud Yakubu, when he was on board between 2015 to 2025, he stood there 10 years. There was no call to remove him. So why were we called to remove him now? Right?
Okay.
Tomorrow they will come to remove Egbetoko. Tomorrow they will come to remove EFCC chairman and put Northerners there. So we must be able to balance it until we see ourselves as Nigerian. Not that I'm a Northerner, a Southerner, or an Easterner. We are Nigerian.
Okay,
then we can take this country to the next level.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ganiyu, for being a part of the issues. And also a very big thank you to Comrade Emmanuel, who joined us earlier on. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto, and this has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The Ariaria International Market is an open-air market located in Aba, a city in Abia State in southwest Nigeria. The market is one of the largest markets in West Africa and nicknamed China of Africa because of its versatility in the making of wares and leatherworks. Ariaria International Market was established in 1976 following a fire outbreak that destroyed the old Ekelha market in Aba. The market was originally sited in a swampy area. The market is known for its shoemaking and leatherworks, thus making it one of the largest leather shoemaking markets in West Africa, with an estimated 2 million traders. For more than 2 decades, the market has serviced clients home and abroad. Manufacturers in the market boast that their clientele base extends beyond the shores of Africa. The market cuts across 3 local government areas: the Aba North, Aba South, and Osisioma. Ariaria International Market, with an annual turnover of over $3 billion, as recorded in 2018, is a reseller's market where you can buy wholesale, cheaply, and even have your desired products designed and produced to your own exact specifications. There are a variety of businesses across the market, which includes sales of fabrics, shoemaking and sales, pharmaceutical supplies, hair salon materials, salons, general household goods, and so many others. The Ariaria market has a total of 37,000 shops.